Chapter 51, Nami and -039's Breach of Contract.
Gina!
Zoro looked at Bloodthirsty, who was holding him in a daze, as if he saw Kuina. But when I looked closely, I found it was a bloody figure.
Why did you become like this?
Zoro also felt a little strange when he saw bloodsucking. However, Bloodthirster did not answer Zoro's question, but went straight back into the sword. When Lingtian heard what Zoro said, he remembered that the bloody figure that Bloodthirsty had just gelled was somewhat similar to Tashigi later.
It can't really be Kuina.
Lingtian also thought of this, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Bloodthirster is a weapon from the world of immortal cultivation. It should not be Kuina.
Roronoa Zoro, you are quite powerful. How about being my disciple?
Hawkeye said after seeing Zoro wake up. He was very interested in Zoro's potential, which had almost reached its limit. Because of Ling Tian's appearance, Hawkeye is now even stronger than in the original work, but that's all.
Your disciple.
Zoro was a little curious when he heard Hawkeye's words. He didn't expect that Hawkeye Mihawk, the second greatest swordsman in the world, would accept him as his apprentice. Ling Tian was also a little shocked when he heard Hawkeye's words. He didn't expect that Hawkeye would actually accept Zoro as his apprentice. Although Hawkeye is considered half-master of Zoro in the original work, that is because Zoro was eager to become stronger after knowing Ace's death. That's why he asked Hawkeye to teach him swordsmanship, but now it's different.
Sorry, I refuse. Now I still need to accompany our captain to the Grand Line.
Zoro directly rejected Hawkeye's request, although he also wanted to become Hawkeye's disciple. But after all, he had promised Luffy that he would go to the Grand Line with him.
It's okay, Zoro. It's okay to take Mihawk as your master.
Besides, you don't need to stay with Hawkeye to worship Mihawk as your master.
Ling Tian was thinking and suddenly thought of a way to quickly improve the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Okay, then I will take you as my teacher.
After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zoro hesitated for a while and agreed to become Hawkeye's disciple. After hearing that Zoro agreed, Hawkeye decided to stay and teach Zoro some moves. However, Hawkeye only gave some instructions for a while and then rowed away in his own boat. Before leaving, Hawkeye gave Zoro a piece of his life paper and told Zoro that they would meet again in the future.
Yes, we will meet.
Ling Tian thought about the plan in his mind and nodded in his heart.
Sanji, do you want to be my crew member?
After solving the problem with Hawkeye, Luffy continued to pester Sanji.
I reject.
Although after seeing Zoro's temper just now, Sanji also wanted to find All Blue. However, because of Zeppu, he still wanted to take care of Zeppu and Baratie. Zeph also knew what Sanji was thinking, so he teamed up with the chef from Baratie to devalue the food made by Sanji and save Sanji from Baratie. However, when Sanji was leaning against the wall of Baratie, he heard the conversation between Zeph and the others. I know that Zeph said this because he wanted me to pursue my dream. In order to live up to Zeph's expectations, and for his own dream, Sanji decided to go to the Grand Line with Luffy and the others. Sanji packed some luggage and planned to set off with Luffy and the others.
Sanji, don't catch a cold.
Zeph said to Sanji on the second floor of Baratie. Sanji also paused when he heard what Zeph said, tears streaming from his eyes. Sanji remembered the leg that Zeph lost in order to save him, and remembered that Zeph starved himself in order to fill himself with food.
Boss Zeppu.
Thinking of this, Sanji turned around and knelt down to Zeph.
Thank you for your care over the years. I will never forget your great kindness.
In Sanji's heart, Zeph is more than just a boss. In Sanji's heart, he has long regarded Zeph as his father. Baratie's chef also burst into tears when he heard Sanji's words. Zeph, who was looking at Sanji on the second floor, was also very moved. He had long regarded Sanji as his own son.
Ling Tian, I'm leaving my boy in your care.
Zeppu shouted at Ling Tian.
What?
He.
Luffy looked at Sanji and the chef of Baratie and smiled. Zoro, who was lying in Mary's room, curled up the corners of his mouth when he heard the words outside.
Gina.
Zoro also thought of his childhood friend Kuina. What Zoro didn't notice was that after he called out Kuina's name, The blood-sucking blade that Zoro had placed in the corner trembled slightly.
Let's go sail away.
Luffy shouted with his hands spread out.
The next step is to bring our navigator back.
Lingtian was also standing behind Luffy on the left.
Navigator!
X2. Usopp and Sanji spoke at the same time because they both boarded the ship later. They didn't know about Nami. Lingtian explained the matter about Nami to Usopp and Sanji. When Sanji heard Lingtian say that Nami was a beautiful woman, he immediately became excited.
Does that mean we are going to the Kakoja village, the former territory of the fishman Eren?
Johnny also reacted when he heard Lingtian's words. He. Luffy looked at Sanji and the chef of Barati and smiled. Zoro, who was lying in Mary's room, curled up the corners of his mouth when he heard the words outside. Gina. Zoro also thought of his childhood friend Kuina. What Zoro didn't notice was that after he called out Kuina's name, the blood-sucking blade that Zoro had placed in the corner trembled slightly. Let's go sail away. Luffy shouted with his hands spread out. The next step is to bring our navigator back. Lingtian was also standing behind Luffy on the left. Navigator X2. Usopp and Sanji spoke at the same time because they both boarded the ship later. They didn't know about Nami. Lingtian explained the matter about Nami to Usopp and Sanji. When Sanji heard Lingtian say that Nami was a beautiful woman, he immediately became excited. Does that mean we are going to the Kakoja village, the former territory of the fishman Eren? Johnny also reacted when he heard Lingtian's words. Mercurial. When Sanji heard Johnny talking about the fishman, he immediately ran over. One of his destinations at sea was the legendary Fishman Island. What? Although Johnny said he didn't know what Sanji was so excited about, he still responded to Sanji.
Colorful Kappa.
Zoro, who was recuperating in the room, also started complaining when he heard Sanji's words.
Fishman. There are 3 major forces in the Grand Line that have been maintaining the balance of the ocean.
When going to Kakoja village, Joseph and Johnny also explained the situation of the Grand Line to Sanji, Usopp, and the others. As for Luffy, he was sparring with Lingtian. Since Luffy has basically never fought since he met him, Lingtian plans to train Luffy.
3 major forces.
When Sanji heard Joseph's words, he suddenly remembered some bad things.
One of those forces is the Shichibukai.
They are a group of pirates recognized by the Navy. Joseph continued to explain to Sanji.
A pirate recognized by the Navy.
This is the first time Sanji has heard of this. How is it possible for a pirate to be recognized by the Navy? Joseph ignored Sanji's surprise and continued to tell Sanji what to pay attention to after the Grand Line.
The current Shichibukai are Zoro's master, Hawkeye Mihawk, and such a powerful person is actually a Shichibuka.
Sanji was a little bit unconvinced when he heard that Hawkeye Mihawk was actually one of the Shichibukai. After all, in Sanji's eyes, how could a strong man like Hawkeye recognize such an identity?
There's more besides that. Natural sand fruit user, sand crocodile. Donquixote Doflamingo, the supreme ruler of the Donquixote family and the user of the parahuman string fruit.
The user of the shadow fruit, Gecko Moria.
Current captain of the Fishman Pirates, Fishman Jinbe. The user of the superhuman sweet fruit, Empress Boa Hancock.
And the one who killed Arlong before, the user of the parahuman splitting fruit, Buggy the Joker.
Joseph told everything he knew about the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, these were all told to Joseph by Lingtian when he explained Eren's matter to him before. And he also knows that Buggy is actually Luffy's brother.
So what? What does this have to do with that fishman Eren?
Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said in confusion.
That fishman Arlong was once a member of the Fishman Pirates, so this incident might lead to a war between the 2 Shichibukai. Oh, that's it.
Sanji and Usopp didn't care. Even if 2 Shichibukai fight each other, what does it have to do with them?
Hey, don't you know that Buggy the Clown is Luffy's brother?
Joseph also guessed as he looked at the indifferent expressions of the 2.
Nani?
X2. Usopp and Sanji were shocked to hear what Joseph said. They didn't know that Buggy was Luffy's brother.
Sanji, I'm so hungry.
Luffy came out from behind the Mary at this time. Just now, he and Lingtian were training in armament haki, but it was only a few hours and Luffy hadn't even mastered the rudiments of armament haki.
Yes, yes, yes.
After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji went into the kitchen and started cooking. Lingtian was thinking about the armament haki that he had just taught Luffy. Was it because he didn't have the talent to teach, or because Luffy didn't have the talent to fight? Lingtian felt that the probability of him having talent that he had not taught was higher. Otherwise, in the original work, Luffy learned Ryu and Hatchin after being taught by Kaido for just a few days. Lingtian planned to wait until they arrived at the Kakoja village to teach Luffy and the others about armament haki. If it really doesn't work, he can only ask Kaido to guide them. Soon the Mary entered the waters of the former Eren paradise. Boom!
Oh, it's so big.
Luffy immediately became interested when he saw Mu in front of him.
It should take a long time to eat something this big.
Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and thought about how to deal with Mu Mu. Lingtian was also a little confused when he saw Mu Mu. Didn't Buggy and the others meet Mu? Or did Buggy and the others let Mu go? However, Lingtian gave up after thinking for a while. Mu, it's okay, then it's okay. As for Luffy and his friends, they beat Mu up and then asked Mu to help them pull the boat. With Mu pulling the boat, Lingtian and his friends soon arrived at Kakoja village.
Hey Nami, we're here to pick you up.
Luffy yelled as soon as he arrived at Kakoja village. Now he can't wait to have Nami join them. After all, they are about to enter the Grand Line and still need a navigator. As for Lingtian, okay. Zoro is a swordsman. Lingtian is also a swordsman. So those who understand will understand. After hearing Luffy's shout, a group of villagers came out of Kakoja village, including Nami. Nami looked at Luffy and was a little afraid to look at him, because the Kakoja village was safe now. So she didn't want to leave Kakoja village, even though she promised Luffy that she would be their navigator. But Luffy is a pirate after all. After experiencing Arlong's incident, Nami no longer trusts pirates. Lingtian roughly guessed it when he saw Nami's expression. After all, the current Nami has not experienced those things with them before, so the current Nami does not believe in Luffy and the others.
Miss Nami.
The moment Sanji saw Nami, he immediately spun around and came to Nami's side.
Tusk si kappa.
Zoro immediately mocked after seeing Sanji's actions.
Nami, can we rest here for a few days?
After seeing Nami's expression, Lingtian also planned to rest here and teach Luffy and the others how to be domineering.
Pirates, what else do you want to do to Nami?
When Ajian heard Lingtian's words, he immediately rushed out and yelled at Lingtian. Lingtian ignored Ajian and looked at Nami. Lingtian knew that Nami's dream was to draw a world map, so Nami would definitely go out to sea sooner or later. The reason why Nami doesn't go with them now is because Nami doesn't understand them now.
Okay, you can rest here for a few days.
Nami also spoke when she saw the smiles on Lingtian and Luffy's faces. After Nami agreed, Luffy and his friends rested in Kakoja village, but the villagers did not trust them and did not allow them to enter the village except to purchase supplies. Lingtian also felt that it didn't matter. After all, they had been exploited by pirates for so long, so it was natural for them to hate pirates.
Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp.
Lingtian called the four of them over.
What's wrong?
Zoro looked at Lingtian's serious expression with some confusion.
How much do you know about the Grand Route?
Lingtian did not answer Zoro's question, but directly asked them about the Grand Line.
0.
Luffy also spoke honestly after hearing Lingtian's words. Lingtian was not shocked when he heard Luffy's words. After all, Luffy only took a small boat when he went out to sea. Not to mention the Grand Line, Luffy probably doesn't even know anything about the East China Sea.
The Grand Line has all blue and a bunch of disgusting guys.
Sanji also expressed his thoughts.
Powerful swordsman.
Zoro glanced at the three swords on his waist and spoke. Lingtian was speechless when he heard what the three of them said. He thought that besides Luffy, Zoro and Sanji knew more or less about the Grand Line.
You are right, but what I want to tell you is the ability you must master in the Grand Line. Domineering.
Lingtian said as he stretched out his hand and covered it with armament haki.
Domineering.
Zoro was a little curious when he heard this word he had never heard of before.
You should know that there are 3 kinds of devil fruits in the sea.
Lingtian did not explain but asked Sauron and the others.
The superhuman type, the animal type, and the natural type.
Sanji, who has seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, naturally knows about the classification of devil fruits. Lingtian nodded and continued.
The 2 types of devil fruits, parahuman and animal, can attack directly. But the nature type is a special case. No matter what moves you use, you can't attack a nature type ability user. Unless, of course, you exploit the weakness of a devil fruit.
Chapter 52, Special Test from Uncle.
I didn't expect the captain to be so powerful. Yeah, that fishman Aaron couldn't even take a single attack from the captain.
A party was being held on a pirate ship flying the red-nosed pirate flag. This is Buggy who just helped Nami defeat Arlong. Now they are heading towards the Grand Line.
Ha, guys, everything will be fine as long as I, Captain Buggy, am here.
Buggy became arrogant after being told off by his younger brother. Although it was arrogant, Buggy now did have the ability to be so arrogant.
Long live Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is the strongest.
Voices praising Bucky rang out one after another.
Who are you?
Kabaki said as he looked at the person who was eating meat in big mouthfuls. When did this guy come on their ship? I saw a man eating meat with big mouthfuls of meat wearing a hat with a smiling face on the left and a crying face on the right. She also wore a black jade pendant that looked like a magatama around her neck. This is the current captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace.
Sorry, because the food on your ship smells so good.
When Ace heard what Kabachi said, he immediately bowed and apologized. Ace, who has learned politeness since childhood, will sincerely apologize no matter what the circumstances as long as he is wrong.
It's okay, eat it. I, Captain Buggy, don't mind this little bit of food.
Buggy waved his hand without even looking at Ace. The other members of Buggy's pirate group didn't say anything after hearing what Buggy said. They are different now than in the original work. Now they are the 7 warlords of the Sea Pirate Group, one of the 3 major forces in this ocean. He does have some courage, and Ace apologized so politely just now. Soon the banquet of the Buggy Pirates was over.
Thank you very much for asking for dinner.
After eating and drinking his fill, Ace thanked the other members of Buggy's pirate group again.
It's okay, no problem.
The other crew members of Buggy Pirates waved their hands to indicate that they didn't care. Because they had become familiar with Ace during the banquet just now, they also knew that Ace was the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates.
Wait a minute, little devil.
Buggy knew Ace was leaving, so he planned to see him off. But when Buggy turned around, he saw the black magatama pendant hanging around Ace's neck. He immediately felt unwell because the black jade pendant around Ace's neck was exactly the same as the white jade pendant that Lingtian had given to Yamato before. Ace turned around and looked a little confused when he heard what Buggy said.
Where did you get the black jade pendant on your neck?
Buggy stared at Ash. He just hoped that Ace's jade pendant was picked up. As long as Ace's jade pendant was picked up, then I have a way to take it apart from the owner of the jade pendant. As for the method, you can think of anything. He didn't want anyone to kidnap Yamato so easily. After so many years in Wano country, Buggy has long regarded Yamato as his own daughter. He can't let others take away his own cabbage like this. Even if the jade pendant really belongs to Ace, he has to give this boy a try.
This one.
Ace pointed at the jade pendant on his neck and said,
It was with me when I was born.
Ace tells the truth. Before Ace was born, Lingtian gave this black jade pendant to Garp and asked Garp to give it to Ace in the future. At the time, Garp thought it was a gift from Roger's crew to Ace, so he didn't think much of it.
Wait a minute, kid. You can't leave now.
Buggy grabbed Ace.
Machi, now go at full speed and head to the nearest island immediately.
Buggy grabbed Ace, and regardless of how Ace struggled, he immediately told Machi to drive to the nearest island. Ace felt a little strange when he saw Buggy holding him. It seemed like this was the first time they met. What does he want to do? Soon the Buggy pirate ship arrived at an uninhabited island.
Immortal!
Buggy threw Ace off the island, and his muscles immediately swelled up.
Hey, Captain Buggy, are you serious?
Kabachi was shocked when he saw Backy's muscular form. Even when Buggy dealt with Arlong before, he did not use the power of Grace Sun, but only used the power of armament haki.
It seems so.
Machi swallowed his saliva when he saw Buggy like this. Although they knew that Buggy had this form, it was the first time they saw Buggy fight in this form.
What exactly is going on?
Ace was somewhat puzzled as to why Buggy inexplicably abandoned him on an uninhabited island. How come the captain of the Buggy pirates, who were just treating him as brothers, now looks like he wants to kill him?
Cut the nonsense.
Buggy directly condensed a fireball and threw it at Ace. But Ace stood there without moving. After the fireball exploded, Ace was completely unharmed. As the user of the flame fruit, Ace is not afraid of fire at all, unless Buggy's flame is much hotter than his own. Because the party lasted until morning yesterday, the temperature of Bucky's flame is not very high now.
I don't know what's going on, but if you want to fight, I'm always here to fight you.
Ace formed his hands into pistol shapes and fired flaming bullets at Buggy. Buggy dodged Ace's musket by breaking into pieces.
Dual fruit ability user.
Ace was also surprised to see Buggy using the power of a fruit again. But Buggy ignored Ace's shock. If anyone dared to kidnap his little girl, he would give him a good beating. The fist covered with armament haki hit Ace's stomach directly. Ace was careless and was blasted away by Buggy. He didn't expect that someone would have armament haki in the first half of the Grand Line. Although he knew that Buggy was one of the Shichibukai, not all of the Shichibukai were domineering. For example, Gecko Moria is not domineering, and he thought Buggy is not domineering either.
What's wrong? Is this all you have?
Buggy immediately became angry when he saw Ace fall down so quickly. You still want to be my Yamato's fiancé. The current Yamato is much stronger than the original one. With the training of Kaido and Buggy, the current Yamato is almost as strong as the vice captain of the Emperor. So no matter what, Ace must have more powerful strength. Otherwise, how can we protect Yamato in the future?
Fire punch.
Ace didn't say anything, but just threw a flaming fist at Buggy.
Is that the only extent?
Sun Realm. Buggy simply used his finger to draw a mirror with flames burning in front of him. This mirror directly swallowed Ace's fire fist. This is a defensive move that Buggy invented after he was favored. In the original work, Eskener didn't need this kind of defensive move because he was too arrogant. However, it is different for Buggy, who has fought Kaido many times in Wano country. In order to prevent Kaido, Buggy developed such a defensive move. The Realm of the Sun can directly devour any fire-type moves, even Kaido's heat breath. Even if it is an attack other than fire, the Sun Realm can block most of the damage. Ace also discovered that Buggy's ability had some ability to suppress his own flames. However, Ace, who mainly relied on the power of the devil fruit to fight, had no other options.
Firefly fire Daruma.
Ace emitted countless sparks like fireflies around Buggy. Boom!
Impossible.
Ace was shocked to see Buggy was unharmed. His attack couldn't even leave a scratch on Buggy.
Hateful. Flame ring, Great Flame Emperor.
Ace created several huge spirals of flames and gathered them into a fireball similar to the sun and threw it at Buggy. Holy Sword Eskener. Buggy slowly swung his right hand forward in a straight line like a knife. Boom!
My great Emperor Yan was so easily.
Ace, who had regrouped, looked at the crack on the ground created by Buggy's Holy Sword Eskener in disbelief. Buggy's strength is almost comparable to that of his father. When Buggy saw that this was Ace's strongest strength, he walked forward, covered his hands with armed color domineering and punched Ace in the face.
Captain Buggy.
Kabachi and Machi were also shocked when they saw Buggy punch Ace in the face. They didn't know why their captain did this. If Buggy knew what they were thinking, he would definitely curse. How could you possibly understand the feeling of having your own cabbage taken away by others? Kabachi, Machi, and the members of Buggy's pirate group just watched as Buggy punched Ace one by one. However, Buggy was careful about the size of the attack and did not use too much force. Buggy kept beating him like this until noon when he finally stopped. Because at noon, the power of the grace and sun is greatly enhanced. It would be bad if I killed Ace accidentally. When the time comes, I will have to fight him to the death.
Let's take him inside to recover. Remember to use the best medicinal herbs to heal his wounds.
Buggy looked at Ace lying on the ground bleeding and ordered the men of Buggy Pirates to carry Ace inside to recuperate. Those who were closer to Ace immediately hurriedly carried Ace in.
Be careful not to hurt him.
When Buggy saw how flustered they were, he immediately punched those pirates on the head.
It was you who hurt him.
The pirate who got beaten up by Buggy thought to himself. But they dared not say it out loud.
Captain Buggy, why did you beat up Ace?
Kabachi looked at Ace, who was carried in with some confusion.
Yes, that's the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates.
Machi also came to Buggy and spoke. Li Jai, who was next to Machi, also yelled a few words to express his incomprehension.
You know nothing, that guy actually tried to kidnap my Captain Buggy's daughter. How could I possibly let him do what he wants?
When Buggy heard what Kabachi said, he immediately got angry. Daughter! Kabachi and Machi's eyeballs popped out of their eyes when they heard Buggy's words in shock. Does their captain have a daughter? So who is their captain's wife? Kabachi and Machi thought to themselves. But Buggy doesn't care what Kabachi and Machi are thinking.
Damn you, you kidnapped my lovely Yamato.
Buggy bit a towel and cried.
But he is the captain of the 2nd Division of that old man Whitebeard, so he should have a lot of berries. No, how can I use Yamato to get berry? But I beat up Ace, so I am more suitable to take care of Yamato than Kaido.
Kabachi and Machi saw their captain biting the towel, crying and laughing at the same time, and they walked away silently. Soon Ace woke up in the hospital ward of Buggy's pirate ship. Buggy heard Ace wake up and come in to ask everyone else to get out.
What on earth are you going to do?
Ace looked at Buggy, who was sitting next to him with some confusion. He thought Buggy would put him in jail after knocking him down. What he didn't expect was that, when he opened his eyes, he saw himself in a ward. And those pirates told him that it was Buggy who asked them to treat him.
Little ghost, do you know where the jade pendant on your neck came from?
This one.
Ace pointed at the jade pendant on his neck and said, It was with me when I was born. Ace tells the truth. Before Ace was born, Lingtian gave this black jade pendant to Garp and asked Garp to give it to Ace in the future. At the time, Garp thought it was a gift from Roger's crew to Ace, so he didn't think much of it. Wait a minute, kid. You can't leave now. Buggy grabbed Ace. Machi, now go at full speed and head to the nearest island immediately. Buggy grabbed Ace, and regardless of how Ace struggled, he immediately told Machi to drive to the nearest island. Ace felt a little strange when he saw Buggy holding him. It seemed like this was the first time they met. What does he want to do? Soon the Buggy pirate ship arrived at an uninhabited island. Immortal! Buggy threw Ace off the island, and his muscles immediately swelled up. Hey, Captain Buggy, are you serious? Kabachi was shocked when he saw Backy's muscular form. Even when Buggy dealt with Arlong before, he did not use the power of Grace Sun, but only used the power of armament haki. It seemed so. Machi swallowed his saliva when he saw Buggy like this. Although they knew that Buggy had this form, it was the first time they saw Buggy fight in this form. What exactly is going on? Ace was somewhat puzzled as to why Buggy inexplicably abandoned him on an uninhabited island. How come the captain of the Buggy pirates, who were just treating him as brothers, now looks like he wants to kill him? Cut the nonsense. Buggy directly condensed a fireball and threw it at Ace. But Ace stood there without moving. After the fireball exploded, Ace was completely unharmed. As the user of the flame fruit, Ace is not afraid of fire at all, unless Buggy's flame is much hotter than his own. Because the party lasted until morning yesterday, the temperature of Bucky's flame is not very high now. I don't know what's going on, but if you want to fight, I'm always here to fight you. Ace formed his hands into pistol shapes and fired flaming bullets at Buggy. Buggy dodged Ace's musket by breaking into pieces. Dual fruit ability user. Ace was also surprised to see Buggy using the power of a fruit again. But Buggy ignored Ace's shock. If anyone dared to kidnap his little girl, he would give him a good beating. The fist covered with armament Hacky hit Ace's stomach directly. Ace was careless and was blasted away by Buggy. He didn't expect that someone would have armament Hacky in the first half of the Grand Line. Although he knew that Buggy was one of the Shichibukai, not all of the Shichibukai were domineering. For example, Gecko Moria is not domineering, and he thought Buggy is not domineering either. What's wrong? Is this all you have? Buggy immediately became angry when he saw Ace fall down so quickly. You still want to be my Yamato's fiancé. The current Yamato is much stronger than the original one. With the training of Kaido and Buggy, the current Yamato is almost as strong as the vice captain of the Emperor. So no matter what, Ace must have more powerful strength. Otherwise, how can we protect Yamato in the future? Fire punch. Ace didn't say anything, but just threw a flaming fist at Buggy. Is that the only extent? Sun Realm. Buggy simply used his finger to draw a mirror with flames burning in front of him. This mirror directly swallowed Ace's fire fist. This is a defensive move that Buggy invented after he was favored. In the original work, Eskener didn't need this kind of defensive move because he was too arrogant. However, it is different for Buggy, who has fought Kaido many times in Wano country. In order to prevent Kaido, Buggy developed such a defensive move. The Realm of the Sun can directly devour any fire-type moves, even Kaido's heat breath. Even if it is an attack other than fire, the Sun Realm can block most of the damage. Ace also discovered that Buggy's ability had some ability to suppress his own flames. However, Ace, who mainly relied on the power of the devil fruit to fight, had no other options. Firefly fired Daruma. Ace emitted countless sparks like fireflies around Buggy. Boom!
I heard from Yamato that it seems to be proof of her fiancé.
Ace looked at the jade pendant and recalled the time when he met Yamato in Wano country before. Yamato told him about the jade pendant. He also took out an identical white jade pendant and showed it to him. Ace also made a promise with Yamato that he would marry Yamato the next time he came to Wano country. At that time, Yamato kept following him, and he had no choice but to promise Yamato that he would marry him the next time he went to Wano country.
Nanny, you actually met Yamato.
Buggy was immediately shocked when he heard Ace say that he had met Yamato. That guy Kaido actually let Ace escape from Wano country. No matter what, I have to beat Ace up. When Buggy heard what Ace said, he immediately thought with dissatisfaction that Kaido was really irresponsible.
Listen up, little devil.
Buggy pulled at the bandages wrapped around Ace. As Buggy pulled the bandage, Ace cried out in pain. However, Buggy ignored Ace's shouting and continued.
Ace, if you let Yamato get hurt in the future, I will never let you go. It's useless even if you are the captain of the second squad of the Old Man Whitebeard.
Chapter 53, A Strong Man from Another World. In Kakoja village, Lingtian is explaining about Hacky to Luffy and the others. After the explanation, Lingtian taught Luffy and the others how to be domineering. Meanwhile, Marijoa among the flowers.
Who are you?
Yim looked at the person in front of him who seemed to be wearing armor. He didn't expect that someone could come to the depths of Marijoa's quietly.
I am a messenger of God.
The man spoke slowly.
God, it's so funny. I am the god in this world.
Yim looked at the man in front of him and said disdainfully.
He actually claimed to be the messenger of God.
As he said this, he was about to use the power of the fruit to take it down. Boom!
Are you going to disobey my orders?
A huge eye appeared behind the armored man.
I understand, sir.
I am half knelt and spoke to the huge eyes in front of him.
Kaido, you stay and assist him.
The huge eye left these words and then disappeared. Kakoja Village. Ding, a creature from another world has been detected coming to the pirate world through a special method. Properties panel is being updated.
I seem to have seen this do level before.
Lingtian was thinking in his mind. He also discovered that the updated property panel seemed to allow him to view other people's information. Lingtian immediately started to check Luffy's information. Monkey D. Luffy. Bucket level. Ability, parahuman rubber fruit ability user fake. Animal type human fruit mythical beast Nika form real. Listen to the voice of everything. Conqueror's Haki not awakened.
Luffy's fighting level is only 9,000.
Lingtian looked at Luffy's information and felt a little strange. If it was based on the strength value of CP9 on the Judicial Island, Luffy should only be around 4,000 to 5,000 now. Even the current Luffy may not be able to reach this strength value. Lingtian thought about it and checked Zoro's information again. Rorinoa Zoro. Fighting level. Ability, 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style, 9 sword style. Conqueror's Haki not awakened.
Zoro's fighting level is actually 3,000 higher than Luffy's.
Lingtian was also a little shocked when he looked at Zoro's information. He didn't expect that Zoro's fighting level was actually higher than Luffy's. But it is understandable that Zoro has been constantly challenging his enemies since he boarded the ship. First it was Kabachi, then Lingtian, then Bloodthirster, and finally he fought with Mihawk, so Zoro's improvement is also normal. Lingtian also checked Sanji and Usopp's fighting levels. Sanji's fighting level is 8,800, while Usopp's fighting level is 2,000. However, Lingtian discovered that when Usopp picked up his slingshot, his fighting level increased from 2,000 to 4,000, exactly doubling. Marie Gioia.
I feel the breath of our common origin.
Send someone to look for him immediately.
Gadu said to him Dao. Then he gave a drop of his blood and a watch to IM. This watch can detect the location of abilities with the same origin as theirs, and that drop of blood can give a person powerful strength. After taking Gado's blood and watch, IM ordered the 5 elders to let CP0 find the person indicated by the watch. She gave the drop of blood to the 5 elder stars. She didn't believe that something that forcibly increased strength would have no side effects. Even things like devil fruits have the side effect of not being able to swim. She did not tell the 5 elders about Gado, but in order to avoid being left with no one to use, I am also warned the 5 elders not to use that drop of blood. The 5 elders handed the watch and the drop of blood to a CP0 and asked him to find the person indicated by the watch and bring him here. The codename of that CP0 is Eagle. Eagle followed the instructions of his watch and arrived at the Navy headquarters. As the CP organization of the world government, Eagle directly used Rokishiki's ability to come to the marshal's office of Sengoku.
As a CP, what are you doing here?
Zhang Guo looked at the CP in front of him helplessly. Although he was unhappy that CP came to his office casually, the Navy was, after all, a subordinate agency of the world government. CP0 is a direct organization of the world government, and in theory, CP0 is the direct superior of the Navy. Of course, their Navy would not acknowledge CP0 as their superior.
According to the order of the 5 elders, I am here to look for someone. Marshal Zhang Guo, please cooperate with me.
Jiu directly told Zhang Guo about his mission. His mission was an order given to him directly by the 5 elders, so he was not afraid of Zhang Guo at all. Zhang Guo also frowned when he heard what Jiu said. He actually came to their naval headquarters to look for someone. However, Zhang Guo still cooperated with Jiu's mission, because Jiu had just said that he came with the mission of the 5 elder stars. He may not care about what Eagle said, but he cannot disobey the 5 elders who are his direct superiors and those of the entire army. Although he also knew that this old man was not a good person.
Why did you invite us here, Marshal Sengoku?
Aokiji sat lazily on the chair in the conference room. But when he saw the eagle next to Zhang Guo, he stopped talking. Not only Aokiji, but also Kizaru and the other vice admirals remained silent.
What is the CP0 guy doing here?
Only the hot-tempered Akinu ignored Eagle and spoke directly. However, Sengoku ignored Akinu. He knew that Akinu had a bad temper. The more he talked to Akinu, the more trouble he would get into. Soon, all the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters arrived.
So, who are you looking for?
When Sengoku saw that all the vice admirals and admirals of the Marine headquarters had arrived, he spoke to Eagle. Of course, Cap is not here, because he is currently on vacation in the East China Sea. Eagle looked at the admiral and vice admiral in the Navy conference room and raised his right hand. The watch on Eagle's right hand emitted a red light and pointed it at Kizaru, who was lazily standing aside.
General Kizaru, please come with me.
Eagle looked at his watch and pointed at Kizaru's red light and spoke. Zhang Yu also frowned when he heard what Jiu said.
Are you saying Kizaru is an undercover agent?
Sengoku looked at Eagle and spoke. Although Kizaru is usually careless, Sengoku doesn't believe that Kizaru is an undercover agent.
Marshal Sengoku, I didn't say Kizaru was an undercover agent.
When Jiu heard what Zhang Yu said, he explained to him. The 5 elders only told him to bring the person indicated by the watch to the Holy Land of Marijoa, and did not say that the person indicated by the watch was an undercover agent. After hearing what Eagle said, Sengoku thought for a while and asked Kizaru to follow Eagle to Marijoa.
It's so scary, Marshal Zhang Yu, can I not go?
Kizaru spoke nonchalantly. If there is a problem with oneself, it is that thing inside one's body. He had a feeling that he couldn't follow CP0 to Marijoa, because if he went, he might not be able to come back.
Kizaru, you should go with him.
Sengoku didn't find it strange to hear what Kizaru said, because that's just how Kizaru is.
Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I can't follow him to Marijoa.
When Kizaru heard what Sengoku said, he immediately refused. That person once said that Marijoa was not ruled by the 5 old men of the 5 elder stars, but by a man named I Am. Therefore, Kizaru absolutely cannot go to Marijoa now. When necessary, he can only use the Pika Pika Nomi to leave Marineford. Anyway, there is no one in Marineford who can keep me. That's right, unlike the original work where he was just a simple admiral of the Navy, the current Kizaru is indeed an undercover agent. When Eagle heard what Kizaru said, he decided to use force.
Come back, Eagle.
At this moment, the voices of the 5 elder stars rang in Eagle's mind. After hearing this, the Eagle left after saying,
Wait and see.
Zhang Yu felt a little surprised when he saw the Eagle who was about to take action just now leave like that. However, after Eagle left, Sengoku looked at Kizaru meaningfully, and Sengoku discovered that Kizaru's action just now was actually a move to prepare to escape.
Why? Why don't you let me catch Kizaru back directly?
After returning to Marijoa, Eagle immediately said to the 5 elder stars. He is different from other CPs, he is not a subordinate of the 5 elders. He is the chief of CP0, and the one who knows about the existence of I Am. His rank is equal to that of the 5 elders, and he does not need to obey their orders.
Master I Am said that if it's that guy Kizaru, then let him stay for now.
The god of finance spoke. Now we still need Kizaru's ability to create a pacifist, so I still want to keep Kizaru first.
Humph!
When Jiu heard the god of finance say that it was Lord I Am's order, he didn't say anything else.
What about pacifists today?
The god of finance said to Vegapunk while holding a den mushy.
We're almost there. We'll be done if we add Kizaru's Pika no Mi's ability.
Vegapunk spoke up.
Finish the pacifist now. If Moriah dares to refuse to help, just kill him. He is no longer useful to you anyway.
Who are you?
Yim looked at the person in front of him who seemed to be wearing armor. He didn't expect that someone could come to the depths of Mary Geoise quietly. I am a messenger of God. The man spoke slowly. God, it's so funny, I am the god in this world. Yim looked at the man in front of him and said disdainfully, he actually claimed to be the messenger of God. As he said this, he was about to use the power of the fruit to take it down. Boom!
Don't be nervous, Crocodile.
The man in black sat down casually, took out a bottle of blood and placed it on the table.
Let's make a deal, Crocodile. What deal?
Crocodile looked at the bottle that the man in black placed on the table and exhaled a puff of smoke.
I can give you great power, but you have to kill the Nefertari clan for me.
That is the direct royal family of this country. The man in black picked up the bottle on the table, shook it, and said to Crocodile.
Great power? Are you saying you are more powerful than me?
Crocodile said disdainfully when he heard the words of the man in black. Even the old man with white beard is not qualified to say that to me. The man in black snapped his fingers when he heard Crocodile's words. Crocodile was defeated immediately. But Crocodile quickly regained his body.
What do you think will happen if I directly cover myself with armament haki and attack you?
The man in black said contemptuously. Crocodile was also sweating profusely. This guy could actually kill him without him knowing.
You don't need to kill the Nefertari clan now, you just need to do it when you are in Alabasta.
The man in black knew that Crocodile would not deal with the Nefertari clan before he got Pluto. So did he force Crocodile.
Okay, I agree to your terms.
Crocodile thought for a while and agreed. He is a pirate, the kind of pirate who will do anything to gain power. He felt no guilt at all for killing the Nefertari clan.
Ha 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 ha, this is the power of the 7 warlords of the sea.
The man in black left the bottle and left. Crocodile looked at the bottle in front of him, wondering what was going on in his mind. After leaving the rain, the man in black changed into his usual clothes. If Sengoku were here, he would definitely find that the clothes this man was wearing were the same as those of the eagle who first came to the Navy headquarters.
Master Eagle, you won't be afraid if you give that to Crocodile.
A CP who was also wearing a white mask asked Eagle in confusion.
Humph, I don't believe in anything those old guys from the 5 elders give me. Let Crocodile try first.
Eagle explained to the subordinate.
You stay here and monitor Crocodile. If necessary, you can attack Crocodile directly.
Chapter 54, The Terrible Mouse Colonel.
Speaking of Lingtian, who can learn this?
Zoro complained as he watched Lingtian teaching them how to learn haki.
What?
Lingtian felt a little confused when he heard Zoro's complaints.
Didn't I say that? Just pull it once and then make a clang, isn't that enough?
As Lingtian spoke, he stretched out his hand to cover the armament color for them to see.
Who can learn this?
Sanji and Usopp complained as they looked at Lingtian's actions.
Really, it's very simple.
Luffy said as he stretched out his hand and covered his fist with a layer of black substance. Just now he heard Lingtian say,
Pull it once.
and then he suddenly learned it with a clang.
I really learned it.
Zoro and the other two's faces twisted when they saw the armament color domineering covering Luffy's fist. Lingtian was a little confused when he looked at the armament haki on Luffy's fist. He thought he was just joking with Zoro and the others. Lingtian guessed that Luffy was probably because he had been beaten by Garp with armament haki since he was a child, so he was very familiar with armament haki, which is why he could learn it in this strange way.
You guys need to rest here for a few days.
Just then Nami came over with some food. When Luffy saw the food in Nami's hand, he immediately ran over and started eating it in big mouthfuls. And Luffy was talking while eating, but no one could understand him.
Let's talk after we finish eating.
Sanji came over and complained. Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth after hearing what Sanji said and said,
I want you to be my navigator. Give up, I won't be a pirate.
When Nami heard what Luffy said, she directly rejected his invitation. Lingtian didn't say anything. He always felt that something bad was going to happen.
You better leave quickly.
Nami left after saying this.
Miss Nami.
When Sanji saw Nami leaving, he immediately turned around and tried to follow her. Seeing this, Lingtian grabbed Sanji, but they were warned by the villagers that they were not allowed to enter the village. Boom!
Something happened, let's go check it out.
Lingtian said as he quickly flew into the village.
Ms. Nami, here I come.
Sanji turned around and walked into the village.
Tusk si kappa.
When Zoro saw Sanji's look, he immediately complained. When Sanji heard Zoro's complaints, he immediately ran towards the explosion site while cursing at Zoro. Luffy packed up the meat that he hadn't finished eating, and Usopp followed with trembling legs. Soon Lingtian flew to the explosion site. At the explosion site, there was a person standing with his body covered in a large amount of black substance. Lingtian looked closely and saw that this guy was Colonel Mouse. When that guy Bucky killed Eren, didn't he kill Colonel Mouse as well?
Idoryu Keofeng.
Lingtian didn't care about anything else and waved a giant bird of purple flame to take Colonel Mouse away from Kakoja Village. Even if we have to fight, we can't fight in Kakoja Village. Roy?
How come this guy is so powerful?
Lingtian looked at the destroyed giant bird in shock. The mouse colonel in the original book has no strength at all, and he can only show off his power in the Kakoja Village by relying on Eren. How come Colonel Mouse has become so powerful now? Moreover, Lingtian always felt that he had seen the black substance on Colonel Mouse's body somewhere before.
Idoryu Yaisong, Lion Song. Brisket shoot.
Zoro and Sanji, who arrived, immediately wanted to give Colonel Mouse a beating. Just when Zoro and Sanji's skills were about to attack Colonel Rat, the black substance on Colonel Rat's body seemed to have consciousness. It immediately turned into two hands, grabbed Zoro and Sanji's necks and blasted them away.
Dual sword style, absolute ridge.
Seeing this, Lingtian immediately used his double swords to cut off the black substance that was strangling Zoro and Sanji.
Dual sword style, devil's cave.
Lingtian waved a few sword energies to trap Colonel Mouse. However, these sword energies can only trap Colonel Mouse for a few minutes at most. During these few minutes, Lingtian used the system's information viewing function. Name Colonel Mouse. Power Navy. Fighting level. Ability amplitude can increase the user's fighting level too.
This guy is so troublesome.
Lingtian was a little shocked when he looked at the information about Colonel Mouse displayed on the system. After using his ability, this guy became even stronger than he was in his normal state.
Zoro Sanji, get out of the way.
Lingtian was also a little solemn when he learned the information about Colonel Mouse. This guy is thousands of levels higher than Zoro and Sanji under normal circumstances. If he used his abilities, he might have reached the top level in the world of pirates.
Rubber machine gun.
As soon as Lingtian finished speaking, Luffy jumped out from behind and rushed towards Colonel Mouse with a rubber machine gun.
Hey Luffy.
Boom!
Really, Zoro Sanji, go save Luffy.
Lingtian gave an order and rushed towards Colonel Mouse again. As soon as Colonel Mouse was brought out of the Kakoja village, he roared and destroyed the giant flaming bird. How come this guy is so powerful? Lingtian looked at the destroyed giant bird in shock. The mouse colonel in the original book has no strength at all, and he can only show off his power in the Kakoja village by relying on Eren. How come Colonel Mouse has become so powerful now? Moreover, Lingtian always felt that he had seen the black substance on Colonel Mouse's body somewhere before. Idoryu Yaisong, Lion Song. Brisket shoot. Zoro and Sanji, who arrived, immediately wanted to give Colonel Mouse a beating. Just when Zoro and Sanji's skills were about to attack Colonel Rat, the black substance on Colonel Rat's body seemed to have consciousness. It immediately turned into two hands, grabbed Zoro and Sanji's necks and blasted them away. Dual sword style, absolute ridge. Seeing this, Lingtian immediately used his double swords to cut off the black substance that was strangling Zoro and Sanji. Dual sword style, devil's cage. Lingtian waved a few sword energies to trap Colonel Mouse. However, these sword energies can only trap Colonel Mouse for a few minutes at most. During these few minutes, Lingtian used the system's information viewing function. Name Colonel Mouse. Power Navy. Fighting level. Ability amplitude can increase the user's fighting level too. This guy is so troublesome. Lingtian was a little shocked when he looked at the information about Colonel Mouse displayed on the system. After using his ability, this guy became even stronger than he was in his normal state. Zoro Sanji, get out of the way. Lingtian was also a little solemn when he learned the information about Colonel Mouse. This guy is thousands of levels higher than Zoro and Sanji under normal circumstances. If he used his abilities, he might have reached the top level in the world of pirates. Rubber, rubber, rubber machine gun. As soon as Lingtian finished speaking, Luffy jumped out from behind and rushed towards Colonel Mouse with a rubber machine gun. Hey Luffy! When Lingtian saw Luffy was about to attack Colonel Mouse, he immediately wanted to stop Luffy. Boom!
You really can cause trouble, Luffy.
Zoro and Sanji complained as they cleared away the black substance stuck on Luffy's body. Wally Wally. Luffy, who was rescued by Zoro and Sanji, immediately apologized. At this moment, the black substance that Zoro and Sanji brought down slowly squirmed and then turned into a black figure.
Zoro, be careful.
Bloodthirsty sensed the breath of the black figure and warned Zoro.
What on earth is this?
Sanji looked at the black figure and started complaining. Lingtian also noticed the situation on Luffy's side, but after testing, Lingtian found that the fighting level of the black figure was only. Lingtian let Luffy and the others solve the situation there themselves. Now he has to deal with Colonel Mouse, and he must do it quickly, otherwise with Colonel Mouse's current strength, he can destroy the entire Kakoja village in less than an hour.
Three-sword style, Demon Star.
Lingtian directly took out the 3 knives from his waist, swung 3 stars towards Colonel Mouse, and directly knocked Colonel Mouse away. The Lingtian Do level, using the 3 sword styles, has been reached. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes, and the blade flows like fire. After knocking Colonel Mouse away, Lingtian directly used the Ryujin Jaka. Now Lingtian's fighting level has reached the highest level.
Three-sword style, Fire Secret Technique, Heavenly Flame Prison Dragon.
Boom!
What is that?
Lingtian just saw a shadow that looked like it was wearing armor behind Colonel Mouse, and the moment the shadow appeared, Colonel Mouse's fighting level actually reached.
The Sword of Heaven and Earth, the solution. 2 swords flow together, 2 swords are first class.
In order to prevent the armored shadow from blocking his attack again, Lingtian directly unlocked the 6th layer of lightning seal of the Heaven and Earth sword. Lingtian's entire body was covered in purple armor, and his swordsmanship ability was greatly increased. Now Lingtian's fighting level has reached 100,000.
Click!
In just a moment, the black substance that Colonel Mouse used for defense was directly destroyed by Lingtian. After Lingtian destroyed the black substance, he directly killed the Mouse Colonel. This time the armored shadow did not appear again.
Boom!
After killing Colonel Mouse, Lingtian fell down directly. Lingtian found that he could not move after he took back the Seal of Lightning. Lingtian thought about it for a while and finally understood. Although all his abilities had reached the maximum level, he had not received any special training in physical skills. Therefore, Lingtian's physical ability is a shortcoming. Just like now, just removing the 6th layer of the lightning seal has consumed all his physical strength. A few minutes ago,
Zoro Sanji, let's kill him.
After hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy immediately joined forces with Zoro and Sanji to deal with the black figure.
Rubber, rubber, rubber pistol.
3-sword style, 108 trouble wind. Shoulder. The 3 of them each used their own abilities to attack the black figure. The black figure dodged the attack of Luffy and the others with a quick move, then came behind Luffy and the others and knocked them down with a whip kick.
This is the move your grandfather used before, Luffy.
Zoro looked at the black figure and immediately recognized it as the Razor and Storm kick from the 6 styles of the Navy.
Pay attention, green algae head.
Sanji looked at Zoro, who was still chattering with Luffy, and teleported in front of Zoro to block the black figure who was about to attack Zoro. The black figure jumped back after seeing his sneak attack being blocked by Sanji.
Go away, Sea Kappa.
Zoro looked at Sanji, who was standing in front of him, and immediately pushed him away.
What, you green algae head, at least you should say thank you.
Sanji said angrily as he was pushed away by Zoro. Just as Zoro and Sanji were arguing, the black figure condensed 3 swords from his hands and mouth. As the knife gathered, the black figure swung out 3 curved sword energies.
This is the 180 troubles wind.
Zoro was surprised when he saw the black figure's movements. He had only used it once and this guy had learned his trouble wind.
3 sword style, 180 troubled winds.
Zoro also used the ability of the 180 trouble winds to counter the black figure. The 280 winds of troubles cancelled each other out.
Zoro Sanji, let me do it.
Luffy, who had been OMO for a long time, stood up and pushed Zoro and Sanji away. He just squatted into a horse stance, then pressed the flesh on his feet, allowing his blood to flow quickly throughout his body like an air pump.
Second gear.
After doing all this, steam continued to come out of Luffy's body. This is the unique ability that Lingtian told Luffy about as a rubber man.
Rubber jet pistol.
Luffy quickly came to the black figure and knocked him away with one punch.
So fast.
Sanji said as he looked at Luffy, who was steaming in shock. Luffy saw that he couldn't defeat the black figure even with his second gear, and decided to give it a try. Luffy put his right thumb into his mouth, then took a deep breath and blew into his hand.
3 gears.
As Luffy blew air into his right hand, it continued to grow bigger until it became an arm like a giant.
What is this?
Zoro was also shocked when he saw Luffy's huge arm. It was also the first time he saw Luffy use this move.
Rubber giant pistol.
Luffy swung his arms directly at the black figure. Luffy, who used the third gear, had already reached the fighting level and directly smashed the black figure into a pool of black blood. After using the third gear, Luffy immediately exhaled the air he had just injected into his right hand from his mouth.
Not good. Luffy.
When Sanji and Zoro saw Luffy flying out, they both ran over immediately. In the end, Luffy was hugged by Sanji, who was good at leg techniques.
It's really dangerous.
Sanji hugged Luffy and breathed a sigh of relief.
Why did you become smaller?
Sanji breathed a sigh of relief and was shocked to see Luffy in his arms getting smaller, and he dropped the cigarette in his mouth to the ground. Zoro was also shocked when he saw Luffy. Are they going to follow this kid to the Grand Line in the future?
It's okay, it's only temporary.
This was also the first time for Luffy to use the bone ball, but Lingtian had already told him about the side effects of using the bone ball.
I say, can you please take care of me first?
Lingtian, who was lying on the side, spoke. How come when Luffy fell, Zoro and Sanji ran over to catch him without hesitation, while they themselves fell freely? After all, he is the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. After hearing Lingtian's words, Zoro and Sanji hugged Luffy and ran to Lingtian's side. Marijoa among the flowers.
Really, did you fail?
Kaido felt that the mouse colonel, whom he had briefly controlled, had lost his perception and complained. Colonel Mouse had previously snatched a drop of his own blood from a pirate. When Buggy killed the fishman Arlong, Colonel Mouse accidentally touched his own blood. He didn't care at first, but before that he felt the aura of an ability that was hostile to his own. That's why he controlled Colonel Mouse to cause chaos in the Kokoja village. According to the adults, the strongest person in this world is only at the dew level.
That person's fighting level can actually reach 100,000. It's really scary.
Chapter 55, Nami goes on board. Ever since they defeated Colonel Mouse, the villagers have treated Lingtian and his friends much better. Now Lingtian and his friends have been allowed to enter the village.
Straw Hat Boy, I leave my daughter to you.
Belmere pulled Luffy to a hillside and spoke.
Yes, Straw Hat Boy, if you make Nami cry, I will never let you go even if I die.
Ajian, who followed Belmere to the hillside, also followed Luffy fiercely. Luffy nodded after hearing what Belmere and Ajian said, and said that he would never let Nami cry.
Please be serious.
When Ajian saw Luffy's sloppy look, he immediately pulled Luffy's collar and said. Belmere just smiled as he watched Ken and Luffy's actions. She believed that Luffy would keep his promise. After a few days of investigation, she found that Luffy was different from other pirates.
Belmir Nikiko, I'm leaving.
Nami looked at Belmir and Noki Takemichi, who came to see her off.
Belmir, I really appreciate your care for me over the years.
Nami cried while hugging Belmir. For Nami, an orphan, Belmir is her mother, even though she has been willful since childhood. But Belmir still always treated her like a daughter.
You are my daughter. Isn't it my job as a mother to take care of you?
Belmir hugged Nami tightly and said. After Belmir explained a few words to Nami, Nami boarded the Mary. With Luffy's order to set sail, the Straw Hat Pirates finally welcomed their navigator.
Nami is going to pursue her dream.
Belmir sighed as he looked at the sailing Mary. My daughter is about to pursue her dream, and as a mother, all I can do is support Nami. Aboard the Mary.
To welcome Nami, I'll give you these berries.
Lingtian handed a few bags of berry to Nami.
This is.
Nami's eyes lit up when she saw the berry Lingtian took out. She counted and found that there were almost 10 billion berries in it. Lingtian, who gave Nami so much berries, also enjoyed the taste of the facial cleanser. The next day,
Has the price increased again?
Nami complained to the newspaper bird as she looked at the newspapers in front of her, which had gone up in price again. Newspaper bird was also helpless when he heard Nami's words. The price increase is not up to me, so what's the point of you complaining to me?
Isn't what you're selling a little expensive?
Even Nami, who now has a fortune of 10 billion, still complains about these few pieces of berries. However, Nami still put berry in newspaper bird's bag and said that she would not buy it if the price went up again. Upon seeing this, Usopp complained that even though he had 1 billion berries, he was still fussing about these few berries. Nami also fought back against Usopp by saying that it would be too expensive to buy it every day.
Why, I'm just eating one.
Luffy, who was stealing oranges from Nami's orange orchard, was kicked away by Sanji. Luffy, who was kicked away by Sanji, bumped into Usopp, who was adjusting the pepper star, causing the pepper to drip directly onto Usopp's eyes. Then Lingtian discovered a column of flame erupting from the Mary. Lingtian looked at Usopp and used spiritual techniques to help him get the pepper off his eyes.
What? Eating an orange won't hurt. Sanji is a stingy guy.
Luffy complained as he sat on the fence of the Mary. Sanji refused outright.
Yes, this is for you.
Seeing this, Lingtian took out a few oranges from the system space and threw them to Luffy. This was what Lingtian bought from Belmir when he was in Kakoja village. Luffy took the orange that Lingtian threw to him and ate it happily. Just as Luffy and the others were making a big fuss, 4 bounty warrants fell out of Nami's newspaper.
This is.
Lingtian picked up the bounty order that had fallen on the ground and looked at it. Unlike the original work where there was only a bounty on Luffy, this time there are new bounties on Zoro, Sanji, and Lingtian. Straw Hat Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty, 3,500 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty, 3,000 million berries. Sanji, chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty, 2,800 million berries. Speed Sword Demon Lingtian, vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty, 55 billion berries.
It's a bounty.
Lingtian handed 4 bounty warrants to Luffy and the others.
Hehe, I have 3,500 million berries.
Luffy said happily while holding his bounty order.
30 million, not bad.
Zoro looked at his newspaper with a smile on his face. It didn't matter if the bounty was high or not as long as it was higher than someone else's.
Why is my bounty lower than green algae heads?
Sanji was a little happy when he saw his bounty, but he suddenly felt bad when he saw that Zoro's bounty was higher than his. However, this time, Sanji's bounty poster was not drawn, but was completely photographed.
This.
Nami looked at Lingtian's bounty order in shock. When Usopp heard Nami's cry, he ran to Nami and took a look at the bounty warrant in Nami's hand.
Lingtian, why is your bounty so high?
Usopp was also shocked by Lingtian's bounty. Now the only ones in the Straw Hat Pirates who know Lingtian's identity are Luffy and Zoro. Lingtian didn't explain anything but just said,
I'm still quite famous.
Luffy plans to hold a party to celebrate the fact that they have a bounty. However, since there was not much food left on the ship, Sanji refused to hold a banquet. In the end, Lingtian solved the problem by taking out the food he had hidden in the system space.
Lottery draw, lottery draw.
Lingtian looked at the empty space in his system space and smiled.
One shot from the system, 1,000 consecutive draws.
Lingtian directly planned to launch 1,000 consecutive shots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level item, 1,000 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level item, 3,000 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level item, a piece of air. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level item, a piece of air. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the diamond-level item, the method for practicing the 8 Gates Dungia. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple gold-level item and reaching the nascent soul stage, 1 hour limit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a platinum-level item, a Sharingan. Nanny. Lingtian looked at the Sharingan that appeared in the system space and was a little confused. Is this going to make me Kakashi? However, Lingtian also understood that it was highly likely that he would not get a 50-50 chance. After all, the rewards from the system were different from those from Kakashi. The items rewarded by the system can be turned off according to your own use, so you shouldn't suffer from kidney deficiency like Kakashi. Thinking of Lingtian, he checked these rewards. How to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu. A diamond-level item, an explosive physical technique created by a powerful physical ninja in the Naruto world. There are 8 gates in total, namely, opening gate, resting gate, life gate, injury gate, closing gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. Opening each door will cause certain damage to the body. When you open the last death door, you will definitely die unless there is a miracle. Note, since the host has completed the previous mission, this skill will not reach the maximum level. Nascent soul cultivation, 1 hour limit, purple gold level item from a certain immortal cultivation world. After use, it is converted to dew level. It is not a problem to defeat them all. Sharingan, a platinum level item, it comes from the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world. It is one of the top bloodline limits. It can continuously evolve through its own emotions and eventually become a Mangekyo Sharingan. Note, since the host has completed the previous mission, this skill will not reach the maximum level. Lingtian looked at these and thought about it, deciding to practice the 8 gates ninjutsu first to make up for his physical deficiencies. Properties panel. 8 gates of Dungia, unlocking conditions. Complete 10,000 squats, 10,000 sit-ups, and 10,000 push-ups. I rely on. It is worthy of being the most difficult 8 gates to train. Just the unlocking conditions for opening the door are so difficult. After using the 8 gates, Lingtian continued to use the Sharingan. Sharingan opening condition, possessing chakra.
Nanny, have chakra.
When Lingtian saw this condition, he was confused. How could he obtain chakra? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'd better practice the 8 gates ninjutsu. Lingtian thought about it and started training on the boat.
What happened to Lingtian? Why is he training so hard?
Zoro ate meat while watching Lingtian training nearby.
Who knows?
Sanji kept bringing out food and glanced at Lingtian. Nami was at the bow of the ship, looking at the nautical chart in her hand and planning where to go next. Usopp was working on his own pile of weird things.
Here, I want to go here, Nami.
Luffy pointed at the icon of Rogue Town on the nautical chart and spoke.
What are you talking about, Luffy? There is the legendary White Hunter there.
Nami looked at the rogue town that Luffy was pointing at and immediately refused.
No, I'm the captain. I'm going there.
When Luffy heard Nami's objection, he immediately stated that he was the captain and he was the one who decided the direction of the ship.
I want to go see it too.
Zoro also came over and said, "That is the place where the Pirate King was executed in legend. It is said that the Pirate King Roger was also a great swordsman." Zoro's interest in Rogue Town is no less than Luffy's. Sanji also said that because the food had run out at the banquet just now, he needed to purchase some food. Lingtian didn't care where he went. Seeing that everyone on the ship was planning to go to Rogue Town, Nami reluctantly agreed, but she asked Luffy and the others to promise her that they would not cause trouble in Rogue Town. When Luffy heard what Nami said, he quickly nodded and agreed. However, Lingtian and others expressed deep doubts about Luffy's words, especially Zoro. After all, he had no idea how many times Luffy had tricked him. Lingtian ignored them and continued training on the boat. Luffy and Usopp were happily fishing on the side. Soon the Merry arrived at Rogue Town. When Luffy first arrived at Rogue Town, he flew out with a rubber rocket launcher. Nami was stunned when she saw Luffy running away. Didn't we agree not to mess around? How could it just fly out like that? Zoro and Usopp looked as if they knew it. They never believed that Luffy would be quiet.
Okay, I'm going to go buy some food.
Sanji watched Luffy fly out and get off the Merry. Solan also plans to travel around. Because Zoro already has 3 swords now, this time Zoro does not plan to buy a new sword but instead plans to walk around Rogue Town.
If you have a poor sense of direction, it's better to stay on the Merry.
Sanji immediately spoke when he saw that Zoro was also planning to go out for a walk. He heard from Lingtian that Zoro was a guy with poor direction. Lingtian, no secrets can be hidden from me. When Zoro heard Sanji's words, he immediately ran towards Rogue Town to prove that he was not a directionally challenged person. Lingtian looked at Zoro and complained that they would have to search all over Rogue Town again when they set off. Looking at Zoro's appearance, Lingtian also planned to go to Rogue Town for a walk. As a result, Usopp and Nami on the Merry saw Lingtian running around in the same place in the port.
Lingtian is also a person with poor sense of direction, right?
Usopp also started to complain as he looked at Lingtian running around. Nami nodded and planned to go to Rogue Town to buy some clothes. After all, Nami now has $1 billion in assets. Besides, neither she nor Usopp had any bounty on their heads from the Navy, so she didn't care at all. Usopp saw that Nami also went to Rogue Town, so he planned to look after the Merry by himself. This is Sauron.
Zoro, don't go this way. Over there, Zoro. Not over there.
Because Zoro has a poor sense of direction, Bloodthirsty has been helping Zoro point the direction. As a result, even if he pointed in the direction, Zoro still often went the wrong way, so Bloodthirsty simply transformed himself into a small blood-red figure and pulled Zoro's sleeve and walked away. Lingtian sighed.
Have you walked here before?
Lingtian was somewhat shocked when he saw the familiar scene before him. Lingtian didn't believe that he would get lost like Zoro, who was a directionally challenged person, so he quickly ran to another place. As a result, the people in Rogue Town saw a purple-haired man running back and forth at an intersection.
What is that man doing? I don't know, maybe he's crazy. It's better to stay away from him.
Seeing Lingtian inexplicably wandering around the same place, the townspeople of Rogue Town also moved away from Lingtian. This is Sanji. While Sanji was shopping for food, he discovered that the prize for a competition was elephant tuna, which was not found in the East China Sea. The result was naturally that Sanji won the game and got the elephant tuna. All Blue's dream began right here in Rogue Town, with this elephant tuna. Luffy ran all the way, wanting to see the execution platform where the Pirate King was executed. Then he met Smoker. However, at this time, Smoker did not recognize Luffy because he did not see the bounty order.
That's right, how do we get to the execution platform?
Luffy asked Smoker with a carefree look.
Execution platform.
Smoker was a little confused when he heard that Luffy was going to the execution platform. Why would someone want to go to the execution platform?
I'm lost.
Luffy was troubled.
I haven't seen you yet.
Chapter 56, The Storm is Coming.
I just arrived on this island. This town is so big. Completely different from the Windmill Village.
Luffy also told Smoker openly.
Why go to the execution ground?
After hearing Luffy's explanation, Smoker also asked questions out of curiosity. As the Navy officer guarding Rogue Town, Smoker knew what the execution platform represented.
I want to see where the Pirate King died.
Luffy directly and openly admitted that he was going to see the place where One Piece was executed. Smoker was shocked when he heard Luffy's words and was so scared that he couldn't move.
Do not you know?
Luffy looked Smoker up and down as he lay motionless.
Wait a minute, it's right where the smoke is going.
Seeing Luffy about to leave, Smoker also reacted. A puff of smoke wafted out from Smoker's neck, guiding Luffy to the execution platform.
Is that over there? Thanks.
Luffy followed Smoker's smoke and thanked him.
Colonel Smoker, that's the pirate with a bounty of 3,000 million berries, Straw Hat Luffy.
Just after Luffy walked away, a Marine said to Smoker with a bounty warrant. Smoker couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard what the Marine said. Why didn't you take it out earlier? However, Smoker did not scold the Marine, but immediately turned into a puff of smoke and floated towards the execution platform. Lingtian sighed. Lingtian followed the guidance of the positioning bracelet on his hand and finally did not get lost again. The reason why he didn't get lost before was because of the ability of this positioning bracelet. This bracelet can guide you to find the person you want to find. Because Lingtian only drew this one, he did not give it to Zoro, who has a poor sense of direction.
Aren't you going to take a look?
Following the guidance of the bracelet, Lingtian came to a rooftop where he could just see the execution platform. I saw a man in a green cloak standing on the roof. This man is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's father.
No, a man's farewell doesn't need any words. One day we will meet on the sea.
Long didn't look back and looked at the execution platform and spoke.
You are really insightful.
Lingtian listened to Long's words and sat next to him.
It's more dangerous for Luffy to be with me, not to mention that Luffy has his own adventures. Really? Then don't you think that me being on Luffy's ship puts him in more danger?
Lingtian smiled as he listened to Long's words. After hearing Lingtian's words, Long began to think. The man next to him is the man with the highest bounty on the sea. Lingtian's bounty today is even higher than Roger's back then. Roger's bounty back then was only 5.3 billion berries.
There are only a few people in this ocean who can hurt you.
Long thought for a while and then spoke. According to the Revolutionary Army's investigation of Lingtian's identity, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, is like Lingtian's elder brother. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido the Beast, is Lingtian's apprentice and younger brother. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks, is Lingtian's younger brother. 3 of the 4 emperors of the New World are related to Lingtian. Even if Lingtian is imprisoned in Impel Down without any help, they can tear down Impel Down in minutes. Even Buggy the Clown, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, is Lingtian's younger brother. With this background, who would dare to touch Lingtian and his sons Straw Hat Pirates on the sea?
The fun is about to begin.
Lingtian smiled when he heard Long's words and did not explain anything. Instead, he pointed in the direction of the execution platform and spoke. At this time, the execution platform was already filled with villagers and pirates from Rogue Town. I saw a magician wearing glasses pressing Luffy on the execution platform. Lingtian recognized this guy as the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the magician Zango.
You've heard our captain, so pay with your life.
Zango spoke to Luffy, who was pinned down by his feet. When Beiji Crow was implementing his plan in Ziluabu Village, they just arrived at Ziluabu Village and found that their captain Beiji Crow had been captured by the legendary naval hero. They found out that it was because of a pirate group called the Straw Hat Pirates that Hyakuji Crow was captured. So they ambushed the Straw Hat Pirates in Rogue Town, and finally today they ambushed the Straw Hat Pirates. Because in the pirates' perception, the captain is the strongest fighter in the pirate group, so when they received the bounty order of the Straw Hat Pirates, they only looked at Luffy's bounty order. So Zango didn't see Lingtian's bounty order.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please save me.
Luffy, who was under great pressure from Zango, asked Zango for help.
How can I save you, idiot?
Zangao complained when he heard Luffy's words.
This is what happens when you go against us.
Fat Budget spoke.
What do you want to say in the end?
It's rare to have so many people come to watch.
Zangao said to Luffy while holding his special hypnosis circle.
I am the man who will become the Pirate King.
Luffy shouted his catchphrase directly at the place where Roger had been executed. Did this sound directly shock the villagers of Rogue Town who were watching the execution and the pirates who came to watch the excitement?
He is.
After hearing Luffy's words, the villagers and pirates started discussing. They couldn't believe that in this rogue town, especially on the execution platform where the Pirate King was executed, there was actually someone who said he wanted to become the Pirate King.
Your son is really courageous.
Lingtian laughed as he listened to Luffy saying on the execution platform that he wanted to become the Pirate King. When Long heard Lingtian's words, he just stood up and smiled without saying anything. Long stretched out his right hand forward, and a thundercloud gathered above the execution platform.
Then I should also go pick up our captain.
Lingtian looked at Long's movements and jumped down.
Then you can go on your way with peace of mind.
Zango laughed at Luffy's words. Become the Pirate King. You are kidding, you are going to be executed here now. Luffy struggled after hearing what Zango said, but found that he couldn't get free.
Wait a moment.
Just when Zango was about to execute Luffy, Zoro and Sanji appeared outside the crowd.
Zoro, Sanji.
Luffy became excited when he saw Zoro and Sanji appear. When a girl who was looking at the execution platform with a telescope from a distance saw Zoro appear, she was stunned for a moment. How could the pirate hunter Zoro be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates?
What a bear you are. There should be a limit to joking, Luffy.
Zoro spoke as he looked at Luffy, who was pressed on the execution platform.
If it's an entertainment show, I'll join in. Anyway, we just need to drive these stinking pirates away, right?
Sanji said with his hands in his pockets, holding a cigarette. However, when Zoro and Sanji appeared, Zango planned to kill Luffy directly. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji immediately ran towards the execution platform, but were stopped by the crew of the Black Cat Pirates. Although the crew of the Yuminko Pirates are insignificant to Zoro and Sanji, they cannot be dealt with in a short time. Zoro Sanji use up Nami Lingtian.
Sorry, I'm dying.
Luffy showed a standard smile and said.
He smiled.
Smoker, who had witnessed the execution of Pirate King Roger, couldn't help but combine Luffy's face with Roger's when he saw Luffy's smiling face. Just as Zango's hypnosis circle was about to chop off Luffy's head, a bolt of lightning struck the execution platform. The falling lightning left a very shocking scene for a young man who was unaware of the situation below the execution platform.
Ha ha ha, he's still alive after all.
Luffy picked up the straw hat that had fallen on the ground and smiled.
Do you believe in God?
Zoro spoke after putting away the 3 swords.
Stop talking nonsense and get out of here.
Sanji just found Zoro's words ridiculous.
Stop talking about God, let's go.
Lingtian flew over and said to Luffy and the other 3. At this time, Smoker ordered the Navy to surround all the pirates present.
So troublesome.
Lingtian looked at the Navy around him and said.
Ooh.
A huge momentum burst out from Lingtian's body, and immediately the surrounding Navy and pirates fainted. This is the result of Lingtian using the Conqueror's haki. What happened? Zoro looked at the Marines falling down around him with some confusion.
You did it, Lingtian.
Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Lingtian.
Stop talking nonsense and go away. The storm is coming, we have to leave before then.
Lingtian ignored the shocked Zoro and the others and told them to leave immediately. When Zoro, Sanji and Luffy heard Lingtian's words, they didn't say anything but followed Lingtian.
Where is the sea?
Zoro complained as he ran. Luffy was very optimistic and said that it was raining too hard to see clearly. Lingtian asked them to follow him, especially this guy Zoro.
Who is that lady?
At this time, a woman wearing a pair of glasses and a sword on her waist appeared in front of Lingtian and the others. Zoro also felt a little uneasy when he saw Tashigi standing in front of him. He had previously seen Tashigi, who looked exactly like Kuina, pinching her eyes. So Tashigi asked Zoro to clean the naval base as compensation for her eyes. It's amazing that no one recognized Zoro's identity after he had been cleaning the naval base for so long.
Roronoa Zoro, I didn't expect you to be a pirate.
Dashigi said with a gloomy expression.
You deceived me.
Tashigi spoke as if Zoro was not responsible for what he had done to her.
What did you do to this lady?
Sanji immediately said to Zoro after hearing what Dashigi said. When Bloodthirsty heard what Tashigi said, the blade of his sword trembled slightly, as if to say, Zoro, you are not a human being.
It's just that you didn't ask my name. I didn't lie to you.
Zoro walked out and spoke. If you don't know, you might think they really have something unclear to say.
I will never allow a villain like you to carry that famous sword. I want to take back the famous sword, Wado Ikamanji.
Tashigi said to Zoro. As a sword fanatic, Tashigi would never allow the famous sword to fall into the hands of a pirate. In her heart, she believed that doing so would make the famous sword cry.
And you should be the speed sword ghost Lingtian, right?
I will also take back your lightning, Ryujin Jaka and Ace.
I will never make them cry.
When Dashiki saw Lingtian's appearance, she knew that Lingtian had 3 famous swords in his hands. Although she knew that she had a high chance of not being able to defeat Lingtian, as a sword fanatic, how could she allow a famous sword to fall into the hands of a pirate?
SHA.
Lingtian teleported behind Dashiki and knocked her out with a knife. He didn't want to waste time here with Tashigi, the storm was coming soon. Even I cannot guarantee that I can set out when the storm comes. After all, the power of nature is the most terrifying.
Okay, let's go.
Lingtian picked up the unconscious Dashiki and put her under the house where she would not be exposed to the rain. Seeing this, Zoro didn't say anything. It was good for him to be able to solve the problem so easily. Soon Lingtian and the others returned to the Mary.
Strange that Smoker hasn't caught up yet.
Lingtian looked in the direction of Rogue Town with some surprise. Just on the street of Rogue Town, a man in a green robe stopped Smoker.
Why are you helping Straw Hat Boy?
Smoker looked at the dragon in front of him with some confusion. Dragon, who is considered the worst criminal by the world government, actually appears here. I thought to myself after hearing what Smoker said. Why? Of course, because he is my son. However, Long did not say that, but spoke in a very pretentious manner.
What reason can stop a man from setting sail?
Long laughed. Aboard the Mary.
Hurry, lower the sail. We are going to set off now.
Nami spoke to the nautical chart while directing Luffy and the others to lower the sails of the Mary. When Zoro and Lingtian heard Nami's words, they immediately ran to lower the sails of the Mary. Sanji quickly put the food purchased in Rogue Town into the kitchen. Usopp was on the lookout tower watching to see if there was anything approaching. After all, if anything else appeared at this moment, their ship would be destroyed and they would perish. After Zoro and Lingtian lowered the sails, Lingtian quickly came to the front of the Mary and took the helm. As for Luffy, he did nothing when he saw the ship set sail. Instead, he sat in his special seat and smiled.
Set sail.
Luffy waved his hand and spoke. When Nami saw Luffy like this, she thought that she would definitely beat Luffy up after this matter was over. But it's just a thought. No one complained about Luffy not doing anything. They had long been accustomed to Luffy's behavior. Just when Lingtian and the others were ready and Nami was about to give orders on which direction to set off, a huge storm hit the Mary. Luffy was blown off the Mary. Seeing this, Lingtian asked Zoro to take the helm, flew over to catch Luffy, and then flew back to the Mary.
Thank you, Lingtian.
Chapter 57, Chapter 2 Humanly Rock. Soon the Mary drifted out of the range of the storm. But it was still raining heavily, but the Mary was able to continue moving forward.
It is a guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line is at the end of that light.
Nami said as she looked at the guiding light in the distance. The others were also looking at the lighthouse, their hearts full of anticipation for the Grand Line.
Then let's have a ceremony before entering the Grand Line.
Sanji placed a barrel in front of the Mary. When others saw this, they also surrounded the wooden barrel.
I'm here to find all blue.
Sanji was the first to put his feet on the barrel.
I want to become the Pirate King.
Next is Luffy. Normally, if it were any other pirate group, the captain should be the first, but it doesn't matter for the Straw Hat Pirates.
I want to become the world's greatest swordsman.
Zoro also talked about his lifelong dream.
I am here to condense my body.
Bloodsucking also turned into a bloody figure and placed his feet on the wooden barrel. At first, Nami was frightened when she saw Bloodthirsty, but after getting familiar with Bloodthirsty, she was not so afraid anymore. Bloodthirsty also often studies matters related to nautical charts with Nami. Since the incident with Bharati, Bloodthirsty has been using women's figures to condense bloody human figures, so naturally he and Nami are the best.
I'm here to map the world.
Nami followed suit and put her feet on the barrel.
I want to see the world's scenery.
Lingtian also placed his feet on the wooden barrel. Not only that, Lingtian also placed the tip of the lightning knife on the wooden barrel.
I want to be a brave sea warrior.
Usopp also placed his feet on the barrel tremblingly.
Let's go.
As Luffy said, everyone hit the wooden barrel hard with their feet.
Go to the Grand Line.
After knocking the barrel with their feet, everyone said this sentence in tacit understanding. Soon the rain stopped.
Nami, haven't we reached the Grand Line yet?
Luffy complained to Nami while sitting in the special seat. Nami told Luffy that they had only set out from Rogue Town 2 days ago, so how could they possibly reach the Grand Line so quickly?
The weather was so nice, the storm seemed like a dream.
Sanji couldn't help but sigh at the good weather. Usopp was looking at something with a telescope. Lingtian continued to practice the 8 gates on the boat. He had now completed 10,000 squats and 10,000 sit-ups. There were only 3,000 push-ups left, and soon he reached the conditions for unlocking the 8 gates of ninjutsu.
Hey, a large flock of birds spotted on the starboard side.
Usopp spoke while looking through the telescope at a large flock of birds to the right of the Mary.
A flock of birds?
Luffy also became somewhat interested when he heard what Usopp said.
Well, there is a big thing on the sea. I don't know what it is.
Usopp took off the telescope and looked carefully through the goggles he used for sniping.
Is it a fish?
When Luffy heard Usopp's words, he immediately thought of his own king of the sea who bit off one of Shank's arms.
I often hear that seabirds gather above big fish.
After hearing what Usopp said, Sanji also expressed his own thoughts. As a former sea chef, Sanji has seen a lot of this kind of thing.
Luffy, catch it and make lunch.
Sanji guessed that it was a big fish, so Luffy caught the big fish for lunch. I don't know what Sanji was thinking. He knew that Luffy was a devil fruit user, but he still asked Luffy to do this.
Yes, I did. Rubber, rubber, rubber harpoon.
Luffy didn't care whether he was a devil fruit user or not, he just used his ability to attack in that direction.
This guy is so convenient.
Sanji also smiled as he looked at Luffy's outstretched hand. Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed something he didn't know what it was.
Got it. It's quite big.
Luffy looked at the thing on his retracted arm and spoke.
Wait a minute, how are you going to put it down?
Sanji said in shock as he looked at Luffy's arm that was retracted horizontally. Immediately, Sanji jumped and dodged Luffy's arm. However, Zoro, who was sleeping on the side, was not so lucky. He was directly knocked into the sea by Luffy's arm.
Valisolin.
Luffy apologized without even looking at him.
Big idiot.
Sanji, who dodged Luffy's arm, also spoke. He seemed to have forgotten what he had just said about how convenient it was to have Luffy around.
That guy, I will kill him one day.
Zoro, who was rescued by Usopp, spoke with a grim face.
This isn't even a fish.
Sanji said as he looked at the little girl that Luffy had captured.
It's a little girl.
Nami was also a little shocked when she looked at the little girl in front of her. She hadn't expected that such a young girl had already gone out to sea.
Maybe he had to go out to sea for some reason.
Bloodthirsty also connected Abbassy Road from top to bottom.
Strange, it's a fishman. Where's her puff?
Luffy also walked over and spoke after hearing what Nami said. As a result, Usopp complained that Abyss looked like a fishman. Lingtian also came over when he heard the noise. He only had 1,000 push-ups left to unlock the first door.
Take her inside and let her rest.
Lingtian squatted down and looked at Abyss. When Lingtian saw this girl, he knew that this should be the plot of the Millennium Dragon. After hearing Lingtian's words, Sanji carried Abyss into the bed in the room.
Sanji, I'm hungry.
Luffy walked in and spoke as Sanji carried Abyss onto the boat. After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji had no choice but to go cook.
I'm hungry too, Sanji. I see. Me too. Slowly waiting for the green algae head.
Please give me one too.
It's my pleasure to help you, Miss Nami.
Please give me one too.
It's my pleasure to help you, Miss Nami. Please give me one too.
I understand, Captain.
After listening to Lingtian and the others, Sanji started to cook. Soon, bursts of fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Abyss immediately opened her eyes and sat up after smelling the fragrance, but when she sat up, she bumped into Usopp, who was taking care of her.
It hurts so much.
Abyss shouted before Usopp could say anything.
You're awake. You look more energetic than I thought.
Nami saw that Abyss woke up and didn't care about Usopp, who was hit by Abyss. Luffy also turned his head when he saw Abyss.
You must be hungry. I'm making soup for you.
Sanji gently cooked a bowl of soup and prepared some food for Abyss. As a chef, no matter who the other person is, as long as he is hungry, he will give him food. Abyss woke up and looked up and down at the strange environment, then she reacted immediately.
Lucky.
Abyss said happily as she saw that this was not the boat she owned.
Did you get into trouble? It was a close call. What's your name?
When Nami heard Abyss talk about luck, she wondered if Abyss had encountered a disaster.
You should introduce yourself before asking others.
Abyss, who was captured by the Navy, no longer trusts others.
Hahaha, that's true. My name is Nami.
Nami also laughed when she heard what Abyss said, and then introduced herself.
The one in the kitchen is Sanji. The scary-looking guy wearing a belly band is Zoro.
The one lying there is Usopp.
Whereas Lingtian doing push-ups.
I'm Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship.
Nami introduced everyone on Abyss's ship one by one, but when Nami was about to introduce Luffy, Luffy introduced himself. Abyss was immediately shocked when she heard what Luffy said. She didn't expect that there was a pirate group here.
Pirates?
Abyss' mouth was so wide open that 2 watermelons could fit in it.
We're going to the Grand Line.
Luffy spoke without noticing anything was wrong with Abyss. It should be said that even if Luffy saw it, it wouldn't matter, that's just his personality.
What's wrong?
She's not moving.
Luffy didn't feel at all how much harm his identity as a pirate had caused to Abyss.
Maybe he was scared when he heard you say you were a pirate.
Lingtian, who was doing push-ups on the side, started to complain. Most people would be scared when they hear that they are on a pirate ship. After all, in this world, pirates are the ones who burn, kill, and loot.
Yes, we are pirates.
Luffy also reacted when he heard Lingtian's words. When other people saw Luffy like this, they probably complained in their hearts that he was too slow.
So, what should we do with this child?
Zoro spoke as he looked at Abyss, who was frightened by Luffy's words. When Luffy heard what Zoro said, he said it didn't matter and he would think about it tomorrow. After that, Luffy and the others started to eat the food made by Sanji. However, because Abyss fainted due to being scared by Luffy, Sanji put her portion back into the unlocked refrigerator. 99.96.
99.97.
99.98. 99.99. Lingtian was counting the number of push-ups he did. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the unlocking conditions for the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia. The first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia has now been unlocked. Open the door. After Lingtian completed 10,000 push-ups, the system's voice rang out in Lingtian's mind. After hearing the system's voice, Lingtian continued to look at the unlocking conditions of the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The condition for unlocking the second gate, Zyumen, is to use physical skills to defeat a powerful physical skills master in the virtual space. Lingtian was a little shocked when he saw the unlocking condition. He thought that the unlocking condition of Ziyumen was also push-ups. However, Lingtian didn't think about anything and went straight into the virtual space.
Lingtian.
Zoro looked at Lingtian, who suddenly disappeared, and stood up with some caution. Luffy and his friends also discovered that Lingtian was missing and immediately started looking for him on the Mary. However, Nami and Bloodthirster did not look for them like Luffy and the others did. Before Bloodthirsty saw Lingtian disappear, he used his ability to tell Nami that Lingtian must have entered a different dimension. After entering the different space, Lingtian found a man wearing green tights, thick eyebrows, and a watermelon head hairstyle standing in front of him.
Damn, isn't this Rock Lee?
Lingtian was somewhat shocked when he looked at this man, who was a genius in physical skills in the early days of Naruto. Rock Lee placed one hand behind his back and the other hand with the palm facing up, assuming a fighting stance. Seeing this, Lingtian also felt the power in his body. Lingtian discovered that all his abilities except physical skills had disappeared. Lingtian knew that this was the ability of the system and was not too shocked.
8-door Dungia, open the first door, open. Second closing door, open.
Rock Lee directly opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Shoe Gate. Open the door first, open it. Lingtian also directly opened the first door he had just unlocked and covered his hands and feet with armed color domineering. After doing all this, Lingtian rushed towards Rock Lee.
Steel Fist, Bone Crusher.
Lingtian punched Rock Lee directly. Rock Lee just slowly raised his hand to block Lingtian's skill.
Nani?
Lingtian was a little shocked to see that his move was blocked by Rock Lee so quickly and immediately retreated backwards. Lingtian looked at Rock Lee with a serious look in his eyes. Lingtian discovered that this Rock Lee's strength was not the same as in the original work. Rock Lee has only unlocked the second gate and is already on par with most of the physical masters in the pirate world. If we talk about fighting level, now that the door has been opened and Lingtian is covered with armed color domineering, his fighting level is. After opening the Shumen Gate, Rock Lee's fighting level reached around. Lingtian also understood that he was most likely no match for Rock Lee, who had activated his Ziyumen, but he still did not give up. Just as Lingtian was thinking this, Rock Lee quickly came in front of Lingtian and kicked Lingtian into the air.
How can it be?
Lingtian was a little shocked when he saw Rock Lee bandaging his hands. This was Li Lionhua.
Isn't this something that can only be used after the third gate of life is opened?
Lingtian felt helpless as he looked at the bandages wrapped around him. Rock Lee was now stronger than him. So now he couldn't break free from Rock Lee's bandages at all. Boom!
Cough, cough.
After being knocked down by Rock Lee's move, Lingtian vomited blood. As Lingtian's blood dripped onto the ground, the system space collapsed immediately. Then Lingtian appeared on the Mary with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth.
Hey, system, how come this injury is still reflected in reality?
Feeling the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lingtian immediately complained. He thought that the injuries he suffered in the system space would not be brought into the real world. Ding, the virtual space will not be applied to the host unless the host is killed. All other injuries will be returned to the host.
Isn't this a virtual space? How can there be such rules? And I am immortal, right? Why haven't I recovered yet?
Lingtian complained while feeling the pain in his body. This was the first time he had been injured so badly since he came to the pirate world. In the past, he was the one who got hurt. Ding, the host's immortal body cannot automatically heal injuries in the virtual space. It can only ensure that the host will not die.
UMD.
Lingtian cursed at the system and fainted.
Hello, Lingtian.
At this moment, Sanji, who was looking for Lingtian on the Mary, also discovered Lingtian suddenly appeared on the deck of the Mary.
How did you get so badly injured?
Chapter 58, Abyss.
Cough, cough.
Lingtian woke up soon.
Lingtian. Is everything okay?
When Lingtian woke up, he found Luffy and others surrounding him.
I'm fine.
Lingtian saw their worried looks and gave them words of reassurance.
What on earth happened? How could someone like you get hurt so badly?
Zoro spoke when he saw that Lingtian looked fine. He really didn't understand who could hurt Lingtian like this. With Lingtian's strength, he is one of the best in this ocean.
It's okay, I just overtrained during training just now.
Lingtian did not tell them about the virtual space. Luffy and the others were relieved after hearing Lingtian's words. They thought someone had boarded the Mary to attack Lingtian. I didn't expect that this was something Lingtian had trained himself. At night, in a corner of a cabin on the Mary, a little girl was shivering in a blanket. This little girl was Abyss, who was captured by Luffy at noon.
Why? Why? I managed to escape from the Navy with great difficulty. Why did they get rescued by a pirate ship?
As Abyss spoke, she imagined in her mind how evil Lingtian and the others were as pirates. Even in Abyss's imagination, Luffy put on the cloak of Roger, the Pirate King.
Gulu.
Just as Abyss was thinking about it, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Abyss blushed when she heard the sound of her stomach and decided to go find something to eat. As a result, while walking, Abyss accidentally stepped on the trap designed by Sanji to prevent someone from stealing food. However, this trap did not hit Abyss, but hit Luffy, who came to steal food.
It's you again, Luffy.
When Sanji heard the sound, he went to the kitchen and turned on the light, only to see Luffy trapped in the huge mousetrap he designed.
What are you doing?
Sanji turned around and saw Abyss squatting in embarrassment. When Abyss saw that Sanji had discovered her, she could only smile awkwardly. Sanji looked at the two of them and had no choice but to make food.
You told me I would help you do it. Don't mess around with the ingredients.
Sanji said as he looked at Luffy, who was eating meat in big mouthfuls. Luffy always has his eyes on the ingredients he puts in the refrigerator, which leads to some very rare foods always being eaten by Luffy.
Who told me to be hungry?
Luffy said as he ate. Because of his rubbery physique, he is always hungry at night. He had no choice but to sneak into the kitchen to eat at night. The other people on the ship were already accustomed to Luffy's behavior, so they didn't care.
What's wrong? You don't want to eat. You didn't eat during the day, did you?
Sanji ignored Luffy and looked at Abyss, who didn't move her chopsticks. Abyss didn't say anything but turned her head away, ignoring Sanji. When Sanji heard what Abyss said, he thought she was afraid that he had poisoned her, so he told Abyss that he had not poisoned her. After hearing what Sanji said, Abyss still didn't say anything but shook her head vigorously. Seeing this, Sanji could only tell Abyss that if she didn't eat, her share would be eaten by Luffy.
If you don't want to eat it, give it to me.
Just as Sanji finished speaking, Luffy immediately tried to eat Abyss's portion. Upon seeing this, Abyss grabbed it and ate up her portion. Delicious. After eating, Abyss expressed her approval of Sanji's cooking skills. Luffy and Sanji also laughed when they heard what Abyss said. Luffy said that Sanji was the chef he chose, and Abyss also said that it was the first time she had eaten such delicious food.
Finally, you smiled.
It's really cute.
Nami and Bloodthirster, who were standing at the kitchen door, looked at Abyss, who was smiling as she finished eating Sanji's food. They had followed Sanji to the kitchen since Luffy was caught in Sanji's trap, but they just watched from the kitchen door. They were worried that Abyss would be scared when seeing so many people, so they didn't go in with Sanji. As for Lingtian, he did not come with them. Now that Lingtian has recovered from his injuries, he has continued to enter the virtual space to challenge Rock Lee.
You were scared when you heard we were pirates, right?
Nami walked over to Abyss and spoke softly.
Don't be afraid, we're not bad people.
Bloodthirsty also walked to Abyss's side and said. However, Abyss, who had felt better after hearing Nami's words, was frightened when she saw the bloody figure suddenly appear beside her. When Nami saw Abyss's look, she comforted her and said that Bloodthirsty was not a bad person.
Won't you sell me out?
Abyss was also a little surprised when she heard what Nami said. He had always heard from others that the pirates in this sea were all about burning, killing, and looting, and would sell the children they had robbed to others to make money.
How can it be?
When Usopp heard what Abyss said, He also said that it was impossible and they were not that kind of bad pirates.
Who told you to look so scary?
Zoro also spoke after hearing what Abbas said. He had no idea that he was the least qualified person to say this.
How dare you say such things with your face?
When Usopp heard what Zoro said, he floated directly to Zoro and pinched his face. Zoro, who was pinched on the face by Usopp, immediately became angry and started fighting with Usopp. After seeing the fight between Usopp and Zoro, Abbas felt that Luffy and the others were not bad pirates.
Would you like some more, miss?
Sanji simply ignored the fight between Usopp and Zoro and came to Abbas and spoke. Nami also explained to Abbas that they were not the pirates she imagined. Abbas also became happy when she heard Nami's words and asked for another bowl.
Obey.
Sanji picked up the bowl in front of Abbas and smiled.
I also want.
Luffy also took the opportunity to speak. When Sanji heard Luffy's words, he said that he would go to serve. Upon hearing this, Luffy complained that Sanji was too much. The next morning, Luffy and Zoro brought up the anchor of the Mary and then lowered the sail of the Mary.
What?
After Luffy and Zoro finished all this, the Mary began to vibrate. Then Sanji saw Abbas coming out of Mary's room with smoke coming out.
Hey, what did you do?
Sanji looked at Abbas, who was covered in smoke, and was puzzled. Abbas said that she was preparing food and then invited Luffy and the others to eat. Luffy immediately laughed when he heard what Abbas said, but Zoro said he had a bad feeling. It turned out that Zoro's premonition was correct. When they entered the room, they saw a bowl of black stuff in their bowl. When they saw the meal, they all thought it was just charcoal for the fire, but out of consideration for Abbas, they didn't say anything.
I'm so hungry. Is breakfast ready, Sanji?
Just at this moment, Lingtian, who had been beaten all night, came in with bandages wrapped around his body. When Abbas saw Lingtian like this, she immediately thought that Luffy and the others were trying to trick her and then feed her and sell her for a good price. Then he fainted.
Why did you faint?
Lingtian also felt something strange when he saw Abbas fainting when she saw him come in. Nami and the others were speechless when they heard Lingtian's words. Don't you have any idea why she fainted?
Because of me.
Lingtian looked at the expressions of Nami and the others and pointed at himself. Nami and the others nodded, indicating that it was because of you. When Lingtian saw what Nami and the others did, he complained that this little girl had such poor psychological endurance. However, Lingtian still picked up Abbas and placed her on the bed, and then asked Sanji to get him some food. As for the food that Abbas got, Sanji told Luffy and the others not to waste it and asked them to eat it all.
Very spicy.
X3. Nami, Usopp and Zoro took a bite of Abbas's food and immediately felt the spiciness, then started drinking water in big gulps. As for Luffy, he said it was delicious. X3. Nami, Usopp and Zoro took a bite of Abbas's food and immediately felt the spiciness, then started drinking water in big gulps. As for Luffy, he said it was delicious. Is it that exaggerated? Lingtian was puzzled as he watched them drink up a large can of water, then ate a little from Usopp's bowl, which was closest to him. Very spicy. After eating a little, Lingtian directly took out several large buckets of water from the system's space and drank it.
That's too much.
Nami and the others looked at Lingtian and complained as he drank up several buckets of water. Lingtian himself had no words to complain about. Nami and the others had the physique of pirates, so this level of spiciness was nothing to them. However, Lingtian's body is not from the pirate world. His body is pure blue star body, and he cannot stand the spiciness of the pirate world at all. Even though most of his abilities have reached max level, he is still not immune to the spiciness of the pirate world. After Lingtian and the others finished their food, Abbas woke up.
You.
Abbas looked at Luffy, then at Lingtian, who was wrapped in bandages and holding the quilt, and spoke.
No, I am the vice captain of this ship.
When Lingtian saw Abbas's actions, he quickly explained and told Abbas that the bandages were caused by training. Abbas was relieved after hearing Lingtian's explanation.
By the way, what's your name?
Nami asked as she walked over to Abbas.
Abyss, my name is Abyss.
Abyss told Nami her name.
Abyss, what a nice name.
Bloodthirsty also walked to Abyss's bed and said with a smile. Now Abyss is no longer as scared when she sees Bloodthirsty as before.
By the way, Abyss, why are you drifting on the ocean?
Nami asked the question she had always been curious about. She really couldn't understand why Abyss was drifting alone on the sea.
I escaped from a Navy ship.
Abyss also spoke truthfully.
Navy ship.
Luffy was also a little curious when he heard what Abyss said.
On the night of the heavy rain 3 days ago, I escaped from the Navy ship.
You were really reckless to be in a small boat like that in a storm.
Nami was also shocked to hear that Abyss was actually taking a small boat on such a stormy night. You know, their Golden Mary was almost blown into the sea in such a rainstorm.
You are really ridiculous. You must be a devil fruit user.
Lingtian held his forehead when he heard what Abyss said, although he knew that Abyss could only use this method to escape the capture of the Navy at that time. However, as a devil fruit user, on a rainy night like that, one could be blown into the sea and choked to death if one was not careful.
Devil fruit ability user, you are really messing around.
Nami was also shocked when she heard that Abyss was actually a devil fruit user. But she knew that once a devil fruit user fell into the sea, he would be unable to move.
This is for you, so you don't have to be afraid of the sea water anymore.
Bloodthirster gave a bracelet to Abyss. This bracelet can create an energy shield to protect Abyss when she touches the sea, separating her from the sea water. This was created by Bloodthirster using her own ability. She originally intended to give it to Luffy, but now she decided to give it to Abyss first.
Thank you.
Abyss smiled as she looked at the bracelet that Bloodthirsty was wearing on her hand.
That's great, Abyss.
Nami was genuinely happy when she saw Bloodsucking's actions. Now Abyss no longer had to worry about falling into the sea and dying.
By the way, what crime did you commit that got you caught by the Navy?
Sanji said as he was washing the dishes. Generally speaking, the Navy wouldn't arrest ordinary people, especially a little girl like Abyss. This kind of thing should be done by pirates. But it is obvious that Ableze's case is very unusual.
Since you had to escape from the warship, that means you are not a guest on the warship, right?
Zoro, Sanji's best friend, also spoke up, taking over Sanji's words. He and Sanji have different ideas. As a person who was once tied up and executed by the Navy in Shield's town, Zoro understands that not all Navy members are good.
That's because that.
Abyss spoke shyly.
What's the matter? Are you a bad guy?
Luffy spoke directly. When Abyss heard Luffy's words, she immediately asked how she could be a villain.
Is it because of the Millennium Dragon?
Lingtian saw that Abyss was hesitant and didn't speak directly.
Why do you know about the Millennium Dragon?
Abyss was also a little shocked when she heard Ling Tian's words. She had never mentioned anything about the Millennium Dragon. Ling Tian explained after hearing what Abyss said.
I've been here before. There's a legend of a 1,000-year-old dragon here. Legend has it that the bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon can be made into an elixir of life.
Ling Tian directly told the excuse he had thought of. Ling Tian felt that the group of Navy men who wanted the Millennium Dragon's bones were also crazy. If the Millennium Dragon's bones could really make people immortal, how could the world government let the Millennium Dragon go?
Elixir of life.
Does this world really have such medicine?
Chapter 59, Warship Attack.
Of course it's fake. How could such a thing exist in this world?
Abyss shouted when she heard Nami's words. Although she didn't know whether Long Yi's bones could be used to make the elixir of life. But she would never allow anyone to hurt Long Yi. When Ling Tian heard what Abyss said, he thought of the surgery fruit. The immortality surgery of the Operation Fruit can indeed make people immortal, and based on the video Ling Tian saw in his previous life, it is very likely that IM has also undergone the immortality surgery.
I'm just talking, don't be angry.
Nami saw that Abyss was angry and quickly explained. She could see that the creature called the Millennium Dragon was very important to Abyss.
Let's put aside the matter of the Millennium Dragon. Where is your home, Abyss?
Sanji saw that Abyss was disgusted when others mentioned the Millennium Dragon in front of her, so he changed the subject.
Battleship Island.
After hearing what Sanji said, Abyss also honestly told him where her home was.
Battleship Island.
Luffy was a little confused when he heard what Abyss said. Why should an island be named after a warship?
Why is it called Gunkanjima?
Nami also asked her own question. Lingtian actually knew that the island was called Gunkanjima because it looked like a warship. When Abyss heard what Nami said, she also explained why the island where her home was called Gunkanjima. After some understanding, Luffy and his friends decided to send Abyss back to Gunkanjima.
Let's go to Gunkanjima.
Luffy spoke from his special seat. Nami and Bloodthirsty were also looking for the direction of Gunkanjima on the nautical chart.
Hey, something bad has happened. There are Marines in front of us on the left.
Usopp, who was on the observation deck, used a telescope to see the warship in front of him.
A warship, are they here to arrest me?
Luffy said excitedly after hearing Usopp's words. He thought these Navy officers were here to arrest him, and Luffy was very excited as he had just received a bounty order.
How is that possible? Even if they come to arrest you, they don't need so many Navy soldiers.
Nami complained as she looked at the rows of warships coming towards her. So many warships are equivalent to a miniature demon-slaying order.
I'm so awesome that it takes so many Navy ships to catch me.
Luffy ignored Nami's words and continued talking to himself. Sanji and Zoro were also speechless when they heard what Luffy said. How could the Navy send so many warships to capture Luffy when his bounty was only 3,500 million?
That's the Navy of the 8th branch.
When the warship got closer, Abyss recognized the identities of those Navy officers.
The 8th branch?
Nami was a little confused when she heard what Abyss said.
They're the ones who caught you.
Lingtian looked at the approaching warship and spoke. When Abyss heard Lingtian's words, she nodded in agreement.
Are they bad people?
Luffy spoke up after hearing what Abyss said. In Luffy's eyes now, there are only good people and bad people. Of course, he is definitely a good person by identity. Not only him in his heart, anyone who gives him meat is a good person.
I guess so. After all, we are pirates. Isn't the Navy the bad guys to us?
Lingtian jumped onto the fence of the melee and spoke.
Really, are they bad guys?
After hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy was also prepared to teach these Navy men a lesson. The current Luffy is different from the Luffy in the original work. Now Luffy has learned the second and third gears in advance. It's easy to destroy a few warships led by colonels.
Wait a minute, Luffy. Let me try out my new moves.
Lingtian saw Luffy was about to attack and stopped him. He wanted to try out how his physical skills had improved after fighting Rock Lee for so long in the virtual space.
Open the door first, open it.
Veins were bulging on Lingtian's forehead. As Lingtian's abilities increased, the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu was opened by Lingtian. Lingtian opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu and flew away into the air.
Running on the air.
Sanji was also surprised when he saw Lingtian's actions, although he had heard that he could also do the moon step of the Navy's 6 styles. But it was the first time he saw someone using it. Lingtian ignored Sanji's shock and ran directly towards the warship. As for why he could run in the air, it was of course because Lingtian learned it from Zephyr when he was in Ridoria. It was really difficult for him to learn at that time. It took him 2 full years to master the moon step, one of the 6 Navy styles. This shows how poor his aptitude for martial arts is. If it weren't for the system, Lingtian might still be just an unknown little person.
Colonel Nelson, someone is walking on air from the pirate ship.
A Marine saw Lingtian reporting to Captain Nelson, a naval captain of the warship.
What are you afraid of? Just shoot him down.
Nelson saw Lingtian and immediately ordered to bombard Lingtian. After hearing Nelson's order, the Marines pointed their cannons directly at Lingtian. Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Boom! Several shells were fired at Lingtian from the warship.
Lotus flower retaliation.
Lingtian directly untied the bandages on his hands, then tied up the shells fired by the warship and threw them back. This was invented by Lingtian based on Rock Lee's Lilianhua when he was practicing with Rock Lee these days.
The shells were thrown back by him.
The Navy on the warship was surprised when seeing Lingtian's actions. When Nelson saw Lingtian throw the shell back, he hurriedly ran into the warship. Boom, boom, boom. The shells thrown back by Lingtian directly blew up several warships. Although ordinary artillery shells can cause damage to warships, they are not strong enough to destroy them. The reason why the shells thrown back by Lingtian could destroy the warships was because Lingtian covered the shells with chakra. Now Lingtian can barely possess some chakra when opening the first gate.
They actually blew up the warship.
Nelson swallowed as he looked at the warship that was destroyed by Lingtian. The reason why the warship he was on was not bombed was because there was a naval mercenary named Eric on his ship. Eric is the user of the scythe fruit and can swing his sickle to create wind to deflect shells.
It looks like Nelson and Eric are on this ship.
Lingtian said as he looked at the warships that were not destroyed by the shells he threw.
Lotus flower black rope.
Lingtian covered the bandage on his hand with armed color domineering, then waved the bandage towards the warship.
Puff!
Boom! Chapter 60, Upside Down Mountain.
That's all.
After getting rid of the warship, Lingtian returned to the Mary by moonstepping.
Wouldn't it be too cruel for you to do this?
Nami said as she looked at the warship destroyed by Lingtian. However, her expression did not change. As a little thief who was once famous in the East China Sea, she was already accustomed to these things.
It doesn't matter. After all, we are pirates, and those Marines have captured Abyss.
Lingtian clapped his hands when he heard Nami's words. He knew that those sailors were not good people, and they might have taken several innocent lives on their hands.
Yes, we are pirates.
When Luffy heard Lingtian's words, he said that he was a pirate and had no need to worry about dealing with a group of Navy. What's more, in Luffy's eyes, the Navy who once captured Abyss were bad guys.
Well, let's send Abyss back to Gunkanjima.
Sanji spoke when he heard Lingtian and the others' words. Luffy agreed when he heard Sanji's words. Following the guidance of Nami and Bloodthirsty, the Mary soon arrived at the battleship island.
Oh, is this Gunkanjima?
Luffy said excitedly as he looked at the island in front of him that looked like a warship sailing on the sea.
It's amazing. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things.
Lingtian looked at the battleship island excitedly. His current dream is to see all the scenery on the sea, so Lingtian was a little excited when he saw the scenery of Gunkanjima. It was also the first time for others to see an island that looked like a warship.
What sound?
Luffy looked in the direction of Gunkanjima and spoke.
Is that the Millennium Dragon?
Usopp spoke when he saw a western dragon flying out from Gunkanjima in the distance.
Lord Long, why did you leave the cave?
Abyss looked at the old dragon flying in her mouth in confusion. Lord Long has been staying in the cave all this time. No matter what happens, he stays in the cave. I don't know why Lord Long wants to leave the cave now.
Just watch, Abyss.
Lingtian came to Abyss's side, put a hand on Abyss's shoulder and spoke. After hearing Lingtian's words, Abyss also stared straight in the direction of Gunkanjima.
Look over there.
Nami pointed to the Gunkanjima area. I saw 1,000-year-old dragons flying out from the direction of Gunkanjima.
It's true, Gunkanjima is the legendary Lost Island.
Lingtian looked at those western dragons and smiled.
Really? This will make Long Yi more energetic.
Abyss said happily when she heard Lingtian's words. When the Mary landed on Gunkanjima, Abyss immediately ran to Long Yi's side.
Really? Are you happy?
Abyss looked at the 1,000-year-old dragon beside Long Yi and heard Long Yi's voice.
Abyss, can you understand what Lord Long said?
Nami was also a little curious after hearing what Abyss said.
I am the user of the whispering fruit, so I can understand what Lord Long said.
Abyss also explained her fruit ability to Nami. After quickly sending Abyss to Gunkanjima, Lingtian and his team continued on their journey. Nelson and Eric had been killed by Lingtian before, so Abyss shouldn't have any big problems on Gunkanjima. Departure the Grand Route. Luffy opened his hand while sitting in his special seat and spoke.
Look at this.
Nami placed a sea chart on the ground and spoke.
I've heard from others that the Grand Route is also drawn like this on the nautical chart. If this is true, the entrance to the Grand Route is on the mountain.
Nami pointed to a place on the Red Earth continent where 5 sea routes intersected on the nautical chart and spoke. After saying that, Nami stared at Lingtian, wanting to get confirmation from Lingtian. The others also knew that Lingtian was once a great pirate, so they also stared at Lingtian.
Yes, if you want to enter the Grand Line, you do need to board the ocean currents of the Red Earth continent.
Lingtian felt a little frightened by their gaze, so he explained to them.
So, can the Mary really climb such a high mountain?
When Nami heard Lingtian's words, she also expressed her doubts. The Mary was just a small to medium-sized sailboat. How could it possibly go upstream and climb such a high mountain?
That's no problem. There's an upwelling current above the entrance to the Grand Line. We can reach the Grand Line smoothly by taking advantage of the upwelling current.
Lingtian also explained after hearing Nami's words. Although it is possible to reach the Grand Line through the doldrums, sailboats like the Mary would be completely immobile once they entered the doldrums.
Upwelling current.
Nami also understood what Lingtian said.
Who can help steer the ship?
Usopp looked at them chatting happily and immediately spoke up. Seeing this, Lingtian came to Usopp and held the rudder of the Mary together.
Don't you think the current is strong?
Usopp spoke up when he saw Lingtian coming to help. Lingtian didn't understand either. It was also his first time to set out on the Grand Route from the 4 seas, so he had no experience at all.
Sea current. I see.
Look at this.
Nami placed a sea chart on the ground and spoke. I've heard from others that the Grand Route is also drawn like this on the nautical chart. If this is true, the entrance to the Grand Route is on the mountain. Nami pointed to a place on the Red Earth continent where 5 sea routes intersected on the nautical chart and spoke. After saying that, Nami stared at Lingtian, wanting to get confirmation from Lingtian. The others also knew that Lingtian was once a great pirate, so they also stared at Lingtian. Yes, if you want to enter the Grand Line, you do need to board the ocean currents of the Red Earth continent. Lingtian felt a little frightened by their gaze, so he explained to them. So, can the Mary really climb such a high mountain? When Nami heard Lingtian's words, she also expressed her doubts. The Mary was just a small to medium-sized sailboat. How could it possibly go upstream and climb such a high mountain? That's no problem. There's an upwelling current above the entrance to the Grand Line. We can reach the Grand Line smoothly by taking advantage of the upwelling current. Lingtian also explained after hearing Nami's words. Although it is possible to reach the Grand Line through the doldrums, sailboats like the Mary would be completely immobile once they entered the doldrums. Upwelling current. Nami also understood what Lingtian said. Who can help steer the ship? Usopp looked at them chatting happily and immediately spoke up. Seeing this, Lingtian came to Usopp and held the rudder of the Mary together. Don't you think the current is strong? Usopp spoke up when he saw Lingtian coming to help. Lingtian didn't understand either. It was also his first time to set out on the Grand Route from the 4 seas, so he had no experience at all. Sea current. I see. After hearing what Usopp said and combining it with what Lingtian had said before about the rising current, Nami understood. Look at this. Nami pointed a finger at the upside-down mountain on the nautical chart.
Listen carefully. The guiding light is pointing to this place. The upside-down mountain of the Red Earth continent.
Nami pointed in the direction of Upside Down Mountain and explained to Luffy and the others about the currents on Upside Down Mountain, so they had to take the canal on Upside Down Mountain. Otherwise, the ship would crash into the Red Earth continent and everyone on board would die. Nami also judged, based on the current movement of the Mary, that they had entered the upwelling current.
Lingtian, Saran, fold up the sails.
Nami looked at the direction the Mary was heading and spoke. When Lingtian and Zoro heard Nami's words, they immediately went to fold up the sails of the Mary.
I was sucked in.
Luffy, who was on the observation deck, suddenly fell down, but he grabbed the observation deck while falling.
Steer the ship well.
Nami spoke up. When Sanji heard Nami's words, he immediately ran to the rudder.
It's really turbulent.
Lingtian said excitedly as he watched the ocean current beside the fence.
Nami, where is the entrance? If we continue like this, we will hit the Red Earth continent.
Luffy, who was holding onto the lookout, saw the Red Earth continent in front of him and said nervously. When Nami heard Luffy's words, she looked carefully and found that there was a wall in front of her, but there was a crack in the wall.
Keep going like this.
Nami looked at the crack in front of her and spoke. She believed that this crack was the canal connecting the Grand Line, and as long as she moved towards this crack, she could reach the Grand Line.
Let's go. If anything happens, leave it to me.
Chapter 61, The Grand Route.
Hey Lingtian, stop trying to be cool.
Zoro saw Lingtian standing at the bow of the Mary and spoke. He thought Lingtian wanted to show off because he was about to enter the Grand Line.
What are you talking about, Zoro? How could I be showing off?
Lingtian was speechless when he heard what Zoro said. How could he try to be cool at such an important moment?
Be careful.
While Lingtian and Sauron were talking, the Mary had already started riding the rising current. The huge vibration of the Mary forced Luffy and the others to hold on to the Mary tightly. Lingtian used chakra to stand on the bow of the Mary.
Spiritual art assistant, spiritual wind.
Lingtian, standing in front of the Mary, used spiritual power to keep the Mary in the middle of the rising current. Nami saw Lingtian's actions and then looked at the Mary and felt relieved. When she entered the upwelling current, she was worried that the Mary would be washed away by the upwelling current and hit the Red Earth continent.
Look that!
Sanji looked at the rising current and suddenly found that there was also a ship in another rising current that was about to enter the Grand Line.
Oh, we're about to collide.
Usopp was surprised when he saw the ship on the other side.
There's nothing we can do. If we continue like this, we're going to crash into each other. The only thing we can do is destroy the other ship, right?
Zoro and Sanji spoke one by one. As he said this, he stood up and planned to destroy the ship opposite. Luffy also came to Zoro and the others, and his thoughts were the same as theirs.
I just said I wasn't being cool.
Lingtian looked at the actions of Zoro and the others and spoke. How could I possibly show off? I am the legendary pirate.
Lotus flower black rope cutting. 3 swords style, 180 troubled phoenix. Rubber pistol.
Lingtian, Zoro and Luffy attacked the opposite ship together. Sanji didn't take any action but just looked at them. After all, Sanji currently has no means of long-range attack. Boom!
Hold on, we are now entering the Grand Line.
After destroying the opposite ship, the Mary also arrived at the top of the upside-down mountain. When the Mary reached the top, it was immediately swept into the downwelling current of the Grand Line. However, since Lingtian maintains the Grand Line, there is no big problem.
Finally we've arrived at the Grand Line.
With the help of Lingtian's spiritual power, the Mary arrived at the Grand Line smoothly. Strangeness. After the Mary used the range of the ocean current, Lingtian looked around. He found that there was no sign of Lab at the entrance of the Grand Line. Logically speaking, Lab should have crashed into the Red Earth continent here, but Lingtian did not find Lab.
Roar!
At this moment, a roar came from the mountain at the entrance of the Grand Line.
What kind of monster is that?
Just as Lingtian was listening to the roar, Sanji's frightened voice came from the side.
That is...
Lingtian turned around when he heard Sanji's voice, only to find a huge red figure crawling out from the entrance of the Grand Line. Lingtian recognized the red figure at the first sight. This guy turned out to be the Red Demon from the Demon Clan.
Why does the demon god of the Demon Clan appear here?
Lingtian looked at the Red Devil in disbelief. He glanced at Luffy next to him and the entrance to the Grand Line he had just entered, and confirmed that the world he was in was the world of One Piece. The system detects the information of the Red Devil. Lingtian didn't care about anything else and immediately detected the information of the Red Demon. Names: New Red Devil. Race: Demon. Fighting level. Introduction: the new Red Demon is a demon soldier created by the new Demon King using the power of the first Demon King. Because it contains the power of the first-generation Demon King, it is much stronger than the old Red Demon. Note: the Demon Clan has 7 hearts. Because the new demon has the enhancement of the Demon King, the demon will not die before the 7 hearts are destroyed. Whenever fatal damage is caused to a demon, as long as all the hearts are not destroyed, the demon can rely on the hearts to revive infinitely. Lingtian was also shocked when he saw this information. According to this information, the current Demon Clan is ruled by a new Demon King. Not only that, this new Demon King also used the power of the first-generation Demon King to create new demons. The Red Demon alone actually has a fighting level of 20,000. You should know that in the original book, the Red Demon only has a fighting level of around 3,000. Now it has suddenly risen to 20,000. You can imagine how much the capabilities of the Demon Clan have improved. The Red Demon God among the lower-level demon gods alone has a fighting level of 20,000, so the fighting level increase of the 10 rings under the Demon King must be terrifying. In the original work, Galen's normal level is 20,000, and with his magic
Critical breakthrough.
his level can reach 40,000. Therefore, the current 10 commandments have a guaranteed fighting level of 80,000 or even higher. Just at this moment, Lingtian heard Luffy's voice and reacted. Luffy was slapped away by the Red Demon. Fortunately, Sanji caught Luffy, otherwise he would have fallen into the sea. It turned out that while Lingtian was thinking just now, Luffy and the others had already launched an attack on the Red Demon. Although Luffy's fighting level has now exceeded 10,000, he is still no match for the Red Demon whose fighting level is as high as 20,000.
Hey Lingtian, go save them.
When Usopp saw Luffy being knocked away, he immediately came to Lingtian and shook Lingtian. After hearing what Usopp said, Lingtian walked directly to the Red Demon with moon steps and pulled out the lightning.
Itoryu, Red Bird.
Lingtian directly used the sword style to cut the Red Devil into 2 halves. Although the Red Demon God's fighting level has reached 20,000, this fighting level is nothing to Lingtian.
Great, I finally defeated him.
Zoro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lingtian's slash cut the Red Demon in half. Sanji was relieved when he saw this, and wanted to get closer to the body of the Red Demon to see what it was.
Get out of the way, Sanji.
Lingtian was also shocked when he saw Sanji's actions. But he knew that the demons could be resurrected again and again as long as they still had hearts. Sure enough, when Sanji approached the Red Demon opened his eyes and punched Sanji into the sea.
Zoran!
Seeing this, Lingtian immediately asked Zoro to catch Sanji. When Zoro heard Lingtian's words, he understood and jumped into the sea to pick up Sanji.
Really, you still cause trouble for others.
Chapter 62, The Real Kaido.
Don't come over here, Zoro.
Seeing Zoro drawing his sword and coming to help him, Lingtian scolded Zoro and told him not to come over. This Red Demon's fighting level is higher than Zoro's, plus he has 7 hearts. There is no guarantee that Zoro will be injured or even die because of this. Although Zoro now has the protection of bloodsucking, who can guarantee that no accidents will occur? When Zoro heard Lingtian's words, he also stopped. He also knew that he was no match for this red monster. When Lingtian saw Zoro stop, he also pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his waist.
Dual sword style, 5 Dragon Leap.
Lingtian brandished 2 swords and transformed them into 5 white flying dragons, hitting the Red Demon God in 5 places on his body. These 5 places are the 5 hearts of the Demon Clan. Although the Red Demon God fell down after 5 hearts were hit by Lingtian, he stood up again quickly. The Demon Clan has a total of 7 hearts, so the Red Demon still has 2 hearts. The Red Demon stood up and knocked Lingtian away with a punch, but Lingtian did not fall into the sea like Sanji because he had the wind ring.
Roar!
The Red Demon who knocked Lingtian away inserted his hands into his body. The Red Devil actually took out the only 2 hearts he had left from his body.
Roy.
The Red Devil was roaring something like a spell.
What is he doing?
Sanji was somewhat puzzled by the Red Devil's actions.
I didn't expect he had 2 hearts.
Zoro's focus is different from Sanji's. The red demon who knocked Lingtian away inserted his hands into his body. The Red Devil actually took out the only 2 hearts he had left from his body. Roar. The Red Devil was roaring something like a spell. What is he doing? Sanji was somewhat puzzled by the Red Devil's actions. I didn't expect he had 2 hearts. Zoro's focus is different from Sanji's. This is really interesting, let's ask him to be our partner. Luffy said excitedly as he watched the Red Demon's actions. The people on the ship found Luffy's words impossible. How could he agree to be their partner? Moreover, the Red Demon's size was too big to fit on the Mary. Roy.
That guy is.
Lingtian immediately lost his composure when he saw the figure who seemed to be wearing armor.
Nami, drive the Mary and take everyone away from here immediately.
After seeing that figure, Lingtian immediately said to Nami.
Why?
Nami was also a little confused when she heard Lingtian's words. She didn't understand why they had to leave first. Zoro stopped Nami and advised them to leave first. Even Lingtian needs to treat them seriously, so if they stay here they will only be a hindrance.
Nami, let's go first.
Even Luffy, who is always cheerful, advised Nami to leave first. Although Luffy is always laughing and joking in normal times, he can still distinguish right from wrong when it comes to major issues. After hearing what Luffy said, Nami realized the seriousness of the matter, so she took Luffy and the others and drove away on the Mary. Lingtian was relieved to see the Mary leave. What he feared most was that they insisted on staying.
Let your partner leave first, that's a smart move.
The tall figure that appeared looked at the Mary going away and smiled at Lingtian. Lingtian also became solemn as he looked at the tall figure. This guy looks very similar to Galan, one of the 10 commandments in the original work, except that Galan's skin is red while his is gray.
Who are you?
Lingtian looked at Jiayu in front of him and asked.
Ha, I am a subordinate of the Demon King, one of the new 10 commandments, the real Kaido.
When Jiayu heard Lingtian's question, he also answered. Lingtian also used the system to detect Gaduo's information while Gaduo was answering questions. Name Jiayu. Race demon. Fighting level. Magic critical breakthrough. After use, the fighting level can be raised to. Ability imitation can imitate other people's magic, physical skills, etc., but can only be used once a day. Commandment, truth, anyone who lies in front of Kaido will be petrified. Introduction, Jiayu, one of the new 10 commandments, possesses the true commandments bestowed by the Demon King and the power blessing of the first-generation Demon King.
Is that so?
After reading the introduction of Gaduo, Lingtian also confirmed his guess. Although his guess was verified, Lingtian did not expect that Gaduo's fighting level was actually as high as Gundam. It can even reach the fighting level when using critical breakthrough.
You are not from this world, right?
Jiayu looked at Lingtian and spoke.
Let's be each other.
Although Lingtian didn't know how Gaduo knew that he was not from this world, Lingtian had to know more about the Demon Clan.
Let's make a deal.
Jiayu also had no intention of fighting Lingtian, so he sat down and spoke.
Trade.
When Lingtian heard what Jiayu said, he flew to Jiayu and asked in confusion. He didn't know why Jiayu wanted to make a deal with him, but Lingtian understood that he had to get more information about the Demon Clan from Jiayu.
You help us seize this world. When we succeed, the Demon King will definitely reward you generously. You're not from this world anyway.
Kaido also proposed his own deal.
Why do you want to make a deal with me? With your strength, it should be easy for you to take over this world.
Lingtian didn't understand why Gaduo was looking for him. Logically speaking, the highest combat power in the pirate world is around 4,000 Du level. Not to mention the Demon King, even the current Kaido can conquer the entire pirate world by himself.
It's okay to tell you. Because our main body cannot come to this world at all. At most we can send some red demons or more advanced orange demons to this world.
Jiadu also told Lingtian the truth. However, there was one thing he had not told Lingtian, which was that the Demon King could teleport their 10 rings to this world. However, only one can be transmitted at a time.
Really, that means you are a phantom now.
Lingtian didn't believe that they couldn't come to this world. After all, in the original work, it was easy for the Demon King to enter the human world. Even he himself can enter and leave the human world at will. Although the world of One Piece does not belong to the worldview of the 7 deadly sins, at least the Demon King can bring the 10 commandments over.
Yes, I am indeed a phantom.
Gado replied. Lingtian also curled up the corners of his mouth when he heard what Jiadu said.
Where are you looking?
Lingtian pointed at the red demon god whose heart had just been sacrificed. I saw that the red demon had begun to turn into stone.
You fool me!
Chapter 63, Kuroka's. Because he appeared here because of the sacrifice of the red demon, the rule of lying by Gado naturally also fell upon the red demon.
We will meet again.
After the sacrificed red demon was petrified, Gado also disappeared in front of Lingtian. Marijoa among the flowers.
Dockley D. Lingtian, I will remember you.
Sitting on the ground, Gado muttered to himself as he looked at a bounty order in front of him. Lingtian sighed. Lingtian got some key information from Jiadu just now. First, the demons have come to the world of pirates, and compared to the original work, they have become more powerful. Second, the 10 Commandments, the top combat power among the demon clan, may also have come to the pirate world, and the abilities of the 10 Commandments are extremely strong. Even if you try your best, you may not be able to defeat the 10 Commandments. Thinking of this, Lingtian immediately used the bracelet to sense the location of the Mary. Aboard the Mary.
I don't know how Lingtian is doing.
Usopp looked at the entrance to the Grand Line in the distance and said worriedly.
Don't worry, Lingtian is very powerful.
Zoro comforted Usopp. Although he said so, it can be seen from his eyes that he is also worried about Lingtian. In order to prevent Lingtian from finding them, they stopped at an island near the Grand Route. Boom!
Oh, what a big whale.
Usopp said in shock as he looked at the whale in front of him. The Mary was like an ant in front of the whale.
Is this a sea king?
Zoro was also a little shocked when he looked at this huge whale. The whale ignored Luffy and the others on the Mary and opened its mouth wide.
Oh no, we are going to be eaten by a whale.
Luffy saw Laboon open his mouth and walked around nervously on the Mary.
Let me kill him in 3rd gear.
Luffy thought about blowing air into his hand. Bump. Just when Luffy was about to use the 3rd gear to kill Lab, Usopp lost his balance and knocked Luffy aside.
Everyone!
Lingtian also arrived here just when the Mary was swallowed by Lab.
Is it still too late?
Lingtian looked at Labu in front of him and held his forehead. Inside Rab.
Oh, I thought we were eaten by a giant whale.
Usopp opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Mary floating in a blue sky with white clouds.
What? It's fake.
When Luffy saw this scene, he also thought that what happened just now was fake.
No, you guys.
Nami was the first to notice something was wrong. The clouds and birds in the sky were motionless, and it was obvious that they were words.
What?
When Luffy heard what Nami said, he also looked around.
Is that a painting?
Sanji looked at the sky where Nami was pointing and understood.
So we are still inside the whale. We're going to die, we're going to melt.
Usopp also ran around nervously after hearing what Nami and the others said. When Luffy saw Usopp, he also tried to run around on the Mary. Dong! Dong!
Just be quiet for a moment.
Nami punched Usopp and Luffy respectively.
Gomnes.
X2. Usopp and Luffy, who were beaten by Nami, immediately became quiet.
Who drew these pictures inside the whale?
After beating up Luffy and Usopp, Nami continued to look at the strange images inside Lab's body.
Ah, look at that.
Is there an island over there?
Just as Nami and the others were looking at the paintings inside Lab's body, Usopp pointed to a place and spoke.
Where is it?
Nami and the others heard what Usopp said and looked where he was pointing, but they found nothing.
It's true.
Usopp directly handed a telescope to Nami.
Really, Usopp, you have a really good eye.
Nami also saw the small island in the distance through the telescope. He hadn't expected Usopp to be able to see an island so far away.
Of course, I am Sniper Usopp.
Usopp also became proud when he heard Nami's praise. After Nami discovered the island, she commanded the Mary to head towards the island. Soon the Mary approached the island. There are buildings in this place. When Luffy and his friends approached the island, they discovered that there was actually a house on the island. Soon an old man came out of the house, sat on a chair on the island and started reading a newspaper.
Who are you?
Sanji immediately became alert when he saw someone coming out of the house. Zoro also drew out his two swords, and Bloodthirsty also held his own body as if facing a formidable enemy. Usopp, Luffy, and the others also took a fighting stance.
Don't mess around, people will die.
Crocus looked at Luffy and the others who were on high alert and spoke.
You old bastard, who do you think will die?
Zoro was unhappy when he heard what Crocus said. He couldn't believe that a mere old man could kill them. As a result, Crocus's next sentence left Zoro stuck.
Of course it's me.
Kuroka spoke slowly while looking at the newspaper in his hand. But he still caught a glimpse of the straw hat on Luffy's head.
That straw hat suits you very well.
Crocus looked at Luffy's straw hat and thought about the days when he sailed with Roger.
Really? Grandpa, do you know Shanks?
Luffy immediately became excited when he heard Crocus mention his straw hat. For Luffy, anything about Straw Hat or Shanks can make him excited.
Shanks!
When Crocus heard Luffy's words, he also remembered the red-haired kid on Roger's ship. A few years ago, Crocus learned from the newspaper that Shanks is now one of the 4 emperors of the New World. He didn't even expect that the red-haired kid had become one of the 4 emperors. What made Kurokis even more surprised was that the red-nosed kid had also become one of the 7 warlords of the sea.
Of course he knows Shanks, Luffy.
Just as Kuroka's was reminiscing, a voice came from the air.
Lingtian, I'm so glad you're okay.
Luffy said happily as he looked at Lingtian flying in the air. The others were also relieved when they saw Lingtian.
How could anything happen to me?
Lingtian threw the 2 people he was holding aside and spoke. These 2 people are Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, Lao Sha's men. Miss Wednesday, also known as Princess Vivi of Alabasta.
Why are you here again? Why don't you give up?
Kuroka spoke when he saw Waiwei and Mr. Nine being left aside by Lingtian.
Long time no see, Kurokas.
Chapter 64, Agreement.
Why are you here?
Kuroka's was also puzzled when he saw Lingtian. After hearing what Crocus said, Lingtian explained to him that he is now the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. When Kuroka's heard Lingtian's words, he complained that Lingtian was a monster for not getting on Roger's ship in the first place.
Wait a minute, Grandpa.
The Roger you are talking about is the Pirate King, Golden Roger.
Nami also asked after hearing what Crocus said.
Golden Roger, that's what everyone calls him now.
Crocus also sighed when he heard Nami's words. Now, apart from the people he knew in the old days, not many people know Roger's real name. Goel D. Roger. This person used to be the ship doctor on the Pirate King's ship. Lingtian also introduced Crocus to Luffy and the others. When Luffy heard that Crocus was once Roger's doctor, he excitedly surrounded Crocus and asked him about Roger. Nami and the others couldn't believe what Lingtian said. This old man was actually the legendary Pirate King's ship doctor.
Oh no, Lingtian, the 2 people you just captured are missing.
Just when Luffy was pestering Crocus to talk about Roger, Usopp discovered that Vivi and the others were missing. Lingtian waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter, just don't meet him.
Anyway, they will meet again soon.
Lingtian thought to himself.
By the way, Grandpa, what's going on with this whale?
Nami didn't ask Crocus about Lab until after Luffy had asked Roger's question.
This whale's name is Labu, and it's the pet of the Rumba pirates.
Crocus also explained the matter of Laboon to Luffy and the others.
When entering the Grand Line, the Rumba pirates left Lab here and promised that they would return in 3 years. But year after year, the Rumbar pirates still haven't returned here, although Lab also speculated that the Rumbar pirates had died in the Grand Line. But Rab didn't believe this fact, so he crashed into the Red Earth continent over and over again. That's how he got the wound on his head. But a few days ago, a huge red monster appeared there, so I asked Rab to leave there.
Crocus explained the whole story about Lab to Luffy and the others. He believed that the person who was entrusted with this hat by Shanks would definitely not be a bad person. What's more, Lingtian is still on that boy's boat.
That huge red monster is a soldier of the Demon Clan.
After hearing what Kurokas said, Lingtian also explained to them the matter of the Red Demon.
Demon Clan, what is that?
Sanji was puzzled when he heard Lingtian's words. As a member of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji has some understanding of most of the races on the sea, but he has never heard of the existence of the demon race.
The Demon Clan is a race from another world. They have 7 hearts. As long as the 7 hearts are not destroyed, the Demon Clan members will not be killed. The ranks of the Demon Clan are the strongest, the Demon King, the next strongest, the 10 Commandments, and the ordinary demon soldiers. Ordinary demon soldiers are divided into 9 types from weak to strong: white demon, blue demon, green demon, yellow demon, red demon, orange demon, gray demon, copper demon, and silver demon. The one before was a red demon.
Lingtian also explained the situation of the Demon Clan to Luffy and the others.
That was just an ordinary red demon.
Soran was also somewhat shocked when he heard Lingtian's words. The Red Demon, who was infinitely more powerful than them, was actually just a soldier of the Demon Clan. And above that there are 4 demons who are even more powerful than that one. After hearing Lingtian's words, everyone on the melee felt a sense of crisis. After hearing Lingtian's words, everyone on the melee began training. Lingtian also planned to hold a lottery to see if he could improve the overall strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. After chatting with Lingtian and the others for a while, Kurokas told Nami how to get out of Lab's body.
Nami, this is for you.
Lingtian threw a pointer to Nami. This is the eternal pointer that Lingtian bought in Rogue Town before.
What's this?
Nami took the eternal pointer thrown by Lingtian and said in confusion.
This is the eternal compass used in the Grand Line. Once you enter the Grand Line, you can no longer rely on the nautical chart.
Lingtian also explained the function of the eternal pointer to Nami. Nami was also shocked when she heard Lingtian's words. She thought that nautical charts were also used in the Grand Line.
Ha ha ha, newcomers are always like this.
Crocus also laughed when he heard what Nami and Lingtian said.
Hey Luffy, what are you doing?
Just at this moment, Sanji's voice came from the side. Lingtian and Nami heard Sanji's voice and turned around to see that Luffy had actually taken down the mast of the Mary. Then he fought with Lab, but in the end there was no winner between the two.
I'm strong, right?
Luffy said while lying on the Mary. When Lab heard Luffy's words, he didn't understand what he was going to do. After fighting with me, this guy lay there and talked to himself. But Lab soon understood Luffy's intention. Luffy and Laboon agreed that Luffy would come back to see Laboon after they sailed the Grand Line for a week. Then he used paint to draw the Straw Hat Pirates' pirate flag logo on Lab's head. When I watched One Piece with Lingtian, I couldn't help but think when I saw this, is this paint sure it won't be washed off?
Stupid Luffy, why did you take down the mast of the Mary?
After seeing Luffy and Laboon make their agreement, Nami punched Luffy on the head. Lingtian also watched this scene with a smile, and then used spiritual magic to restore the mast of the Mary.
Goodbye Rab, we will definitely come back.
Luffy waved to Lab from the stern of the Mary. Lab also watched the Mary leave.
They are the ones we are waiting for, right, Roger?
Kurokas muttered to himself as he watched the Mary sailing away. Soon the Mary disappeared from the sight of Kurokas and Lab. Aboard the Marys, Lingtian was on the lookout tower, watching Luffy and the others playing below and thinking about how to improve their strength. After thinking it over, Lingtian still felt that drawing lots was the fastest way to improve their strength.
System, is there any way to directly draw items that increase strength?
Lingtian didn't have any clues, so he just asked the system if there was any solution. Ding, the host can draw a system upgrade ticket to upgrade the system. One system upgrade ticket will be issued for every 100,000 draws.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Chapter 65, Susanoo.
The system will draw 100 times and 1,000 times in a row.
After hearing what the system said, Lingtian also planned to directly take out the system upgrade coupon. Ding, insufficient system space detected. Please select the level of items to be destroyed, otherwise the rare items drawn will be automatically destroyed.
Destroy everything below diamond.
Lingtian thought about it and decided to destroy all items below diamond level. 100 times 1,000 consecutive draws means 100 purple gold items. The system space only has 64 grids of space, so even if Lingtian only keeps the purple gold items, most of the items will be destroyed. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the purple gold level item system upgrade voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the purple gold level item virtual space. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the purple gold level item space wall enhancement voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the purple gold level item 3 card chakra. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a purple gold level item, a Mangekyou Sharingan powerless version. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a purple gold level Sharingan upgrade voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a purple gold level Sharingan upgrade voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a purple gold level Sharingan upgrade voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a purple gold level item resurrection ticket. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a purple gold level item, Sun God Nika summoning ticket. Ding, the system is running low on space, the drawn item has been destroyed. Ding, the system is running low on space, the drawn item has been destroyed. Ding, the system is running low on space, the drawn item has been destroyed.
A great harvest.
Lingtian looked at the items drawn from the system space and smiled.
System, use the system upgrade voucher immediately.
Lingtian can't wait to upgrade the system. After upgrading the system, he can improve the strength of Luffy and the others. I have to say that Lingtian is really embarrassed. Among so many purple gold level items, not a single one is suitable for Luffy and the others. Ding, warning, please use up all items in the system space first, otherwise all items in the system space will be automatically destroyed when the system is upgraded. After hearing what the system said, Lingtian also planned to use all the items in the system space first. Virtual space, a purple gold level item that can pull entities into virtual space and simulate various things in virtual space. It can also remotely pull others into virtual space with their consent. First is the virtual space. This space is the same as the one Lingtian used to fight Rock Lee before, but this space has one more function. After Lingtian took this out, the virtual space turned into a necklace.
That's great. We can then let Luffy and the others enter the virtual space for training.
After looking at the virtual space, Lingtian continued to look at the next item. Space Wall Reinforcement Voucher, purple gold level item, can strengthen the space wall of a specified world.
This thing is mediocre.
Lingtian looked at the space wall strengthening voucher and complained. He didn't understand how this thing could be a purple gold grade item. After Lingtian took this out, it turned into a miniature pyramid.
Next.
Lingtian put away the miniature pyramid and continued to check other items. Sanka Chakra, purple gold level item, chakra from the Naruto world, can enable people to learn all kinds of ninjutsu. Sanka, as the name suggests, is the chakra of 3 Kakashis.
This is good.
Lingtian looked at this and started using it immediately. Lingtian only felt a warm current flowing through his body.
Is this chakra?
Lingtian looked at the purple, flame-like aura that he had condensed in his palm and smiled. Carry on. Mangekyo Sharingan, no power version. A purple gold grade item, a bloodline limit from the Naruto world, and the highest level of evolution of this bloodline limit under normal improvement. It does not have any Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, but it can use the third power, Susanoo, by gathering both eyes. Lingtian looked at the introduction of the Mangekyo Sharingan and started thinking. If he remembered correctly, he had also drawn a single Magatama Sharingan before. Thinking of Lingtian, he started searching in the system space. Soon Lingtian found the Sharingan in a corner of the system space. Lingtian immediately used these two Sharingan.
Forehead.
After using the Sharingan, Lingtian felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then a tear of blood flowed from his eyes. It took Lingtian several minutes to open his eyes. Lingtian took out a mirror from the system space and looked at it. Lingtian's left eye was a red eye with a single Magatama, while his right eye was in the shape of a five-pointed star. After using the Sharingan, Lingtian felt that his vision became clearer. He could see clearly a small island thousands of miles away. After experiencing the benefits brought by the Sharingan, Lingtian continued to check other items. Sharingan Upgrade Voucher, purple gold grade item from a parallel world of Naruto. Each one can upgrade the Sharingan to the next level. To upgrade from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 4 system upgrade tickets are required. Use 3 Sharingan upgrade tickets to upgrade the single Magatama Sharingan to the Mangekyo. Lingtian upgraded his single Magatama Sharingan to Mangekyo without hesitation. After all, his eyes with one single Magatama and one Mangekyo were too ugly. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? Being strong is a temporary matter, but being handsome is a lifelong matter. Congratulations to the host for using the Sharingan upgrade voucher to upgrade the single Magatama Sharingan to the double Magatama Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for using the Sharingan upgrade voucher to upgrade the double Magatama Sharingan to the triple Magatama Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for using the Sharingan upgrade voucher to upgrade the 3 Magatama Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. A stream of blood and tears flowed from Lingtian's left eye again, but because Lingtian had experienced this just now, it was nothing to him this time. After using the system upgrade coupon, Lingtian's left eye changed from a single Magatama to a double Magatama, then from a double Magatama to a triple Magatama, and finally from a triple Magatama to a 5-pointed star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and unlocking the third power, Susanoo. Beacon.
What is this Lingtian?
After discovering that Lingtian used Susanoo, Luffy immediately ran to Lingtian and asked. However, when Luffy tried to approach Lingtian, he was blocked by Susanoo.
What is that?
Zoro was also a little curious when looking at Lingtian's Susanoo.
Robot or something?
Chapter 66, System Upgrade.
This one. This is my new ability.
Lingtian looked at the Susanoo surrounding him and explained to Luffy and the others.
This ability is called Susanoo.
After saying that, Lingtian took back Susanoo. When Lingtian obtained a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he automatically learned how to freely retract and release Susanoo.
Susanoo, what is that?
Luffy still stared at Lingtian. It seemed like he was determined to get to the bottom of things and insisted that Lingtian give him an explanation. Lingtian was speechless when he saw Luffy like this. However, he still summoned Susanoo again.
What?
As soon as Susanoo revealed its flesh and blood, Lingtian fell to his knees with his eyes covered. Bleeding continued to flow from the eyes.
Lingtian.
Seeing this, Luffy immediately ran to Lingtian. When Sanji and Zoro heard Luffy's words, they immediately jumped onto the observation deck.
Hoo.
After Lingtian felt that his eyes were not so painful anymore, he said to Luffy.
Sorry, Luffy, I can't show you Susanoo now.
Lingtian also apologized to Luffy. Just now, after he used Susanoo, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes.
It's okay, it's okay. Do you want to eat some meat?
Luffy also spoke after seeing that Lingtian was fine. He was injured when he was a child, but he was completely fine after eating meat, so that's why he told Lingtian this.
Idiot, how can you eat meat?
Zoro also cursed when he heard Luffy's words. Sanji thought to himself when he heard Zoro's words. Green algae head is still reliable. The next second, I heard Zoro say that of course I should drink.
You two idiots, you should know you should get medical treatment no matter how you look at it.
Sanji said angrily after hearing what Zoro and Luffy said. After all, if you are injured, you should go to the hospital for treatment. How can you eat meat and drink alcohol? Lingtian was speechless after hearing what Luffy and Zoro said. He really wanted to complain that not everyone has a perverted body like yours. But he still didn't say anything, and told Luffy and the others that it was okay and they just needed to take a rest. After hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy and the others left the observation deck one after another, leaving Lingtian to rest alone. They were not worried that anything might happen to Lingtian. After all, Lingtian was a doctor to them in the Straw Hat Pirates.
System, what's going on?
After Lingtian saw Luffy and the others leave, he also asked about the system reason. Ding, because the host's body does not belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, the host's body cannot withstand the power of Susanoo. Lingtian understood something after hearing the system's voice. The Uchiha clan is the descendant of Indra, who is the son of Hagoromo. And Hagoromo is Kaguya's son, so they both have the enhanced Otsutsuki bloodline to a certain extent.
That's not right, then why can Kakashi do it?
Lingtian thought for a while and thought of Kakashi in the original work. You have to know that Kakashi Hatake is a man who has made a name for himself in the ninja world with his Sharingan. Even during the Fourth World War, Kakashi got a Susanoo experience card. Can you compete with Wuukai? The system directly responded with one sentence. When Lingtian heard what the system said, he thought it seemed to be like this, but he felt something was wrong. System, are you kidding me? Can I tell you that I encountered a problem when copying?
Well, what should I do with this system? I won't be unable to use Susanoo forever, right?
Although Lingtian listened to the system's lies. Blah blah blah. After the system's explanation, he understood why he couldn't use Susanoo, but Lingtian still asked the system without giving up. Of course not. As long as the host draws the Uchiha's physique or Indra's or Sage's body, this problem can be perfectly solved. The system explained. Lingtian was speechless when he heard what the system said. He had to draw another physical condition. However, Lingtian did not say anything, but continued to check the remaining items. Resurrection Ticket, a purple gold level item that can revive the dead. Note, the resurrected person must have a complete body. When Lingtian saw this, he thought of Roger's body and Lu Jiu's body in the system space. After thinking it over again and again, Lingtian decided to resurrect Roger first. After all, combat power is more important. However, Lingtian had no plans to resurrect Roger now. After all, the resurrection ticket could only resurrect a person, but it could not cure the resurrected person's illness. If Roger were to be resurrected now, he would soon die again from his illness. Watching Lingtian take out the resurrection ticket from the system space. After the resurrection ticket came out of the system space, it turned into a card. After Lingtian put away the card, he continued to look at the last item. Sun God Nika Summoning Ticket, purple gold level item, can summon the legendary liberation fighter, Sun God Nika. Sun God Nika, a fictional character worshipped by someone in the pirate world 1,000 years ago. 800 years ago, for some reason, people in the world regarded Joyboy as the legendary sun god Nika. This summon ticket will summon the legendary true liberation fighter, sun god Nika. Note, since the summoned characters have self-awareness, please use them with caution. Lingtian was also a little shocked when he saw this photo. This summoning ticket could actually summon the real Nika. You know, Luffy, who had just eaten the animal-type human fruit, the mythical beast, and the Nika form, was already semi-invincible when the fruit awakened. If the real Nika in the legend is not possible, he can directly sweep the pirate world. Although he thought so, Lingtian did not summon Nika yet. Lingtian jumped directly from the observation deck. Then he talked to Luffy and the others and went straight into the virtual space. After arriving at the virtual space, Lingtian took out various things from the system space. Even Roger and Lu Jiu's storage cabins were taken out.
System, start using system upgrade coupons.
After taking out the things in the system space, Lingtian couldn't wait to use the system upgrade voucher. System upgrade coupon in use. Chapter 67, The Role of Virtual Space. Lingtian was also speechless when he saw the system introduction. He who can dominate the pirate world is just a rookie in other worlds. However, after Lingtian read my introduction and took a closer look at the attribute panel, he suddenly discovered a problem.
Nanny, how come my chance of winning the lottery has become 0?
Lingtian felt bad the moment he saw the 0 displayed on the lottery screen. How come his originally unlimited chances of winning the lottery became 0? Ding, because the system has been upgraded, the rules will of course be updated accordingly.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Lingtian felt bad the moment he heard what the system said. You didn't ask either. The system answered Lingtian's questions honestly, which made Lingtian not even know how to complain.
How do we get a chance to win the lottery under the new rules?
Lingtian gave up after hearing what the system said, but he still asked about the new rules and how to get a chance to win the lottery. There is currently no path to get a chance to win a prize. Please look forward to the next update. Lingtian felt bad the moment he saw the system crash and say this. How come after the update, I don't even have a chance to win a prize?
Forget it.
Lingtian also accepted his fate after seeing this situation. What else can he do if he doesn't accept his fate? He can't let the system give him the chance to win the lottery back. Lingtian put the things he had just taken out back into the system space and left the virtual space.
We still need to become stronger.
Lingtian heard Sanji's words just after he left the virtual space. Sanji and the others also discovered Lingtian coming out of the virtual space.
It's strange, Lingtian. Why didn't you get hurt this time?
Lingtian was about to speak when he heard Usopp suddenly say this. The corners of Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Usopp's words. It seemed that I had to get hurt when I came out of the virtual space. This can't be blamed on Usopp, because Lingtian was always covered in injuries when he came out of the virtual space before.
What were you discussing just now?
Lingtian ignored Usopp's words and asked Sanji.
We are thinking about how to become stronger. After all, you saw that monster before.
Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke after hearing Lingtian's words. Lingtian also started thinking after hearing what Sanji said. His original plan was to draw some items that could improve his strength from the new lottery shop after upgrading the system. But who knew that after the system update, there would be no chance to win the lottery? Lingtian thought about it for a while and suddenly remembered that there was a function in the virtual space that could pull people in. Then could he bring Kaido in to give them special training? Okay. Just do it. After Lingtian explained to Luffy and the others for a while, he directly sent the Mary into the virtual space.
Wait here for a moment.
Lingtian said this and used the function of the virtual space to search for Kaido all over the world. Soon he found Kaido on Onigashima in Wano country.
Kaido!
Lingtian's voice came from beside Kaido. Kaido looked around but saw no one. When Lingtian saw Kaido like this, he didn't care about anything and directly pulled Kaido into the virtual space. Kaido just felt dizzy and then appeared in a place where there was nothing.
This is where?
Kaido immediately became alert when he saw this.
Long time no see, Kaido.
Lingtian appeared behind Kaido and said,
Brother Lingtian.
Kaido said happily when he saw Lingtian. He didn't expect to see Lingtian here.
I pulled you in here because I need your help with something.
Lingtian didn't hesitate and directly told Kaido his purpose. Then Lingtian told Kaido in detail the purpose of bringing Kaido in. When Kaido heard Lingtian's words, he patted his chest and said,
Leave it to me.
Because Kaido taught Buggy Haki in Wano country, he now knows exactly how to teach others Haki.
I am Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King.
Luffy ran from the distant Mary to Lingtian and Kaido and said. The reason why Luffy came here was because Usopp told him that Lingtian had brought in a strange person. As we all know, Luffy can't handle this kind of weird thing, so he just threw a rubber rocket launcher over.
Pirate King, you dare to say that, kid?
Kaido also laughed when he heard Luffy's words. Because of the encounter with Lingtian, Kaido's target is no longer Joy Boy. It is also for this reason that the current vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is Kazuki Oden.
Wait a minute, kid. Where did you get that jade pendant?
When Kaido first saw Luffy, he didn't think anything of it, but when he looked closely, he discovered that the jade pendant on this guy's neck was the one he and Buggy had agreed on.
Bucky gave this to me.
Luffy pointed at the jade pendant around his neck and spoke.
Really? Are you my O'Dowdo?
Kaido heard Luffy's words and patted Luffy on the shoulder.
Uncle, who are you?
Luffy said strangely. When Kaido heard Luffy's words, he complained that Buggy didn't tell Luffy about his own affairs. Then Kaido felt bad when he heard Luffy calling him
Second brother.
Kaido seriously told Luffy that he should call him
Big brother.
Chapter 68, Start Training. As for Hercules, it doesn't matter. He is bored on the Amplification Islands anyway, so he might as well teach that kid named Usopp. When Luffy saw Hercules for the first time, he immediately invited Hercules to become their crew member. For Luffy, the rhinoceros beetle is as important as becoming the Pirate King. In the original work, when Usopp asked Luffy which was more important, the rhinoceros beetle or the Pirate King, Luffy actually hesitated. This shows the status of the rhinoceros beetle in Luffy's mind. But Hercules refused without even thinking about it. The reason is that he doesn't want to be a pirate. Luffy was stunned for a long time when he heard Hercules refuse to be his partner before he responded. Lingtian told them how to use the virtual space and then left the virtual space.
Then there are some things that should be resolved.
Lingtian looked at the red Earth continent in the distance. To be precise, Lingtian was looking at Mary Jihuai's on the red Earth continent. Lingtian left a tracker on the previous Gado. This tracker was drawn by Lingtian when he was in Ridoria. There is no need to use any objects. You can lock the tracker on the other person just by thinking. Lingtian had previously checked his tracker bracelet and discovered that Gado was actually in Marijoa. Lingtian looked at the red dot on the tracker bracelet and quickly flew towards Marijoa. However, before flying away, Lingtian still put on the pure white mask and cloak in the system space. His purpose this time was only to deal with the 10 Commandments and the demon king behind the 10 Commandments, and he had no intention of conflicting with IM and the 5 Elder Stars. After all, they were handed over to Luffy to deal with. Soon Lingtian arrived in Mary Jihuai's. In order not to attract attention, Lingtian summoned the Black Shadow army to sneak into Maria through the Black Shadow Kingdom.
The next level of the 10 Commandments should be coming soon.
Gado muttered as he squatted on the ground between the flowers. The reason why he didn't go directly to trouble Lingtian these days was because the next 10 Commandments were about to come to this world, so he had to guard it here.
I see. Is the next 10 commandments about to appear?
Just as Gaduo was thinking, a voice came from Gaduo's ears.
Who?
When Gado heard the voice, he immediately became alert. The first thing he thought of was that IM wanted to attack him, but after changing his mind, Gado came to his senses and realized that the voice was a male voice. When Gado finished speaking, no one appeared around, but what Gado didn't notice was that a head emerged from the shadow under him.
What's this?
Gado was knocked down by the ninja soldiers that emerged from the shadows, and then was directly pulled into the Shadow Kingdom by a large number of shadow soldiers.
What is this place?
After being pulled into the Shadow Kingdom by the Shadow Legion, Gado discovered that there were all kinds of monsters here. Okay. He never thought that he was also a monster in the eyes of others.
Long time no see, Jaya Duo.
Lingtian took off the mask and said,
It doesn't seem to be that long.
You are. How dare you show up here? Aren't you afraid of the Demon King?
Jayadu saw Lingtian's face and spoke. Just now, when he didn't know what it was, Jayado was indeed a little scared, but now that he knew it was Lingtian, Jayado was no longer afraid. After all, he had seen Lingtian's strongest combat power, which was only 100,000 do level at most. However, he could reach 130,000 do level by using critical breakthrough.
I don't want to talk to you, just tell me where the Demon King is.
Lingtian didn't waste any time talking to Jayadu. He just wanted to resolve the issue of the Demon King as soon as possible. He wanted to solve these problems while Luffy and the others were training. Although Luffy and the others will definitely improve greatly after Kaido's training, their highest level can only be level 4. After all, the highest level in the pirate world is level 4. Unless he uses the power extracted from the system to forcibly improve himself, it is impossible to exceed the level of this world.
Humph, you want to see the Demon King? Wishful thinking.
Without saying a word, Gajuo used critical breakthrough to raise his fighting level to 130,000. Lingtian checked Gajuo's current level in the system space and found that Gajuo's current level was 5.3.
If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink.
Seeing Jayadu's look, Lingtian decided not to waste any more words with Jayadu. Lingtian directly took out a card from the system space. The card only said,
Nascent Soul Stage Cultivation, 1-hour trial card. Use.
As soon as Lingtian finished speaking, he saw the card turned into a ray of light and flew into Lingtian's body, and then a suffocating breath came from Lingtian's body.
This.
Jayadu swallowed as he felt the sudden burst of fighting power from Lingtian. This aura was even stronger than that of the Demon King. He didn't believe that this human could have such a powerful fighting level. Lingtian did not say anything when he heard what Jayadu said, but took a look at the information on the attribute panel. Lingtian discovered that after using his nascent soul cultivation, his level had reached as high as level 8.8.
Click.
Just as Lingtian was looking at the attribute panel, a clicking sound suddenly came from all around. After hearing the voice, Lingtian looked around and found that the Black Shadow Kingdom could not withstand the aura he exuded. Upon seeing this, Lingtian immediately rolled up Gadu, tore through space, and left the Shadow Kingdom. After being rolled up by Lingtian, Gado couldn't move at all. After all, there was a huge gap in strength between Gado and Lingtian. Soon Lingtian and Jayadu appeared in a space that looked like a starry sky.
Is this the place beyond the world?
Chapter 69, Demon King. Lingtian thought of this and didn't think any further. After all, it is very difficult to save a world that has lost its core. Besides, the cores of those worlds have been squandered by the demons. Lingtian glanced at Jayadu, who had been knocked unconscious before he was dragged out of the world, and then began to cast a spell. Soon after Lingtian finished performing the spell, a red thread emerged from Jayadu's body. This is the skill that comes with the experience card, Causal Pull. This spell can make the person being cast the spell emit a thread to guide the caster to find someone who has a causal relationship with the person being cast the spell. Of course, this person was found based on Lingtian's inner thoughts. Lingtian looked at the direction the thread flew and followed it. At the same time, on a certain planet, in a magnificent palace, a man in black was sitting on the palace, and beneath the palace were kneeling several monsters of various shapes, as well as several human shapes.
Master Demon King, what is the matter with calling us here?
A handsome man in white clothes spoke. He is Jairus, one of the new 10 commandments, and also the most powerful one among them.
Jairus, I can't contact Gado. That world may be in trouble.
The Demon King glanced at Jairus and spoke slowly. Just now, he suddenly felt that his connection with Gado had disappeared, as if someone had forcibly severed the connection between him and Gado.
How can it be?
Jairus was also shocked when he heard the words of the Demon King. You have to know that the Demon King's fighting level is as high as 300,000. How could anyone cut off the connection between the Demon King and Gado? Lord Demon King also said that the fighting level of the strongest person in that world is only 40,000, so it is impossible for anyone to defeat Garu. Because Lingtian was not from the pirate world, he escaped the inspection of the Demon King at that time.
HMPH, my energy has just been restored. Jairus, go check what happened in that world.
The Demon King snorted coldly. Although someone cut off his connection with Garu, the Demon King did not think that guy was stronger than himself. Maybe he used some method to cut off the connection between himself and Garu.
As you command, Lord Demon King.
Jairus spoke after hearing the words of the Demon King. He also wanted to see what kind of person was able to kill the Demon King.
You don't have to go.
At this moment, a huge breath came out from the void. Then a space crack was torn in the space of the hall, and a purple-haired man wearing a cloak walked out of the space crack, along with Gato, who was carried by the purple-haired man.
Who are you?
Sensing Lingtian's aura, the Demon King broke out in a cold sweat. The Demon King actually felt the breath of death from Lingtian, which meant that this being was much stronger than himself. Lingtian did not answer the Demon King's question, but looked at the people in the palace. Lingtian looked at a man in white and checked his information. Name Jairus. Race Demon. Level. Commandment, respect God. Those who turn their backs on Jairus will be regarded as disrespectful to the Demon King and will be forced to submit to Jairus.
The Demon King, huh?
Chapter 70, The Past of the Demon Clan. Lingtian felt a little strange when he saw the 10 Commandments standing up without hesitation to protect them behind him. You have to know that the Demon King in the original book is a cruel and ruthless person who can even kill his own son at will. However, Lingtian put these questions aside and asked the questions he originally wanted to ask.
Where are the cores of those worlds, where the worlds are withering?
Lingtian still wants to save those worlds whose cores have been taken away, but have not been completely destroyed.
We don't have that kind of thing.
After thinking for a while, the Demon King told Lingtian that he did not have such a thing.
How is that possible? Aren't those worlds the cores of the worlds that you took away?
Lingtian was also somewhat shocked when he heard the words of the Demon King. He thought that those world cores were taken away by the demons.
I didn't take that. The previous Demon King took it.
Jairus also spoke angrily when he heard Lingtian's words. After Jairus finished speaking, the other 10 commandments clenched their hands with unwilling looks on their faces.
The previous generation of Demon King.
Lingtian was also somewhat shocked when he heard Jairus' words. I never thought that there are 2 Demon Kings in this world now.
Tell me, what is going on?
After hearing Lingtian's words, the Demon King thought for a while and then spoke slowly.
The story begins 1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago, the demons sent a large number of demons and the 10 Commandments to invade the human world, but they were eventually stopped by a knight group called the 7 Deadly Sins Knights in the human world.
After the 10 Commandments were stopped by the 7 Deadly Sins Knights, the previous generation of the Demon King tore open the cracks in time and space and came to the human world. In the face of the powerful force of the Demon King, the 7 Deadly Sins Knights had no power to resist at all. But at the last moment, the leader of the 7 Deadly Sins Knights, Meliodas, suddenly burst out with a huge amount of magic power.
This huge magic power greatly increased Meliodas' strength and directly seriously injured the Demon King at that time. After the Demon King was seriously injured by Meliodas, the Supreme God joined forces with Meliodas and the 4 archangels to completely expel the demons from that world. The expelled Demon King was unwilling to give up and wanted to fight back, but he did not have strong power at the time, so the Demon King decided to seize the world cores of those worlds to improve his own strength. The Demon God clan was divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by the then Demon God King. This faction supported the Demon God King's idea and plan to fight back.
The other faction supports the Stability faction. They have experienced so many battles and are already tired of fighting, so they don't want to follow the Demon King back to fight.
But the Anwen faction was too weak at the time, and their words had no weight in the eyes of the Demon Clan. Until 500 years ago, I went through a lot of strengthening of the world core, and the Demon King trusted me and gave me his original magic power. So I took the 10 commandments from the Demon King when he wasn't paying attention. Finally, I took advantage of the chaos and led the Anwen faction to leave the Demon Clan and come here to start a new life.
The Demon King recounted the experiences of the Demon Clan in one breath. After hearing what the Demon King said, Lingtian thought for a while and then spoke.
Then why do you want to go to that world?
Lingtian was puzzled. According to what the Demon King had just said, they should be the stable faction, so they should not invade the pirate world.
That's because I heard that world has an extremely powerful ability. In order to prevent the pro-war faction from finding this place in the future, we must fight with a powerful force.
The Demon King also explained to Lingtian why they went to the pirate world. Because he felt an ability to suppress magic in that world, he wanted Kaido to learn it. After hearing what the Demon King said, Lingtian understood that what they were looking for was probably domineering power. Apart from domineering power, Lingtian couldn't think of anything that could suppress magic power. If it was a devil fruit, that would be impossible because although devil fruits were rare in the sea, they were not something that could not be found. If it was a devil fruit, Kaido could have found a lot of them at that time and wouldn't have had to stay there. After knowing about the Demon Clan, Lingtian left a soul mark on their souls. Although they told him about the Demon Clan, he didn't dare to believe everything the Demon King said. When Lingtian left, he left behind a domineering cultivation method and helped them set up a barrier to prevent the pro-war faction from coming here. When leaving, Lingtian also asked for a trace of magic power from the Demon King. Outside the pirate world, Lingtian tore the crack again and went back. But before going back, Lingtian used the world wall strengthening coupons he had drawn in the system space to strengthen the space wall of the pirate world. To be honest, Lingtian originally wanted to go with them to see the pro-war Demon Clan, but the temporary use voucher for his nascent soul stage cultivation was about to expire. You have to know that you can leave the pirate world only by tearing open the crack. If Lingtian's nascent soul stage cultivation is over by then and he hasn't returned yet, it will be impossible for him to come back. When Lingtian returned to the pirate world, he took advantage of the few minutes left in his nascent soul stage and used the magic power he had just taken from the Demon King to use the power of cause and effect to completely eliminate all matters related to the Demon Clan in the pirate world. Lingtian also erased the memories of the Demon Clan from the people in the pirate world. After finishing all this, Lingtian felt his whole body relax and his strength decreased rapidly. Lingtian knew it was because the trial voucher had expired. Soon Lingtian arrived at an island, which was a small island near Whiskey Mountain. After arriving on this island, Lingtian entered the virtual space. Because it is a virtual space, everything in it can be set by yourself, including the environment, weapons, food, creatures, etc. Of course, the time can also be set. So even though only 1 hour had passed outside for Lingtian, 2 years had passed in the virtual space.
It seems like they've trained pretty well.
Lingtian looked at the strange-shaped island, condensed from the virtual space below, and laughed. To the north of this island is Onigashima of Wano country. To the south is the Kyudon Islands, to the west is Mihawk's Dark Island, to the east is a plain, and in the air above the island is a sky island.
2 years of training should be enough.
Chapter 71, Changes in the Straw Hat Pirates and #039, Strength. Three-sword style extreme tiger hunting. Zoro covered his 3 swords with armament haki and rushed towards Kaido. Clang! Kaido directly covered his hands with armed color domineering to block Zoro's extreme tiger hunt. When Zoro saw that his attack was blocked by Kaido, he kicked Kaido and jumped away. Devil's Foot Stew. After Zoro jumped away, Sanji followed and kicked Kaido directly, sending him flying.
Rubber, rubber, rubber double giant guns.
While Kaido was kicked away by Sanji, Luffy blew air into his hands and covered them with armed color domineering and smashed towards Kaido, who was flying away.
King Kong Dysprosium.
Looking at the 2 huge fists flying towards him, Kaido immediately reacted by swinging the iron rod and sending out a column of energy to smash Luffy's two huge fists. While the stick energy was about to hit Luffy's fist, Kaido immediately transformed into a giant dragon and flew up.
3-sword style, 1080 troubled winds.
Seeing Kaido transform into a flying dragon, Zoro immediately used 1080 troubled winds to swing several sword energies at Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon.
Missed foot.
Sanji also cooperated with Zoro to perform Storm Kick, one of the 6 styles of the Navy that he had learned directly. Now Sanji has learned Storm Kicks and Moon Steps, 2 of the 6 styles of the Navy, as well as the Sea Steps that are the same as in the original work. In addition, Sanji has now completely awakened his bloodline factor.
Hot breath.
Upon seeing this, Kaido spit out a stream of fire to block the two men's attacks.
Bad wind.
After blocking the attacks of Zoro and Sanji, Kaido once again spit out sickle-like wind blades from his mouth. However, although Kaido spit out a lot of wind blades, the 3 people who had undergone so much training easily dodged the wind blades spit out by Kaido.
4th gear.
After dodging Kaido's wind blade, Luffy blew air directly into his body and used the 4th gear without hesitation. Luffy's body slowly grew bigger as he kept blowing air, but his legs did not change, giving people a top-heavy feeling. As Luffy's body slowly changed, he also covered his body with armament haki. Lingtian looked at the armament haki covering Luffy's body and judged that Luffy's current armament haki should have reached the level of Ryuo. After all, Luffy had already learned armament haki when he was in Kakoja village. Now, with Kaido's guidance, it would be hard not to reach the level of Ryuo.
Interesting, then let's decide the outcome with one move.
Kaido looked at Luffy's gear, 4th Elastic Man, and spoke.
Hehe, let's decide the outcome with one move.
Luffy said while jumping up and down.
Let's go Zoro Sanji. Oh.
X2. Blood. As Zoro spoke, waves of blood mist emerged from his body. Lingtian knew that this blood mist should be the ability to suck blood, but he didn't know how well Zoro had mastered this ability now.
Yama.
As Zoro shouted the word Yama, dark red patterns appeared on Zoro's body, and then he grew 3 heads and 6 arms.
9 swords flow, blood red hell. Devil's feet.
As Sanji spoke, his feet also turned red like the flames of hell. Lingtian looked at Sanji's feet and thought, now compared to Zoro, Sanji seemed a lot weaker. Lingtian planned to see if he could find the things he had drawn out of boredom in Midoriya to see if there was anything that could help Sanji.
Rubber, rubber, rubber.
Luffy also continued to inflate his hands.
Jiang Sanshi Yinelio.
Seeing Luffy and the others using their ultimate moves, Kaido transformed into a human beast form and jumped into the air. He spun the iron rod, wrapped his domineering aura around it, and smashed it towards Luffy and the others.
Lo Yanyu.
Full feast of gourmet food. Great Ape King Spear. The attacks of the 4 people collided with each other, causing a strong impact that spread across the entire island. Moreover, Lingtian discovered that the attacks of the 4 of them did not collide with each other, but were separated by a little distance in the center of the attack. This was obviously the ability of the domineering color entanglement. Lingtian knew that Kaido and Luffy possessed Conqueror's Haki, but Lingtian never expected that Zoro and Sanji also had Conqueror's Haki, and even learned the truth-level ability of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Boom!
You all have become stronger.
Take the 4 people back to Ghost Island, Lingtian said. Even though we haven't seen Luffy's Nika form, right now basically no one in the entire Grand Line dares to wipe them out. Even if the entire world government came to besiege them, Lingtian was confident that he could run away.
Hehe, we have become very strong.
Luffy smiled when he saw Lingtian. Zoro and Sanji also smiled. They have suffered a lot in the past 2 years, but compared with their current strength, these hardships are nothing.
Brother Lingtian.
Kaido saw Lingtian and scratched his head. If he had known that Lingtian was watching him, he would have used more strength. It was really embarrassing that he was beaten away by the 3 of them just now.
Kaido did a great job.
When Lingtian saw Kaido's expression, he roughly knew what Kaido was thinking. After looking at the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, Lingtian went to see the changes in other people. Usopp has now become a muscular man. Luffy was very shocked when he saw Usopp with muscles for the first time. Although all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are on this island, they are basically training separately, so they haven't seen each other for 2 years. Nami's changes are not that big. After all, Nami's strength is secondary. Nami's most important thing is navigation knowledge, so it doesn't matter whether Nami is strong or not. Of course, no matter how strong Nami is, she can beat the captain in the Straw Hat Pirates.
Everyone, thank you for taking care of the Straw Hat Pirates over the past 2 years.
Lingtian looked at the person in front of him who was teaching the Straw Hat Pirates and thanked him.
It's okay, brother. This is what I should do.
Kaido felt embarrassed when he heard Lingtian's thanks.
Luffy, be careful.
Before parting, several masters said goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates.
If you have any problem, please come to Ghost Island to find me, big brother.
Kaido patted Luffy on the shoulder.
Hehe, I get it, brother Kaido.
Luffy said with a smile.
Zoro, I hope you can surpass me next time we meet. I will. Sanji, remember what I taught you. And everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates, welcome to the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. Thank you, Marco, for the past 2 years. A man's farewell needs no words. Goodbye, Usopp. I understand, Hercules.
Nami, take good care of yourself on the Grand Line. I understand. Thank you for teaching me about sailing.
Chapter 72, The Adventure Continues. Soon after Lingtian took back the virtual space, Kaido and the others returned to their original places. Although they spent 2 years in the virtual space, in the real world only 2 days had passed, or maybe even no 2 days at all.
Hey, let's continue sailing.
Luffy sat in his special seat and opened his hand and spoke. Lingtian and the others were also standing behind Luffy, looking at the front and smiling. As the Mary sailed along the grand route, they soon saw an island that looked like a cactus.
Awesome, what is that?
Luffy became excited as soon as he saw Cactus Island.
Cactus!
Usopp also looked over when he heard Luffy's words.
That should be Cactus Island.
Nami spoke up.
Cactus Island, it seems very interesting.
When Luffy heard what Nami said, he didn't care about anything and just flew over with a rubber rocket launcher. When the others saw Luffy like this, they also held their foreheads with their hands, even though they were used to Luffy's reckless personality. Lingtian looked at Luffy flying out and thought it was normal. After all, Luffy had trained on Onigashima for 2 years, so this was normal. In the original work, there were many animals accompanying Luffy when he trained, but in the virtual space, there was no one else except Kaido and his friends, and the place he saw every day was the same. Whiskey Peak.
Who are you?
A bunch of people pointed at Luffy with various things. This time Luffy didn't hit the house, but fell headfirst to the ground. Originally, the people on Whiskey Peak saw the Mary and wanted to kill people and steal treasures as before, but this guy suddenly flew out from the pirate ship.
May. I'm Luffy, a pirate.
Luffy pointed at himself and grinned.
Pirate? Really? So you're a hero pirate?
After hearing Luffy's words, all the people holding weapons put down their weapons and cheered. Luffy looked a little confused when he saw them, not knowing what was going on. But when these people took out a pile of meat, Luffy ignored everything and dived into the pile of meat. Soon the Mary approached Whiskey Mountain. When they got off the boat, they saw Luffy eating and drinking in Whiskey Peak.
You are Luffy's companions, right?
A villager came out and spoke.
We are indeed Luffy's companions.
Usopp spoke up when he heard the villager's words.
Really, are you also pirate heroes? Welcome to Whiskey Peak.
The villager spoke after hearing Usopp's words.
Pirate hero.
Nami was a little confused when she heard what the villager said. The villager heard Nami's confusion and explained to her.
Puff.
Lingtian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to what the villager said. Lingtian really couldn't help it. The idea of a town welcoming pirates was simply hilarious.
What are you laughing at?
The villager was puzzled when he heard Lingtian's laughter.
I remembered something happy.
Lingtian simply made up a reason. The villager did not doubt Lingtian's words. After all, they were confident that new pirates like Lingtian would not know the situation of the Grand Line. Ordinary new pirates would indeed be deceived by their appearance. In the original work, if it weren't for Zoro, who had been at sea for a long time, the Straw Hat Pirates might have been doomed here. Following the villagers' explanation, the Straw Hat Pirates also started eating, drinking, and having fun at Whiskey Peak. Especially this guy Sanji, he is hugging people left and right here. It's really enviable. Of course, Ling Tian, who had received higher education in his previous life, would not be surrounded by beauties like Sanji. Ling Tian just drank and ate meat nearby. Zoro was also drinking and eating meat like Lingtian, but he would occasionally complain about Sanji being a lecherous kappa. As for Usopp, he followed the people of Whiskey Peak and told lies of his own making, which of course were not necessarily lies. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone else fell asleep. Maybe it was because he had only been training for 2 years, but even Zoro was drunk.
Why aren't you drunk?
Originally, Ling Tian was planning to solve the matter by himself, but then he saw Bloodthirsty next to him.
I'm not a human. How could I get drunk?
Bloodthirsty complained when he heard Ling Tian's words. As a weapon spirit, she won't get drunk. After all, have you ever seen a knife get drunk?
Okay, then the rest is up to you.
After hearing what Bloodthirsty said, Ling Tian also planned to leave the next matter to Bloodthirsty to handle. After all, these guys are not worth doing it yourself. Simple. Bloodthirsty said as he looked at the group of villagers who had drawn their weapons, because Luffy and the others had fallen asleep. She felt something was wrong when she first arrived on the island. Although this world was in the era of pirates, how could the people on the island welcome pirates? In addition, she just observed that those cactus thorn-like things on this cactus island were actually tombstones.
By the way, be gentle with that blue-haired woman and the curly-haired man.
Ling Tian looked at Nefertari among the villagers who came out and spoke softly. After all, he is one of the 5.5 crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates.
I see, but I think I've seen that blue-haired woman somewhere before.
After saying that, Bloodthirster jumped down and pointed at the villagers who came out with her real body and said,
Sorry, my friends are too tired. Can you let them sleep for a while? Humph, there will be another grave on Cactus Island tonight. Come on.
The curly-haired man pointed at Bloodthirsty and spoke. Other villagers. Not. It must be that the bounty hunter rushed towards Bloodthirsty as soon as he heard the curly-haired man's words.
Humph.
Bloodthirsty snorted coldly, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, knocking down all the bounty hunters who rushed over. Of course. Because of Ling Tian's words, Bloodthirsty did not knock Weiwei and Ikelim down.
King Color domineering.
Ling Tian was also a little surprised when he saw the blood-sucking scene. Logically speaking, Bloodthirsty is a person from another world and should not possess domineering aura.
Simple right.
The blood-sucking man knocked down the villager and smiled at Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at Bloodthirsty and felt that he looked more and more like Dashigi in the original novel. Not. It should be said that she looks like Kuina.
You are Kuina, right?
Ling Tian looked at Zhu Zai and asked the question in his heart. It's not that Ling Tian is too sensitive, but the appearance of the blood-sucking simulation is really similar to Kuina. Bang dang.
I
Bloodthirsty covered his head and screamed in pain.
I am the demon sword Bloodthirsty. No, I'm Goo.
Chapter 73, Nefertari. The sound that Bloodthirsty made just now woke up Luffy and the others.
Lingtian, what are you doing?
Luffy, who had just woken up, saw the villagers and Bloodthirsty lying on the ground and immediately became angry. Without saying a word, he attacked Ling Tian. Ling Tian was also speechless when he saw Luffy rushing towards him. How come Luffy still has this kind of personality after 2 years of training? Ling Tian jumped left and right and easily avoided Luffy's attack.
Second gear.
When Luffy saw Ling Tian easily unleashing his attacks, he immediately used gear second.
Hey Luffy, you're not serious, are you?
Lingtian looked at Luffy's activated gear too and spoke. He thought Luffy was just playing with him, but he didn't expect that Luffy was serious.
By the way, why are you guys just standing there watching?
Lingtian took advantage of the gap when Luffy activated Gear Second and caught a glimpse of Zoro and the others who were watching the show on the side and shouted. Everything would have been fine if Lingtian hadn't shouted, but after Lingtian shouted, Nami realized and went to search for their treasure. When a few people saw Nami searching for treasure, they immediately followed her, not caring about Lingtian and Luffy at all. Especially Soran. Now Zoro is thinking that he has been tricked by Luffy for so long, and it is finally his turn to be the vice captain. Thinking of this, Zoro wanted to laugh. However, Zoro also knew that he had to give Lingtian some face, so he didn't laugh until Lingtian could no longer see Zoro. Although Lintang did not see Soran, Lingtian heard Soran's voice. Okay. Lingtian was given face but not much.
Spiritual skills assistance Goma.
After seeing Zoro and the others leave, Lingtian didn't care about anything and just knocked Luffy unconscious. He didn't want to fight with Luffy here.
You are from the Nefertari clan, right?
After knocking Luffy down, Lingtian turned and spoke to Wei Wei and Ikarim. When Wei Wei and Ikarim heard Lingtian's words, cold sweat kept coming out of their foreheads. The fact that they are the royal family of the Nefertari clan is a secret to the outside world. Even the Baroque works behind them does not know their identities. And the person in front of him could tell at a glance that they were members of the Nefertari clan.
Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. We can even help you save Alabasta.
Lingtian smiled as he looked at the cold sweat on Wei Wei and Ikarim's faces. To be honest, Lingtian still admires Princess Wei Wei very much. As a princess, she has the guts to sneak up on Crocodile, which makes her stronger than most people in terms of courage and bravery.
Are you the speed sword ghost Docker Lingtian, who rivals the legendary Four Emperors?
After hearing Lingtian's words, Wei Wei also looked at Lingtian's appearance. As a result, Wei Wei found that Lingtian looked exactly like the one on a bounty poster she had seen in Alabasta.
Docker Lingtian.
After hearing Wei Wei's words, Ikarim also looked at Lingtian's appearance. As a result, Ikarim discovered that the man in front of him looked exactly like the great pirate Lingtian.
As expected of the princess of Alabasta.
Yes, I am the speed sword ghost Lingtian.
After hearing Wei Wei's words, Lingtian told Wei Wei his identity. Anyway, there is nothing to hide about my identity. After chatting with Wei Wei for a while, Lingtian agreed to help Wei Wei save Alabasta. After the chat, Lingtian took Luffy to find Zoro and the others. When Wei Wei saw Lingtian leaving, she gritted her teeth and followed him. When Ikarim saw that his princess had followed him, he followed too.
I didn't expect they were so rich.
Nami found the small treasury and kept putting the money in it into her pocket.
Didn't Lingtian give you a lot of money?
Usopp couldn't help but complain as he watched Nami pocket someone else's small treasury.
What pirate would dislike Barry?
Nami immediately retorted when she heard Usopp's words. When Sanji heard what Nami said, he immediately ran to Nami and agreed. Zoro watched from the side. He was thinking about what had happened to Bloodthirsty. When he woke up just now, he saw Bloodthirsty dropped on the ground and picked it up. But the strange thing is that no matter how Zoro called out to Bloodthirster, there was no response. He had to find an opportunity to ask Lingtian what happened to Bloodthirster. Although Bloodthirster was only a weapon spirit, Sauron had long regarded Bloodthirster as a partner. It should be said that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates regards Bloodsucker as a partner.
Did you have fun searching the vault?
Just as Zoro was thinking, a voice came from outside. Lingtian was seen carrying Luffy and walking towards them with two younger brothers following behind him.
Okay.
Nami heard Lingtian's words and smiled as she picked up a large bag. The Straw Hat Pirates, knowing Lingtian's character well, were not worried at all that Lingtian would beat them like he did to Nami. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates thought, Lingtian didn't care at all that they had just abandoned him.
What a beautiful lady.
When Lingtian brought Wei Wei and the others in, Sanji saw Wei Wei following behind Lingtian. Then his true nature was revealed, and he ran to Wei Wei in a circle. Waiwei and Ikelim were shocked when they saw this.
Okay, Sanji, stop scaring me.
Lingtian also knows Sanji's character. Sanji will not hurt a lady, but he still reminds Sanji.
Ma'am, I am the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, Prince Sanji.
When Sanji heard Lingtian's words, he realized that he was being rude, so he introduced himself to Waiwei.
Hello, I am the Princess of Alabasta, Waiwei.
I am Ikerim, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard.
After hearing what Sanji said, Waiwei and Ikerim introduced themselves to the Straw Hat Pirates.
The Princess of Alabasta. As a princess of a country, how could you be with that group of people?
Nami was also a little confused when she heard Waiwei's words. A princess of a country should live her life peacefully in her own country. Why would she follow these people to rob at Whiskey Peak? Not only that, after 2 years in the virtual world, Nami also knew that the royal family of Alabasta was not an ordinary royal family, but one of the major families that established the world government. Logically speaking, their status is comparable to the legendary celestial dragons living in Marijoa.
It's all because of Crocodile.
After hearing what Nami said, Waiwei started to explain to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. According to the information she obtained while undercover at Baroque Works, she knew that the boss behind Baroque Works was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea.
So, Your Highness, how much do you plan to pay us to help you?
Chapter 74, Nico Robin. After hearing Nami's words, Waiwei's face turned a little unhappy. Although she is the Princess of Alabasta, their country doesn't have much money now, so she can't possibly pay the fees Nami mentioned.
Nami, let's talk about money later.
Lingtian saw Waiwei's situation and spoke. Lingtian believed that Nami would change her mind after seeing the tragic situation in Alabasta.
What? Lingtian, this is a big mission to save a country. How can you give it to them for free?
Nami immediately became furious when she heard Lingtian's words. As a miser, she would not miss any opportunity to make money.
Yes, this should be enough.
After being attacked by Nami, Lingtian compromised and took out a bag of berries from the system space and threw it to Nami. After taking berry, Nami immediately agreed to save Vivi's country with great righteousness, and even threatened Zoro and the others to go with her. After Lingtian and his team stored up enough magnetic force on the Whiskey Mountain to record the pointer, they continued on their journey. This time, they were heading to the small garden. However, what surprised Lingtian was that they had waited for so long at Whiskey Peak, but no one from Baroque Works arrived. What Lingtian didn't know was that the people from Baroque Works who were originally going to come to Whiskey Peak had already been captured by Smoker, who had set out before the Straw Hat Pirates. For special reasons, Ikerim did not set out with them, but decided to return to Alabasta first. Aboard the Mary,
Lingtian, are we really going to that place called Little Garden?
Usopp said with some fear, as Nami explained the situation of the small garden to them.
You should ask Luffy about this kind of thing. It's no use asking me.
Lingtian spread his hands, indicating that he had no other options. After all, I am not the captain of this ship.
Hey, Luffy, are we really going to that place called the Little Garden?
When Usopp heard Lingtian's words, he immediately grabbed Luffy's shoulders and spoke. He didn't want to go to a place called the Little Garden. Nami said there might be some things from ancient times there.
Hey, a small garden. Yo, that's the next island we're going to.
Luffy ignored Usopp's protests and ordered to set off for the small garden. When Usopp heard Luffy's words, he immediately said that he had a disease that prevented him from going to the island.
Okay.
At this moment, Luffy and his friends used their observation haki to detect that someone had boarded the Mary.
Who?
Zoro shouted while looking at the rear deck of the Mary.
You're really good at being alert.
A woman wearing a cowboy hat walked out from the rear deck of the Mary and said. Lingtian knew at a glance that this person was Nico Robin, one of the protagonists in the original novel. Moreover, Lingtian also sensed that within Nico Robin's shadow was the Black Shadow Army that he had used to protect Nico Robin.
You are.
Waiwei was surprised to see Nico Robin appear on the boat. As an undercover agent of Baroque Works, Waiwei naturally knew who Robin was. This person is the secretary of Crocodile, the boss behind the Baroque Works, and the only person in Baroque Works who knows who the boss behind the scenes is. Even the reason why Waiwei knew that the boss behind Baroque Works was Crocodile was because Robin leaked the secret.
Why are you on our ship?
Luffy looked at Nico Robin and spoke. After hearing Luffy's words, Robin did not answer but smiled.
You look exactly like your mother, Albia. Nico Robin.
Lingtian looked at Nico Robin, who was sitting on the fence and smiling, and spoke. Now that the Alabasta chapter is almost here, Lingtian plans to find a time to return to Ridoria to bring Albia over so that the mother and daughter can recognize each other.
You know my mother.
Nico Robin's body trembled slightly when she heard Lingtian's words. Although he already knew when he came on board the ship that the deputy captain of the ship was the famous pirate in the entire ocean. But she really didn't expect that he actually knew her mother.
Hey Lingtian, do you know her mother?
Usopp also spoke in confusion when he heard Lingtian's words. Not only Usopp, but everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had some doubts because they had never heard Lingtian say that.
We know each other, I guess.
Even if you know my mother, Ohara has been destroyed, and my mother also died in the demon-killing order.
Robin became furious when he heard Lingtian and the others discussing his mother. As the only person in Ohara, Robin has always regarded it as his mission to uncover the blank 100 years.
Ohara is dead. No! Ohara still has you. As long as you are alive, Ohara will not perish.
Lingtian looked at Robin and smiled. When Robin heard Lingtian's words, he remembered what Sorrow had said.
So what if that's the case? My mother is no longer here.
After hearing Lingtian's words, Robin calmed down and spoke. Although she is Ohara's survivor, this is a punishment for Robin. She has been wanted by the world government since she was a child, so she has been wandering around the world since she was a child. To be honest, if she wasn't the last survivor of Ohara, Robin really wanted to die and end it all, but she couldn't do that. As the last survivor of Ohara, she had to live. Live for your mission, to unravel the legendary blank 100 years.
No, Nico Robin. Your mother, Nicole Albia, is still alive.
Just as Robin was thinking about it, Lingtian's words shocked Robin. What did she hear? Her mother is still alive, and she is not the last survivor of Ohara. After hearing Lingtian's words, Robin didn't know what to say. She really couldn't believe that her mother was still alive.
Where is my mother?
Robin quickly said to Lingtian when he heard that his mother was still alive. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates watched the conversation between Robin and Lingtian quietly.
I can't tell you now. I'll tell you where Albia is when we meet next time.
Chapter 75, Bloodthirsty Kuina. After listening to Lingtian's words, Robin left the Mary. The next day on the Mary.
The wind has stopped again.
I want to march all the way to the little garden. It's time to take a break again.
Nami looked at the sky and complained. Because the Mary is a sailing ship, it still needs wind power to drive it.
Even if we stop here, time will still be there.
Waiwei looked at the stopped Mary and said worriedly. Her country is still in the midst of war. If she stays here for one more second, one more person may die in her country.
Don't worry, I understand you have to race against time to get back to Alabasta.
Nami heard Waiwei's words and comforted her. Although she had agreed to let Waiwei protect her country because of Waiwei's berry. However, after spending these days together on the Mary, Nami also understood Waiwei's situation. After experiencing the incident of the Kokoja village being occupied by Arlong, Nami still has some sympathy for this kind of thing.
Okay, let's go fishing.
Seeing the Mary stop, Luffy immediately called on everyone to go fishing.
Does anyone know where the bait is?
When Sanji heard Luffy say he wanted to go fishing, he immediately went to look for the iron bucket where he had put the bait before. As a result, Sanji discovered that there was nothing in the iron bucket where he put the bait.
Bait! I ate the stuff in there.
Luffy came over and looked at the bucket in Sanji's hand and spoke. Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Luffy's words.
How did you eat those baits? Luffy can eat anything, it's no wonder.
Usopp laughed when he heard Lingtian's words. Lingtian heard what Usopp said and thought about it, and it seemed to be true. It seems like this guy Luffy can really eat anything.
Really, this is delicious.
As Luffy said this, he put the last worm in the bucket into his mouth and ate it. Lingtian felt nauseous when he saw the bug in Luffy's mouth. Although Lingtian also likes to eat insects, he likes roasted insects.
What should I do? You ate all the bait. What should I do when fishing?
Sanji complained as he watched Luffy put the last bait into his mouth.
Use this.
Luffy said while holding a furry ball.
How do you use that for fishing?
Sanji shouted as he looked at what Luffy had taken out. Lingtian was speechless when he saw what Luffy took out. How could something like that be used for fishing? But when Lingtian was thinking about it, he suddenly saw someone running fast. It seems that thing would be better than running fast.
Really, can't I? Then use this one.
Luffy pointed and ran fast. Lingtian looked at Luffy and pointed at Runefast, and quickly found the bait he had drawn before in the system space.
Wait, use this.
Lingtian handed a bag of bait to Sanji and spoke. Sanji took the bait Lingtian gave him and opened it to take a look. There were some worms in there, more than enough for fishing. At least it's more useful than running fast.
Stupid Luffy, you can't eat this.
X2. As soon as Sanji opened the bait, he found a hand reaching out. Luffy stretched out his arm and tried to steal the bait that Lingtian had just taken out. Then Luffy was beaten up by Sanji and Usopp. Then Luffy went fishing obediently. Usopp was holding a telescope and looking into the distance.
Hey, I saw it. I see. I saw millions of people from Little Garden Island coming to welcome me, Captain Usopp.
Girls screaming, kisses flying in the air. Usopp rambled on about his imagination after arriving at the small garden. Lingtian was also speechless when he looked at Usopp. They are pirates, how could anyone welcome them?
Usopp, the small garden is an ancient island. There should be no one on it.
Lingtian couldn't bear to hear what Usopp said anymore.
Nanny, is there no one?
Usopp felt disheartened when he heard Lingtian's words. He was just imagining the scene of himself going to the small garden. Now Lingtian told him that the small garden was an ancient island.
Lingtian.
Just then Zoro came over and shouted.
What?
Lingtian looked at Zoro approaching and was puzzled.
Do you know what blood-sucking is?
I called her for a long time, but she didn't respond to me.
Zoro glanced at the bloodthirster on his waist and spoke. Lingtian also felt a little strange when he heard what Sauron said. Hasn't Bloodthirsty woken up yet? He thought Bloodthirsty would wake up soon.
System, what's going on?
Lingtian didn't understand what was going on, so he asked the system. Ding, because Bloodthirsty triggered the special memory in his mind, Bloodthirsty is now trapped in a memory vortex.
Memory vortex, what is that?
Ding, the memory vortex is the deepest memory in the heart of every person, object, or other thing with memory. Generally speaking, it is a bad memory. This bad memory makes the body automatically hide this memory in the deepest part. Of course, in addition to the bad memory that causes the body to automatically hide this memory in the deepest part, there is also a special method to hide a memory in the deepest part. If there is no special situation, this memory will not be triggered, but once this memory is triggered, the person's consciousness will escape into the vortex of memory.
Then the reason why Bloodthirster fell into the memory vortex is because I mentioned Kuina before.
Lingtian guessed as he recalled how Zushi had covered his head in pain after Kuina was mentioned. Bingo, correct. Because the host mentioned Kuina at that time, Bloodthirster is now trapped in a memory vortex.
What is the relationship between Bloodthirster and Kuina?
Lingtian was puzzled. Bloodsucking was an item from another world, so how could it be related to Kuina? Host, please check the bloodsucking information yourself. The system did not answer Lingtian's question, but asked Lingtian to check the bloodsucking information himself. Show me. After hearing the system's answer, Lingtian took the bloodthirsty from Sauron's hand. View information. Chapter 76, Memory Vortex. Lingtian stared at the information displayed on the system interface with wide eyes, and his mind gradually became clear. He finally understood why he felt that the bloodthirsty mimicry looked so similar to Kuina when he first saw it. It turned out that Kuina was actually the bloodthirsty spirit. Lingtian glanced at Zoro and thought for a while before deciding to tell Zoro about Kuina.
Zoro, I have something to tell you.
Lingtian took a deep breath and decided to confess. Zoro turned his head and looked at Lingtian sharply. Lingtian pointed at the bloodthirsty mimic in his hand and said solemnly,
The bloodthirsty spirit is actually Kuina.
There was a flash of surprise in Zoro's eyes, which then turned into disbelief.
I had suspicions before, and now it's finally confirmed. We have to enter the memory vortex and awaken Bloodthirsty's memories of Kuina so that Kuina's consciousness can be awakened.
Lingtian looked at Zoro with firm eyes. Zoro clenched his fists and nodded.
Okay, let's go wake her up together.
Before Lingtian and Zoro decided to enter the memory vortex, they told the Straw Hat Pirates, and Zoro also explained the matter between himself and Kuina to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were a little surprised to hear what Zoro said. They didn't expect that the bloodthirsty one who was with them was actually Zoro's childhood friend Kuina.
I also need to go.
After Luffy heard Lingtian say that he was going to the memory vortex to save Kuina, he clamored to go with Lingtian. But Lingtian, of course, rejected Luffy. After all, with Luffy's personality, if he goes there, something might happen.
Be quiet, Luffy.
Nami yelled and punched Luffy.
Don't cause trouble for them. Let them go this time.
Luffy calmed down after being beaten by Nami.
Then it begins.
Lingtian glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates and drew a few runes on the blood-sucking blade. This is the method of entering the memory vortex added to Bloodthirsty's introduction. As long as you draw the rune on the bloodthirsty blade, the entrance to the memory vortex will appear. After Lingtian finished drawing the runes on the bloodthirsty blade, a vortex appeared on the bloodthirsty blade. This is the entrance to the vortex of memory. Lingtian and Zoro looked at each other, then jumped into the vortex of memories at the same time. After a dizzying moment, they came to a strange world. It's full of fog here, and I can't see the surroundings clearly.
Is this the world of memory?
Lingtian murmured to himself.
Kuina, I will definitely find you.
Zoro's voice echoed in the fog. They began to explore carefully, looking for Kuina.
Kuina!
Zoro recognized the girl, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He rushed forward without hesitation and fought side by side with Kuina. Lingtian assisted from the side and used various spiritual arts to attack the enemy. With the cooperation of the two, the soldiers were quickly repelled. Kuina looked at Zoro while panting.
Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Kuina said vigilantly as she looked at the two people who suddenly rushed out to help her.
It's me, Kuina, I'm Zoro.
Zoro explained after listening to Kuina's words. Just when Kuina was about to say that she didn't know them, a deep laugh sounded. A mysterious man in a black robe slowly walked out, emitting a powerful aura.
Do you think you can rescue Kuina like this? She is my prisoner and can never escape.
The mysterious man said with a sneer. Lingtian and Sauron looked at each other. System, check the information of the person on the other side. To be on the safe side, Lingtian checked the information of the person opposite him. Name none. Identity, Guardian of the Memory Vortex. Level 5.5. Introduction, this person is the Guardian of the Memory Vortex, and is a mimic of the person with the memory believes to be the strongest. His mission is to protect this memory hidden deep in the memory from being awakened. Lingtian looked at the information displayed by the system and understood that only by defeating this guy could Kuina's memory be awakened. However, this guy's level is actually higher than his, as high as level 5.5. 1.5 levels higher than me. Lingtian whispered to Sauron.
This guy is not easy to deal with. We have to work together to attack his weaknesses.
Zoro nodded in agreement. The battle broke out instantly. Lingtian exerted all his strength and rushed towards the mysterious man together with Sauron. Their attacks came towards the mysterious man like a storm, but the opponent was strong and easily resisted them. The mysterious man sneered and counterattacked even more fiercely. Lingtian and Zoro gritted their teeth and persisted, constantly looking for a breakthrough. Swordless style tornado. The man in black waved his hands while blocking the attacks of Lingtian and Zoro. A gust of wind pushed Lingtian and Sauron back.
This is...
Zoro couldn't believe it as he looked at this familiar move.
Is this your tornado?
Lingtian also recognized that the moves used by the man in black were somewhat solemn. When Zoro heard Lingtian's words, he didn't say anything, but nodded to indicate that it was correct. Zoro stared at the mysterious man, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. He recalled his past training and the agreement he made with Kuina.
I must surpass him to become the world's greatest swordsman.
Zoro made a secret decision. Zoro's figure flashed and rushed towards the mysterious man like a gust of wind. His three swords drew sharp arcs in the air, interweaving into a sword net. Upon seeing this, the mysterious man lifted the cloak around his waist to reveal the three swords inside. The mysterious man pulled out one of the three swords and rushed towards Zoro. The fierce battle between the two sides caused strong winds to blow all around and sword energy to spread everywhere. Seeing this, Lingtian also drew out the flowing blade at his waist and joined the battle. As for Gina, she seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep when the man in black appeared, and Lingtian couldn't wake her up no matter how he called her.
Yan Wang three swords, style purgatory demon slash. One sword style, blazing flame flying dragon.
Zoro and Lingtian used their moves to slash at the man in black. Seeing this, the man in black had no time to draw the other two swords from his waist, and could only use the sword in his hand to defend against Lingtian and Zoro's moves. Boom!
Sure enough.
Chapter 77, Zoro vs. Memory Zoro.
It seems that you are the strongest in Kuina's heart, Zoro.
Lingtian looked at the figure in front of him and joked to Sauron.
Leave it to me next.
Zoro said to Lingtian while looking at the figure in front of him. He wants to use his own strength to defeat the self inside Kuina. Lingtian was a little worried when he heard what Zoro said. After all, the memory Zoro on the opposite side had reached level 5.5. And Zoro's level is only level 3.5, there is a difference of 2 levels between the two. This is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. However, Lingtian still agreed with Zoro's words and put Ryujin Jaka back into the scabbard. Memory Zoro looked at Zoro expressionlessly, pulled out the other two swords from his waist, and then assumed a fighting stance. Zoro took a deep breath and also got into position, staring at the other person with a firm gaze. The battle was about to break out, and the two men were instantly intertwined, with their swords colliding and making crisp collision sounds. Every confrontation was filled with a contest of strength and skill, with both sides unwilling to give in and it being difficult to determine the winner. Although there is a full 2 levels difference between Zoro and Memory Zoro. However, Memory Zoro is only the Zoro in Kuina's memory after all, and his fighting skills are nothing compared to Zoro who has grown up and undergone 2 years of training. However, even though this is the case, Zoro is still at a disadvantage. Now the only thing that can preserve Zoro and his memory is that Zoro remains undefeated. Zoro took the opportunity to exert his strength, swinging his 3 swords and attacking with all his strength. However, Memory Zoro's strength was beyond his expectations, and he easily neutralized his attack.
The secret of the 3 sword style. One big 3,000, the great 1,000 worlds.
Zoro shouted and used all his strength to strike out. Memory Zoro felt the power of this attack, he frowned slightly and quickly dodged. But Zoro's attack was extremely fast and still left a shallow scar on him. Zoro took advantage of the situation and chased after him, not giving Memory Zoro a chance to breathe.
Nu Dorui Rashaman.
As Zoro shouted, his momentum increased again, and the sharp sword energy intertwined to form a powerful attack wave. Memory Zoro steadied his body and resisted this wave of attacks. Even though Memory Zoro was only cut by Zoro with a shallow wound, This wound was not worth mentioning to Memory Zoro.
Three-sword style, secret technique 3,000 worlds.
Memory Zoro imitated Zoro's previous appearance and performed the secret of the three-sword style. After all, Memory Zoro and Zoro are the same person. As for Memory Zoro's sword skills, he learned them just by watching Zoro perform them once. Zoro didn't expect that Memory Zoro had actually learned the 3,000 worlds. Looking at the Memory Zoro rushing towards him, Zoro quickly covered his whole body with armament haki to resist the 3,000 worlds displayed by Memory Zoro. Bang dang!
I can't lose.
Zoro roared in a low voice. He held 3 swords tightly in his hands, which were covered with armament haki, and then covered with Conqueror haki again on the basis of armament haki, preparing to meet the next round of attack from Memory Zoro. Memory Zoro saw this and showed no weakness. He adjusted his breathing and used the 3-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds again, rushing towards Zoro. This time, Zoro did not choose to fight back. He dodged sideways flexibly and swung 3 swords at the same time, launching a counterattack. For a moment, the flashes of swords and sabers continued, and the battle between the two entered a white-hot stage. The surrounding air seemed to be shaken by their momentum, making a buzzing resonance. As Zoro and Memory Zoro continue to fight, a red mist emerges from Zoro's body. Lingtian looked at the red mist coming out of Zoro's body, and then looked at Zoro's level information displayed on the system panel and was a little bit unbelieving. I saw that Zoro's information in the level column on the system panel was constantly improving. 3.6, 3.7, 4.5, 4.6, 5.1, 5.2. Zoro's current level has actually exceeded the level limit of the pirate world.
System, what's going on?
Ding, since this place is where Kuina's memory vortex is located, and Kuina used the power of blood with Zoro when she was in the blood-sucking state, the blood in this memory vortex is now continuously injected into Zoro's body, making his strength rise steadily. More importantly, Zoro is of great significance and importance to Kuina, so he can get extra blessings and gains here.
I see.
This is Sauron. As the strength in his body continues to increase, Zoro is able to slowly suppress his memory.
Impossible. How can your power continue to grow stronger?
Chapter 78, Escape from the Memory Vortex. Memory Zoro, who was attacked by Zoro's surging and continuous attacks like a tide, was at the end of his strength. His shaky body was like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. You have to know that Memory Zoro is just an existence responsible for guarding Kuina's memory vortex. He can't become more powerful because of various emotions like a real living person. At this moment, he was like a trapped beast. Although he was still struggling, his defeat was already decided and he could not change anything.
3-sword style, secret technique, blue dragon song, flowing water.
Zoro shouted angrily, his eyes gleaming with determination. He swung his sword with all his might, and 3 sharp sword energies intertwined to form a huge green flying dragon. The dragon bared its fangs and claws, looking majestic and powerful, and pounced towards the memory of Zoro with unparalleled might. Faced with such a fierce attack, Memory Zoro waved the 3 swords in his hands. He also shouted loudly,
3-sword style, secret, 3,000 worlds.
Then he waved 3 swords and used the secret he had just learned from Zoro. In an instant, countless sword lights intertwined together like raindrops, forming a colorful sword net. The sword net enveloped the entire space, as if it was going to tear everything apart.
Clang!
When the 2 people's moves collided, a deafening sound was heard. For a moment, sparks flew, sword energy was everywhere, and the surrounding air was stirred and rolled violently. At first, the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched and neither could easily break through the other's defense. However, as time went on, Sauron's momentum became stronger and stronger, and the blue dragon in his hand gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, with a loud bang that shook the earth, Zoro's flying dragon broke through the memory of Zoro's slash. The blue dragon roared and continued to rush forward.
Roar!
The azure dragon roared, and a dazzling light emanated from its body. Its body was as fast as lightning, and with endless anger and determination, it rushed straight towards Memory Sauron. There was only a loud bang sound, and the Azure Dragon hit the body of Memory Zoro hard. The powerful impact force caused the surrounding space to distort. Memory Zoro groaned in pain. He tried to resist this powerful force, but it was all in vain.
Do not!
As the Azure Dragon penetrated through the body of Memory Zoro's eyes revealed deep despair and unwillingness. His heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the vortex of memory, as if it was going to tear the world apart. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape his fate. Under the impact of the Azure Dragon, the figure of Zoro in his memory gradually became blurred, and then completely disappeared into the depths of the vortex of memory, leaving only the heartbreaking roar. Sound and the Azure Dragon hit the body of Memory Zoro hard. The powerful impact force caused the surrounding space to distort. Memory Zoro groaned in pain. He tried to resist this powerful force, but it was all in vain. Do not!
Boom!
The entire memory vortex suddenly vibrated violently. Lingtian's heart tightened, and looking at the crumbling space around him, he couldn't help but screamed.
Oh no!
He realized in an instant that this was the precursor to the collapse of the memory vortex. Lingtian grabbed Zoro and rushed through the thick fog like lightning. While moving forward quickly, he looked around vigilantly, hoping to find the entrance as soon as possible. But it is different for Kuina. This place is the vortex in her memory. Even if the space here collapses, it will not be a big deal for her. Finally, through the thick fog, Lingtian saw from afar a huge vortex slowly spinning in front of him. That was the passage they used to enter this place. However, at this moment, bursts of roaring sounds came from behind them, and the speed of space collapse was getting faster and faster, and it was about to catch up with them. Lingtian's heart sank, and he cursed inwardly. If he continued like this, with his current speed, it would be impossible for him to rush into the vortex before the space completely collapsed.
Euphacianding solution.
As Lingtian's low and majestic voice rang out, his body was instantly covered by a layer of dazzling purple light. In the blink of an eye, a set of gorgeous purple armor covered his body. At the same time, a pair of huge wings stretched out from the back of the armor. Euphacianding is the seventh seal of lightning. Once this seal is broken, one's speed can be increased by at least 200%.
Swish.
Hey, everyone look. Blood-sucking seems to be reacting.
Chapter 79, Departure Destination Alabasta. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates widened their eyes and stared at the huge vortex in front of them. At this moment, a figure in purple armor appeared in the center of the vortex. He held Zoro tightly and came out of the vortex.
That was a close call. I almost couldn't come back.
Lingtian, who had just escaped from the vortex, shouted with lingering fear. When he returned to the Mary, he was surprised to find Luffy and others were in fighting stance, staring at him fiercely, as if ready to attack at any time.
What's going on with you?
Lingtian asked in confusion. Facing Lingtian's question, Luffy did not let down his guard. His eyes flashed with determination, his hands were covered with armed color domineering, and he said without flinching.
Who are you? Let go of Zoro.
After hearing Luffy's words, Lingtian was suddenly confused. He muttered to himself, could it be that these guys have collectively lost their memory? But soon, he realized the problem. It turned out that he was now wearing purple armor and his voice had changed. No wonder Luffy and the others couldn't recognize him. Thinking of this, Lingtian quickly explained.
It's me, don't get excited.
After saying this, he began to remove his armor and restore his original voice. As Lingtian gradually revealed his true face, the hostility in Luffy and others' eyes gradually dissipated, but they were still full of doubts.
Is it really you, Lingtian? We thought we had encountered an enemy.
Nami walked up and looked at Lingtian carefully, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was correct.
Of course it's me.
Lingtian smiled and scratched his head. After some explanation, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates finally felt relieved. This misunderstanding also made them curious about the memory vortex, and they all asked Lingtian what he had experienced in it. Lingtian told the Straw Hat Pirates about his experience in the vortex of memories. Not long after, Sauron woke up from his sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and felt as if he had experienced a long dream, but the specific content was vague.
You're awake. Come and eat something to replenish your strength.
Sanji keenly noticed that Zoro had woken up and spoke quickly. There were only 2 beds on the Mary, one in Nami's room and the other in the kitchen. Because of this, Sanji was the first person to notice that Zoro had woken up. As soon as Zoro opened his eyes, he couldn't wait to ask about Kuina's condition.
I'm fine. How is Kuna now?
Sanji comforted Zoro and conveyed to him the news that Lingtian told them.
Lingtian said that Kuna is currently in a deep sleep due to recovering her memory, and she will wake up soon.
Hearing this, the stone in Zoro's heart finally fell to the ground. At this moment, outside the Mary, Usopp stood by the side of the ship, waving his hands and saying goodbye to the 2 giants, Donley and Brokey.
Master Donley, Master Brokey, see you next time.
Ha ha ha, okay, Usopp. See you next time in Elbaf.
Brokey responded with a hearty laugh. The laughter echoed above the sea, gradually drifting away with the anticipation and longing for a future reunion. Usopp was concentrating on driving the Mary, preparing to leave this mysterious little garden. Suddenly, Usopp, who was standing at the helm, screamed in terror.
What?
Lingtian was attracted by Usopp's scream and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of his finger. Suddenly, a jaw-dropping scene appeared on the distant sea surface. An extremely huge goldfish was swimming slowly towards them. The body of this goldfish is larger than one can imagine, and its scales sparkle with colorful light, as if it were wearing a gorgeous brocade robe. The fish fins danced in the water like huge wings, and every swing created a huge wave.
Usopp is the first prophecy to come true.
Lingtian muttered to himself, with an indescribable excitement in his heart. Usopp has always been famous for his absurd lies and fantastic fantasies, but the scene before him at this moment makes people begin to believe that maybe he really has some special ability to foresee the future. At this moment, the giant goldfish seemed to notice the people on the Mary. It stopped swimming, raised its head, and stared at the ship with its huge and smart eyes.
Usopp, just go forward boldly.
Donley stood high up in the small garden and shouted loudly to the Mary that was floating on the sea. At the same time, Brokey on the side also waved his arms and shouted at the top of his voice.
Leave the rest to us, don't worry.
Usopp stood at the bow, staring at Donley and Brokey in the distance. Although he was a little nervous, after hearing the 2 masters' firm words, he decided to trust them. The current Usopp is different from the Usopp in the original work. After 2 years of training, the current Usopp has become a brave sea warrior.
Hegemony.
Along with the deafening roars of Dongley and Brokey, an incomparable powerful force suddenly erupted. This force was like a surging torrent, gathering into a dazzling shock wave, rushing towards the goldfish at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble. Faced with such a horrific attack, the goldfish had no power to fight back and was instantly knocked to the ground by the shock wave. Its huge body rolled in the air, splashing countless water, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The energy contained in this shock wave was extremely huge. It not only knocked the goldfish away, but also had a profound impact on the surrounding environment. The surrounding waves rose dozens of meters high, forming a huge whirlpool that seemed to swallow everything. The air was distorted and deformed by the impact of this powerful force, causing people to feel an indescribable shock.
Oh wow, this is amazing. It's so spectacular.
Luffy stared with his big round eyes, looking at the scene in front of him with excitement, and kept exclaiming in admiration. Not only Luffy, but also the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were deeply shocked by the scene before them. They were all stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. The most excited one among them is Usopp. After all, Donley and Brokey are both his masters.
Yoshi, let's go. Destination is Alabasta.
Chapter 80 Split Up.
When will you wake up?
Zoro muttered to himself while holding Bloodthirsty. Although Lingtian told himself that Kuina would wake up soon, Zoro was still a little worried before Kuina woke up. Suddenly, the blood-sucking blade trembled slightly, and then some blood mist was emitted and condensed into Kuina's body. This time is different from before. The body condensed this time is real flesh and blood, while the previous ones could only be regarded as mimicry at best. Bump!
Long time no see, Zoro.
Kuina knocked Zoro to the ground and laughed. Kuina said softly,
Yes, you have been unconscious for a long time, but you are fine now.
Zoro comforted. Although Zoro is now being suppressed by Kuina, the warm-hearted Zoro still comforts Kuina.
By the way, could you please get up first?
Zoro's face flushed as he looked at Kuina, who was pressing him down tightly, and he spoke stutteringly. His heart was beating so hard it seemed like it was going to jump out of his throat.
Ahem.
Just as Zoro finished speaking, Lingtian suddenly coughed lightly beside him. Although the cough was not loud, it seemed particularly loud at this moment. Hearing this sudden sound, Kuina's heart tightened and she quickly turned around to look. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but once she did she felt so ashamed. It turned out that the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates had come not far away and were staring at her and Zoro intently. In an instant, Kuina's face turned red as if it had been roasted by fire. She hurriedly climbed up from Zoro, feeling a little uneasy. And Zoro was also very embarrassed and blushed.
Nami, what's wrong with you? Wake up.
Luffy stared at Nami lying on the bed with an anxious look on his face, his voice revealing an unconcealable nervousness. Not long ago, Nami developed a high fever without any warning and suddenly fainted. Lingtian stood aside, observing Nami's condition carefully, thinking to himself, it seems that she was indeed infected with some unknown virus in the small garden as described in the original book.
Nami's condition is very bad now. We must find a way to treat her as soon as possible.
Lingtian gently stroked Nami's forehead and explained to Luffy and others.
Sick, what is that?
Luffy's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. He was very confused by this unfamiliar word. Perhaps it is because of the special environment of the pirate world, or perhaps it is because of the peculiar physique of Luffy and his crew. They have never experienced the trouble of illness since they were very young.
You don't even know what it means to be sick.
He looked at Luffy in surprise and asked in disbelief. Luffy shook his head and honestly stated that he had never been sick before.
Real or fake?
Wei Wei looked at Luffy, who was shaking his head in shock. She really couldn't believe that there were people who had never been sick since childhood. Cough, cough. Just as Nami was slightly amazed that Luffy and the others had never been sick, she coughed twice.
Nami, are you okay?
Wei Wei, who heard the cough, immediately came to Nami and spoke worriedly. Luffy and the others also ran to Nami's side.
I'm fine. What time is it now?
Nami looked at everyone and spoke. She was a little worried about Wei Wei's country. A few days ago, she learned from the newspaper that the situation in Wei Wei's country was not good, so they had to go to Alabasta as soon as possible.
It's already the next morning.
Wei Wei spoke up after hearing what Nami said.
No, we have to leave quickly.
Nami panicked when she heard Wei Wei's words.
But your illness hasn't healed yet.
Luffy looked at Nami worriedly.
I can hold on.
Nami forced herself to be brave.
No, you have to cure your illness first.
Sanji spoke up after hearing what Nami said. Although he is not a doctor, Sanji, who used to be a chef in a restaurant on the sea, knows that if one gets sick in the sea and is not treated in time, the consequences will be disastrous.
Look at this.
Nami took out a newspaper and handed it to everyone. The newspaper contained the information that Alabasta was in the midst of war.
I'm sorry, Wei Wei. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would worry too much.
After taking out the newspaper, Nami apologized to Wei Wei. Wei Wei's hands trembled a little as she picked up the newspaper Nami took out. She really wanted to return to Alabasta immediately, but Nami's condition did not allow her to do so now.
It's okay, Nami.
She shook her head slightly. She could understand Nami's approach.
But your current physical condition is indeed not suitable for long-distance travel. We can find a place for you to recuperate first, and then set off after you recover.
But
Nami wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Luffy.
don't worry, Nami. We will definitely find a way to cure you, and I promised Vivi that I would help her save Alabasta.
Luffy promised, patting his chest.
Well, it's decided then. You take Nami with you to find a doctor.
Lingtian, who was listening to the conversation nearby, spoke at this time. Luffy nodded after hearing Lingtian's words, and Waiwei also agreed to let Nami go for treatment first. Although Waiwei really wants to return to Alabasta now, she knows very well that only the Straw Hat Pirates can save Alabasta now. So now she has to follow the Straw Hat Pirates.
What about you? You want to go to Alabasta first.
Just when Luffy heard Lingtian's words and decided to treat Nami first, Zoro and Kuina heard the hidden meaning of Lingtian's words. After hearing what Zoro and Kuina said, Lingtian waved his hands helplessly. He originally wanted to leave secretly, but he didn't expect that Zoro and Kuina actually heard the hidden meaning of his words.
Really?
Waiwei immediately became excited when she heard Zoro and Kuina say that Lingtian was going to Alabasta first. As the Princess of Alabasta, Waiwei naturally does not want anyone from Alabasta to die in the war.
Lingtian, I'm counting on you.
Nami also spoke in the same tone. As someone who had once been ruled by Arlong, Nami could empathize with Waiwei's situation.
Give it to me.
Lingtian smiled and said.
I'll leave Nami in your care.
Lingtian glanced at Nami and instructed Luffy and the others.
Leave it to us.
Chapter 81 Crocodile. Lingtian, running at lightning speed, arrived at Alabasta as quickly as a meteor chasing the moon. Lingtian stood on a high place and looked down at the country. He couldn't help but sigh.
This place is really in chaos.
Back then, Alabasta was one of the countries that established the world government and was supposed to belong to the celestial dragons, but now it has become so dilapidated and desolate.
Looking for Crocodile.
Lingtian whispered to himself and cast his eyes on the watch on his left hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint and mysterious light suddenly burst out from the dial, pointing directly in a certain direction. Only Lingtian could perceive this light. Lingtian stared at the beam of light and followed it without hesitation. He knew very well that as long as Crocodile was defeated, the crisis in Alabasta would be completely resolved. However, in order to prevent any accidents, Lingtian decided to send a physical clone to stop the spread of the war between the king's army and the rebel forces.
That should be the rainy land, right?
Following the route indicated by the watch, Lingtian soon arrived at Crocodile's hiding place, the rainy land. After Lingtian stepped into the rainy land, he glanced around and couldn't help but feel amazed.
Compared with other places in Alabasta, this place is completely different from the world.
He knew very well that this place was Crocodile's lair, and it was naturally not the same as other places in Alabasta. Call out.
What is this?
Crocodile stared at the small bottle filled with unknown liquid in his hand and murmured in a low voice. His eyes were full of confusion and curiosity, as if this small bottle concealed a huge secret. Because of Lingtian, the people in the pirate world have long forgotten everything about the demon clan. However, no traces of the items left behind by the demons were erased. This was not because Lingtian was unable to do this at the time, but because of another reason. At that time, the time on the experience card used by Lingtian had run out.
Crocodile.
As he was carefully examining the small bottle in his hand, suddenly, a deep and clear voice came from behind him.
Who?
Crocodile was startled and trembled all over at the sudden sound. He quickly turned around and glanced around, finally fixing his eyes on a man in purple clothes and purple hair standing not far away.
Who are you?
Crocodile stared at the other person, with a hint of vigilance and confusion in his eyes. He thought to himself that this person must be someone important to have dared to approach him so quietly. The moment Crocodile saw that the person coming was Lingtian, his eyes instantly became solemn. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is no stranger to Lingtian, a pirate with a very high bounty. Of course, he was aware of Lingtian's strength, especially when he had challenged Whitebeard and Whitebeard had told him about Lingtian's strength. Crocodile realized that the person in front of him was no ordinary person.
I promised someone that I would take this country back from you.
Lingtian replied with a sneer. His tone was calm, but the determination in it was impossible to ignore. Hearing this, Crocodile's expression suddenly changed. He never expected that at this critical moment, Lingtian would actually come to Alabasta and declare that he would take the country back from him. He was shocked by this unexpected turn of events and realized that things might become more and more difficult.
Don't forget, I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea.
Crocodile widened his eyes and glared at Lingtian in front of him, with a hint of threat and warning in his voice. He knew very well in his heart that with Lingtian's strength, he was no match for him, but he really didn't want to fight with him, so he wanted to use the title of 7 warlords of the sea to make the other party afraid.
You attacking me means you're declaring war on the world government.
Immediately afterwards, Crocodile uttered another harsh word, trying to further suppress Lingtian. However, all this was just his bluff. Lingtian naturally understood Crocodile's thoughts, and he didn't take this little trick seriously at all. Lingtian only chuckled.
Puff!
Then he said slowly,
Are you sure that, when the world government finds out what you have done, they will come to arrest me first instead of working with me to arrest you?
You know, although the 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government and can legally rob on the sea, they must also abide by certain rules. Crocodile's act of daring to steal a country is beyond the scope of power granted to the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. In other words, if this matter is exposed, the world government will never let him off easily. Sure enough, Crocodile's face changed when he heard Lingtian's words, but he quickly recovered. He knew very well in his heart that what he was doing now had already exceeded the power granted to him by the world government. However, in the eyes of the people of Alabasta, he is by no means the despicable thief who stole the country.
Yes, acting in secret did make me cross the boundary of the authority granted to the Shichibukai by the world government.
Crocodile suddenly realized this, but then he showed a sly smile.
However, in the eyes of these kind-hearted and honest citizens of Alabasta, how could I be a despicable usurper? On the contrary, I am an irreplaceable hero in their hearts.
As his thoughts gradually became clearer, the smile on Crocodile's face became more and more intense.
You still underestimate the world government's intelligence.
Lingtian's eyes became deep, and then he spoke. When Crocodile heard this, his heart tightened, but he remained calm.
Oh, really? So what? As long as I do it perfectly, even those CP guys won't be able to find out anything.
Crocodile asked back. Hearing Crocodile's words, Lingtian's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile.
By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. The Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Waiwei, is on our ship right now.
Crocodile's expression changed instantly. He never thought that the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Waiwei, was actually on Lingtian's ship.
Do you think?
Chapter 82, Crocodile vs. Lingtian.
Then,
Crocodile narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the person in front of him. After a moment of silence, he slowly said,
I can only bury you in this oasis.
His voice was deep and powerful, as if carrying an irresistible majesty. After saying this, he seemed to fall into deep thought again, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, as if considering his chances of winning the battle against Lingtian. After a while, he suddenly raised his head, with a flash of determination in his eyes. He opened his hand and condensed a small tornado in it, gritting his teeth and said fiercely,
Let's do it. Since you insist on standing on the opposite side of me, don't blame me for being cruel.
As his words fell, a powerful aura gushed out from him, and the air around him seemed to become heavy.
Do you think you can defeat me with your current strength?
Lingtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, watched Crocodile's every move with a playful look, and chuckled softly. However, Crocodile seemed to be deaf to what Lingtian said. He waved the tornado in his hand and rushed towards Lingtian. As the tornado left Crocodile's palm, the small tornado that was originally hovering in his palm suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had become extremely huge, like a roaring dragon, swooping towards Lingtian with its fangs and claws bared. This powerful wind swept through like a tornado, ruthlessly destroying everything in its path. The tables, chairs, and furnishings in the room were turned into dust. Even the solid walls could not bear the weight and collapsed. However, when the violent tornado approached Lingtian, it seemed to have spirituality and avoided him on its own. This is because Lingtian used spiritual magic, which prevented the tornado from getting close. As the tornado grew larger, its power was terrifying. And Yuyan, which was originally Crocodile's lair, is now crumbling under the ravages of this powerful force. The howling wind swept through, and wherever it passed, buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The once prosperous and bustling Yuyan has now completely changed beyond recognition, with only ruins and dust left. Because Crocodile possesses the powerful power of the nature fruit, he completely disdains the tornado he released and is not worried at all that it will cause any harm to him. However, just as Crocodile was wreaking havoc on the rain banquet, Lingtian used his ability of teleportation to safely transport everyone in the rain banquet to another place. Although a considerable number of these people belong to Crocodile's subordinates, there are still essential differences between them and Crocodile. Crocodile is purely a pirate, and he is in Alabasta for the legendary Pluto, and the members of Baroque works have always thought of themselves as bounty hunters. Furthermore, Crocodile tells them that his ultimate goal in Alabasta is to create a utopia.
It would be terrible if the citizens of Alabasta were harmed.
As the rain banquet collapsed, Lingtian looked around. Lingtian discovered that although Rainland was Crocodile's base camp, there were still many citizens of Alabasta. Although most of the people might be from Baroque works, Lingtian still decided to move the battlefield. There were too many people in the Rain land, and it was impossible for him to move them away like he did in the Rain banquet.
Armament Haki, Dragon Leap.
Without hesitation, Lingtian activated his skill instantly. His right arm was covered with a layer of dazzling armed color domineering. He soared into the sky like a giant dragon and rushed straight into the violent tornado. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Crocodile. Lingtian attacked Crocodile fiercely. This punch was as powerful as thunder, with an overwhelming force, knocking the arrogant Crocodile away. Perhaps because he had been entrenched in Alabasta for a long time, Crocodile did not dodge or evade Lingtian's attack covered with armament domineering. When Lingtian displayed his armament Haki, Crocodile thought he could rely on the power of the natural devil fruit to avoid Lingtian's attack. Seeing Crocodile flying backwards, Lingtian did not stop. He flashed and chased after him, running in the direction where Crocodile flew out. Boom!
It seems that you have stayed here for too long and have completely forgotten that armament Haki can restrain nature-type fruits.
Lingtian said with a sneer as he looked at Crocodile lying on the ground. However, before he could finish his words, there was a whoosh sound, and Crocodile quickly used the ability of the nature fruit and recovered in the blink of an eye. After all, Lingtian didn't use his full strength just now, he just pushed him back, so Crocodile was not in any danger.
Desert Sunflower.
Crocodile placed his hand gently on the surface of the desert and muttered softly. As he finished speaking, the sand around Lingtian began to flow slowly downwards. Faced with this unexpected change, Lingtian was not panicked at all.
Spiritual Technique, Attack Water Dragon.
Boom!
One sword style, sword net.
Lingtian pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his waist and used a move to destroy the quicksand of desert sunflower that Crocodile used on himself. Arkmoon Dunes. Chapter 83, Blood of the Demon Clan.
One sword style thunder spirit flying blade.
Following Lingtian's angry roar, his body quickly moved sideways like a ghost to avoid Crocodile's oncoming killing move. Lingtian just shook his wrist and swung the flowing blade like fire, which instantly turned into countless extremely sharp sword lights. Each sword light contained terrifying lightning power and rushed towards Crocodile like a group of ferocious falcons. These flying slashes were like lightning across the sky, so fast that it was dazzling. They attacked Crocodile from all kinds of tricky and strange angles, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Faced with such intensive and powerful attacks, Crocodile did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He used all his abilities to control the sand in the desert and tried to resist the waves of attacks that were coming like a tide. However, Lingtian's strength obviously exceeded his expectations. Those flying slashes were not only incredibly powerful, but also able to echo each other and interweave into an impenetrable net, causing Crocodile to gradually fall into a passive position.
Puff!
With a crisp sound, Crocodile's fierce attack on Lingtian came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Crocodile was seen half-kneeling on the scorching desert, holding the wound on his waist tightly and coughing painfully from time to time.
Is this the true strength that can defeat that old man with white beard?
Crocodile widened his eyes, staring at Lingtian in disbelief as he held the fiery blade in front of him, and murmured in a low voice. Hearing Crocodile's words, Lingtian couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew very well that the strength he had just displayed was not enough to completely defeat Whitebeard. The two sides were at best 40-60. Well, Whitebeard is 6 and Lingtian is 4. Crocodile gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to fail here. The plan he had planned for so long had failed. Crocodile stared closely at Lingtian, who was holding the flaming blade and had an imposing manner. Suddenly, the small bottle containing the mysterious liquid flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he quickly reached out and took out the bottle from his arms, decisively unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back and drank the liquid in it. At this moment, Crocodile had no time to consider the possible consequences of doing so. He had only one thought in his mind: he could not fail here, he must win. Surprisingly, Crocodile, who was originally seriously injured and dying, began to heal his injuries at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the horrific wound inflicted by Lingtian disappeared without a trace, replaced by intact skin. Lingtian, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of astonishment and disbelief.
That's...
Lingtian screamed in shock as he watched Crocodile's actions. All along, he firmly believed that he had completely eradicated all traces of the demon clan in the pirate world, but he never expected that there would still be some that slipped through the net. At this moment, Lingtian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. At this moment, Crocodile was like a ferocious beast, covered in a layer of strange black substance exuding a suffocating breath. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear apart everything in front of him.
Suffer death!
Crocodile roared angrily. The sound was deafening and echoed throughout the space. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lingtian did not dare to be negligent at all. He tightly grasped the flowing blade like fire in his hand and pulled out the other knife at his waist lightning. However, what shocked Lingtian was not only the improvement of Crocodile's strength, but also the bottle of demon blood he had just drunk. After a detailed and systematic test, Lingtian was surprised to find that what Crocodile drank was not the blood of an ordinary demon, but the blood of Goel, one of the 10 Commandments. What shocked Lingtian even more was that, according to the system's analysis results, Crocodile's current level had actually broken through the limit of the pirate world and reached the astonishing 4th level. An existence of this level can almost sweep the entire pirate world, and no one can compete with it. Crocodile just roared angrily and waved his arms violently, and the originally calm sand around him suddenly began to boil as if it was enraged. Countless tiny grains of sand shot out like arrows, and they gathered into a powerful torrent, sweeping towards Lingtian with fierce momentum. What is amazing is that these rapidly flying sand particles are not ordinary dust, but are covered with a layer of mysterious black unidentified substance. This layer of strange substance seems to give the sand bombs even greater power and destructive force. Faced with such a fierce attack, Lingtian was not afraid at all. He tightly grasped the lightning and flowing blades in his hands. In an instant, the knife flashed, the electric light intersected, and an astonishing energy wave burst out from him. Then Lingtian shouted softly,
Dual sword style thunder flame white tiger.
As he finished speaking, the lightning and flowing blades in his hands began to dance at an astonishing speed. At this moment, a huge and majestic four-winged white tiger appeared out of nowhere. It was shining with the light of blazing flames all over, and was surrounded by strands of dazzling lightning power. The four-winged white tiger roared, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed straight towards Crocodile. Its sharp claws and fangs flashed coldly in the sun, as if it could tear apart all obstacles. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger collided head-on with the sand bullets released by Crocodile. There was a loud noise that shook the world, and the sand bombs exploded one after another, turning into dust flying everywhere. However, the four-winged white tiger was not affected at all and continued to move forward bravely, unstoppable.
Roar!
A deafening roar sounded, as if the entire space was shaking. Crocodile was like a ferocious beast, roaring in a terrifying way. The black substance on his body began to roll and surge violently, as if it had life. Then a crisp breaking sound echoed all around. Lingtian stared with eyes wide open, looking at everything that was happening before his eyes in disbelief. The black matter quickly condensed into two huge palms, which tore the white tiger he had cast into pieces with amazing force. Lingtian stared blankly at the shattered white tiger, his heart filled with shock and confusion. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. When the fragments of the white tiger were scattered all over the ground, they gradually solidified and became extremely hard, and finally turned into cold stones.
What is this?
Lingtian muttered to himself, his face full of astonishment. He had never seen such a strange sight. What on earth were these stones? Could it be that?
Is it the commandment of Godu, the real ability?
Chapter 84, Lightning Ninth Seal Doomsday. Lingtian stared closely at the stone that was transformed from the white tiger, and his eyes became more and more solemn. He thought to himself that if the ability Crocodile possessed at this moment was really Gadu's commandment, then the situation would probably become very tricky. You know, Gadu's commandments are one of the abilities derived from the power of the Demon King. It can instantly petrify any object that violates the commandments, causing it to lose its vitality and vigor and turn it into an extremely hard sculpture. This ability is undoubtedly extremely terrifying, not to mention that Crocodile can trigger this ability just by touching him with his black tentacles. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but take a breath and felt unprecedented pressure surging in his heart. If he was touched by Crocodile's black tentacles, Lingtian would probably be turned into stone. However, Lingtian had no intention of backing down. Lingtian knew very well that in this vast desert, danger might be lurking in every corner. After all, Crocodile was the user of the sand fruit, and those black tentacles might appear in the desert at any time. Lingtian took a deep breath and began to carefully observe the surrounding environment and Crocodile's every move, trying to find a flaw or clue in the yellow sand. In the tense atmosphere, time passed by minute. Lingtian looked at the surrounding desert intently, not daring to relax at all.
Oops.
Lingtian looked at these sudden black tentacles in horror, secretly groaning in his heart. He never expected that this mysterious black substance could actually avoid the perception of his powerful observation haki. However, Lingtian was a veteran after all, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment he noticed those hideous black arms, he jumped up suddenly and narrowly avoided the fatal blow.
Got you!
Just as Lingtian dodged those black arms, a deep and hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Lingtian looked back in astonishment, only to see Crocodile had quietly appeared beside him. At this moment, Crocodile's entire body was covered with a layer of strange black substance, exuding a frightening aura. Lingtian's heart sank, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. In the world of pirates, he has long been accustomed to relying on his observation haki to see everything around him, but facing Crocodile, who is covered in black substance, his habit seems to have let him down. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Lingtian was indeed caught off guard. Just when he noticed Crocodile, the other's hands covered with black substance had already touched his body. In an instant, Lingtian felt a strange force spreading along the contact point, and his body changed accordingly. Starting from the point where he touched Crocodile, he was gradually petrified.
Ha, this power is really powerful.
Crocodile stared at Lingtian, who was gradually turning into a stone statue, and laughed triumphantly. The laughter echoed in the air, as if announcing his victory to the world. As time went on, Lingtian's entire body quickly became hard as stone and lifeless. At this moment, Crocodile's strength has reached the peak of this world. Coupled with his unique petrification ability, even the people of the world government no longer pose a threat to him. Click.
Doomsday solved.
The sound was as deafening as thunder, carrying an irresistible power. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Chapter 85, Kill Crocodile Instantly. Navy Headquarters.
What on earth happened?
Zhang Guo frowned and looked at the dazzling lightning that streaked across the sky and fell directly outside the Navy headquarters with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, there was lightning and thunder above the bay of the Navy headquarters. The dense lightning poured down like raindrops, mercilessly hitting one Marine after another. Even the powerful vice admirals of the Navy could not escape the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. They were severely injured one after another, and some were even killed on the spot. Apart from those who possessed the ability of nature-type fruits, even someone as strong as Sengoku himself would probably lose his life if he rashly placed himself in such an environment. Even more surprising is that when these lightning strikes hit the ground, they do not cause any damage. This strange and bizarre scene is not limited to the Navy headquarters. The whole world is experiencing the same changes. Whether it is the territories of the four emperors of the New World, the Holy Land of Marijoa, or the vast four seas, all are suffering from the invasion of this mysterious lightning storm. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates have already arrived at the castle where Dr. Doriel is, so they are not worried about this disaster. In Alabasta, in a barren desert,
Lightning undead. Life drain.
accompanied by a low voice, Lingtian, who was covered in purple armor with black patterns, held lightning in his right hand and pointed it directly at Crocodile not far away. If Lingtian used the level-checking ability granted by the system to check his own level at this moment, he would be surprised to find that there were 3 huge question marks displayed in the level column of the system interface. This means that Lingtian's current strength has already far exceeded what this world can accommodate, and is even several times stronger than when he used his nascent soul cultivation. Just as Lingtian finished his words, something unexpected happened. Crocodile suddenly covered his chest tightly with both hands, and his body fell down uncontrollably. After completing all this, Lingtian's originally dazzling purple armor covered with black patterns instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, he fell unconscious on the desert as if all his strength had been drained away. With the disappearance of the Lingtian armor, the entire pirate world seemed to gradually return to its former peace and tranquility. A few days later, Lingtian woke up slowly, only to feel a splitting headache.
Well,
Lingtian groaned and tried to rub his head with his hands, but he found that his body felt so heavy as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on it.
what happened?
Lingtian tried hard to open his eyes and looked at the scene around him blankly. Memories came flooding back like a tide, and he vaguely remembered that he had been ambushed by Crocodile and then turned into stone and lost consciousness.
I remember.
Lingtian murmured in a low voice, his voice full of doubt and confusion. He struggled to sit up, looked around, and finally saw Crocodile lying on the ground not far away. Lingtian struggled to crawl towards where Crocodile fell.
Dead, what on earth is going on?
Lingtian widened his eyes and stared at Crocodile's body in disbelief. Obviously, it was me who was attacked and turned into stone by Crocodile, but why is it that Crocodile is the one who died mysteriously now? Lingtian's mind was full of questions, and he carefully examined Crocodile's body. However, to his shock, he could not find any fatal injuries. Crocodile's body was intact, without even a trace of blood.
Could it be that when I was turned to stone, a more powerful enemy came here?
Lingtian frowned and speculated secretly. But if such a powerful enemy really existed, how did I survive? This mystery shrouded his mind like a fog, leaving him puzzled. In desperation, Lingtian decided to put Crocodile's body into the system's space first. Then he picked up the fallen Ryujin Jaka and Lightning, wiped them clean gently, and put them back into the scabbard at his waist. Standing up, Lingtian took a deep breath and felt his strength gradually recovering. After recovering some strength, Lingtian planned to visit Albana, the capital of Alabasta. Time goes back to a few days ago.
That's not right. According to common sense, the plot shouldn't have developed to this point.
Lingtian stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, muttering to himself in a low voice. At this time, a man on horseback was seen waving a long sword, pointing it at the castle in front of him, and roaring indignantly.
King Cobra, you abused the dancing powder for your own selfish desires, causing Alabasta to suffer from drought and no rain for many years. Now, I want to seek justice for the people of Alabasta.
Lingtian took a closer look and was extremely surprised. The man in front of the formation was not Waiwei's childhood sweetheart Ku Sha, but a strange face that had never been mentioned in the original work. Just as the man was shouting, a well-equipped and well-trained army suddenly emerged from the city. They quickly formed a battle formation and were ready for battle. Although the king had warned them not to harm their own people, the enemy had now reached the city and they had no choice but to defend with all their might. Boom!
Who?
Seeing this, the man standing in front of the rebels screamed. Faced with the sudden change, he was full of vigilance and doubt. Lingtian stood quietly in place, his eyes calm as water, looking at the rebels on the opposite side and said softly,
Sorry, during this period, please do not cross this line.
Chapter 86, The King and -039's Army and the Rebels.
Who are you?
The leader of the rebels shouted loudly and looked at Lingtian, who suddenly appeared in front of him with astonishment. Lingtian stood there calmly, looking at the other party calmly, and responded softly.
It doesn't matter who I am. The key is that you can't easily start a war at this moment.
At this time, the king's army had no intention of fighting the rebels. It would be great if this sudden person could successfully stop the war.
Are you trying to stop us?
The rebel leader stared at Lingtian, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. Judging from Lingtian's words and attitude, this person had obviously come here specifically to stop their actions. As a person who was fully supported by Baroque Works to become the leader of the rebels, he would naturally carry out the orders given to Baroque Works to the end. For the utopia he has longed for, he will sacrifice himself without hesitation, even if it costs him his own life.
Tisk, what a hassle.
Lingtian shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. Faced with this group of rebels who showed no intention of retreating and attacked him directly, he had never expected that the other side would launch an offensive so decisively. After seeing this scene, all the king's soldiers on top of the city quickly took up defensive postures. Lingtian just waved his hand, and rays of bright light shot out from his hand, accurately hitting the rebel soldiers who were rushing towards him. The rebels who were hit by the light instantly fell into a coma and fell to the ground. Not long after, the rebel leader was the only one standing alone on the battlefield. Obviously, all this was done intentionally by Lingtian.
Now, do you still insist on fighting again?
Lingtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the only remaining rebel leader who had not yet fainted with a faint smile. At this moment, the rebel leader had already broken out in a cold sweat, with beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. He never dreamed that this mysterious figure who suddenly appeared could easily defeat his army in just a few minutes. However, just as Lingtian was about to question further, something strange happened. The originally clear sky suddenly became dim and dark, as if night had fallen early.
What is going on?
Lingtian couldn't help but frown and stared at the suddenly darkening sky with suspicion. Then a strange
Hissing
sound came into his ears. Lingtian looked down in astonishment, only to find that his hands were gradually becoming transparent.
What on earth is going on?
Lingtian widened his eyes at a loss.
Spiritual art control alternative space.
Feeling vaguely uneasy, Lingtian used all his strength to perform the most powerful defensive spiritual technique he could currently master. Along with his low roar, an extremely large and strange space suddenly emerged, like an indestructible fortress, covering all the rebels and the king's army. After completing this feat, Ling Tian's physical clone turned into a dazzling light and disappeared in an instant. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Both the rebel leader and the king's army were shocked by the strange sight before them, and they became alert. At this moment, they discovered that there was a red wall of light in the center of this mysterious space, which forcibly separated the king's army and the rebel army. The wall of light was like an insurmountable chasm that clearly divided the two camps, causing the two sides to confront each other and the atmosphere to become extremely tense. Time returns to the present. After a period of rest and recovery, Ling Tian arrived in Albania. He stared at the red light curtain in front of him and realized that this was an alternative space created by his physical clone. All he saw was Ling Tian raising his arm lightly, swinging it as freely as if he was waving a giant rafter. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible red light curtain shattered and turned into countless fragments scattered all over the ground. And the scene hidden in it was also revealed to everyone. A thrilling confrontation is taking place inside the light curtain. The king's army and the rebels are on the verge of a fight, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. At this time, the rebels who were knocked unconscious by Ling Tian's physical clone have awakened, but due to the obstruction of the previous red light wall, they can only stay where they are helplessly, watching the king's army on the city wall ahead ready for battle.
So, everyone from the rebel army, have you thought it through?
As the light curtain cracked, Ling Tian flew to the center of the battle between the two sides and spoke slowly. When the rebel leader heard this extremely familiar voice, he immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw the familiar figure that frightened him. In an instant, cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a spring. Not only the leader, but other rebel soldiers also felt fear after seeing Ling Tian.
Retreat!
The rebel leader swallowed his saliva and looked at Ling Tian with bitterness and helplessness on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave the order to retreat. Because he knew very well that with the terrifying strength of the man in front of him, the army he led was simply vulnerable. Perhaps in just a few minutes, the other side could easily wipe them all out. The king's troops looked at the rebel army gradually moving away, and the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. In fact, deep down they are unwilling to go to war with these so-called rebels. Chapter 87, The Straw Hat Pirates Arrive.
Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm not your enemy.
Ling Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and looked calmly at the royal army soldiers in front of him who seemed a little nervous because of his appearance. His gentle voice seemed to have a magical power that instantly eased the tense atmosphere. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the soldiers of the king's army finally felt relieved. As long as the mysterious man in front of me is not an enemy, it would be great. After all, with the strength shown by the other party, if they really wanted to attack, they would probably find it difficult to resist. In addition, in their opinion, Ling Tian had no need to deceive them. If he was really an enemy, why would he waste his breath? Just then, a man slowly walked out of the city. Ling Tian took a closer look and recognized that the other person was Bel, the adjutant of the King of Alabasta's guard in the original work. Bel possesses the ability of the animal-type bird-bird fruit-falcon-type devil fruit, which allows him to transform into a falcon with excellent flying speed and attack power.
So, what is the purpose of your visit to Albana?
Bel walked to a place a few steps away from Ling Tian and stopped, staring at him sharply and asked straight to the point. Facing Bel's questioning, Ling Tian did not flinch. He met his gaze and answered calmly.
Well,
his tone was firm and seemed full of confidence and determination. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Bel showed a hint of confusion and worry on his face. This stranger actually said he wanted to save their country. Does he really know what he is talking about? You know, the enemy they are facing is one of the legendary 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Although Bell knew that the man in front of him seemed to possess extraordinary strength, he still had doubts in his heart as to whether he could defeat Crocodile. With a tentative look, Bell looked at Lingtian and asked softly,
Do you understand the current predicament our country is in?
Lingtian met Bell's gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he answered confidently.
Of course I know, your opponent is the famous member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile.
From Bell's expression, Lingtian understood what was in his mind. However, for Lingtian, an opponent like Crocodile is just a trivial obstacle. Okay. The previous experience of being ambushed by Crocodile and turned into a stone statue cannot be attributed to my inferior skills. It was simply a momentary carelessness. Bell stared into Lingtian's firm and confident eyes, and the worries in his heart gradually dissipated. Since the other party knew that his opponent was Crocodile but still came here resolutely, it means that he must have the strength to compete with him. Thinking of this, Bell finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his originally tense nerves relaxed a little. He never expected that there would be people who were so ignorant as to attempt to challenge Crocodile's authority and strength. Luffy.
Hey everyone, we are about to arrive in Alabasta.
Usopp, standing on the observation deck, excitedly shouted to Luffy and the others below. Before he finished speaking, Luffy rushed to the bow of the ship like an arrow, staring at the island that was looming in front of him with wide eyes. Hearing what Usopp said, Waiwei's heart sank. She walked towards the bow with heavy steps, her eyes lingering on that familiar yet unfamiliar land for a long time. Although Lingtian had arrived in Alabasta first, Waiwei was still full of worries when facing Crocodile, one of the powerful 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government.
It's okay, Lingtian is very strong.
Nami looked at her slightly anxious expression and soothed her softly.
Yes, that's our deputy captain, we have to trust him.
Kuina also chimed in and comforted Waiwei. After hearing their words of comfort, Waiwei felt a little better.
Is our vice captain strong?
At this time, Chopper, who had just boarded the ship, heard the conversation between Nami and Kuina and asked curiously.
Of course, very strong.
Nami nodded affirmatively.
But...
Hearing Chopper's question, Usopp couldn't wait to interrupt and explain to Chopper proudly.
80 million. Wow, Usopp is really amazing.
When Chopper heard this number, his eyes suddenly lit up, full of admiration and excitement. Soon, the Mary successfully arrived at the coast of Alabasta. As soon as Luffy saw the land, he was so excited that he ran out like a wild horse. However, before he could run far, he was pulled back by a strong hand.
Hey Luffy, don't run so fast.
Lingtian held Luffy and said to everyone with a smile.
Long time no see, everyone. Lingtian.
Everyone saw Lingtian and ran over and shouted in unison.
Is this our vice captain?
Chopper carefully poked his head out from behind Zoro's tall figure, his big round eyes full of curiosity and confusion. He blinked as if he wanted to see the person in front of him more clearly, but he was a little timid. Chopper grabbed Zoro's clothes tightly and asked softly.
Zoro, is this our vice captain?
There was a hint of anticipation and nervousness in his voice. Zoro looked down at Chopper and said with a smile.
Yes, our vice captain is a strong man.
Hearing Zoro's affirmative answer, Chopper's face showed excitement.
Hey, we have a new member.
Looking at Chopper, who was short and wearing a hat, Lingtian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile.
So, can you give us a detailed introduction?
Lingtian asked with a smile, his voice gentle and friendly. Chopper hid behind Zoro's tall figure, his little hands tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, looking a little nervous and shy. Hearing Lingtian's question, he took a deep breath, then carefully leaned out from behind Zoro, looked at everyone with flickering eyes and stammered.
Hello.
After hearing what Chopper said, Lingtian took a step forward, took the initiative to extend his hand, and said enthusiastically.
Hello, Chopper. I am the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Dockley D. Lingtian. Please give me your guidance in the future. If I get hurt in the future, it will all be up to you, Chopper.
Chapter 88, Meeting Smoker Again.
Hate it. If you were hurt, I would definitely save you.
Chopper said shyly while covering his face and twisting his body. Just as Chopper was twisting his body shyly, a voice came.
I found you, Straw Hat Boy.
Lingtian and the others turned their heads and saw several Navy soldiers coming towards them, led by their old acquaintance Smoker.
Hey, Smoke Men.
Luffy greeted them without any fear after seeing Smoker. Now that the Straw Hat Pirates have learned Haki, Smoker's natural abilities don't really matter to them. Smoker was also stunned when he saw Luffy greeting him. Logically, they were the Navy, and Luffy and his crew were pirates, not to mention that he was a natural devil fruit user. Shouldn't they run away when they saw him? However, Smoker soon figured it out. With Ling Tian's existence, they don't need to be afraid of this natural ability user at all.
Straw Hat Boy.
Smoker stared at Luffy, with complicated light in his eyes. He knew that this seemingly careless guy in front of him actually had great strength and firm belief. Smoker took a deep breath and said in a deep voice,
Straw Hat Boy, you can't escape this time. I must send you to Impel Down with my own hands.
Luffy laughed, put his hands on his hips, and responded fearlessly.
Then give it a try, Smoke Man.
After hearing Luffy's words, Smoker didn't hesitate at all. His body quickly became illusory and turned into a ball of white smoke, rushing towards Luffy and others. As he moved, the air around him seemed to be stirred up, forming a strong airflow. This airflow carried a sharp momentum, like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth opened wide, trying to swallow Luffy and his crew. Smoker's eyes were grim in the white smoke, fixed tightly on the target in front of him. In his hand, he held a specially made weapon that flashed with cold light, as if declaring his determination and strength. Although Smoker knew very well why these people were not afraid of him at all, as a Navy who upholds the concept of justice, he rushed towards Luffy at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Smoker approached Luffy with endless majesty and determination, as if he was determined to completely defeat this man who might be the biggest threat on this sea in the future.
Bump!
Accompanied by a dull crash sound that resounded all around, everyone was surprised to find that Smoker's extremely powerful 10 hands were actually blocked by Luffy's hands covered with armed color domineering. Luffy looked at Smoker with a grin.
Heh, Smoker, I am no longer the same person I was in Rogue Town. In the past 2 years, we have been working hard to make progress.
He continued, with a determined gleam in his eyes. After Luffy successfully blocked Smoker's attack, he showed a row of white teeth and smiled brilliantly. However, Smoker was bewildered, thinking to himself, what on earth is this kid talking about? 2 years? It has only been about 2 months since I came here from Rogue Town, how can it be 2 years? Although he was confused by what Luffy said, Smoker acted decisively and quickly distanced himself from Luffy. After all, as a person who was once a contemporary of Aokiji, he knew very well what mastering armament haki meant for natural ability users like them. As we all know, the most powerful thing about users with natural abilities is their ability to achieve elemental transformation. However, in the face of armament haki, elementalization becomes ineffective and completely loses its due advantages. Smoker stared at the smirking Luffy in front of him with a serious expression and exclaimed,
This is really unexpected, Straw Hat Boy. After just 2 months of not seeing you, you have already learned armament haki. Well, let's stop the competition here.
Lingtian looked at the two people who stood up to stop them. After all, the affairs of Alabasta are more important to both the Straw Hat Pirates and the Navy. After hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy realized that now was not the time to fight here. Although he did not personally experience the death of Ace, he has undergone 2 years of special training and has become much more mature than before. Smoker noticed Luffy's actions and silently retracted his 10 hands. After all, with his current strength, he is probably no match for the Straw Hat Boy.
Okay, come with me.
Seeing the two men stop, Lingtian led Luffy and others away.
Let's follow.
Smoker thought for a moment and finally decided to keep up with them. However, when Smoker finished speaking, he saw Tashigi staring at a girl in the Straw Hat Pirates. There was an indescribable look in her eyes, as if she was deeply attracted by something.
What's wrong, Tashigi?
Smoker asked in confusion. Tashigi didn't seem to hear Smoker's question and was still immersed in her own thoughts. After a while, she came back to her senses and muttered to herself.
That.
Smoker frowned and followed Tashigi's gaze. Sure enough, he also found the girl. The two looked at each other, and a strange feeling surged in their hearts. The girl had long black hair and clear, bright eyes. Her face was exactly the same as Tashigi's, as if they were carved from the same mold. If they were not in different camps, people would probably mistake them for twin sisters. Smoker couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Who is this girl? Why does she look so much like Tashigi? Is there some secret hidden in this? A series of questions came to my mind. Dashiki's mood at the moment was even more complicated. She had never thought that there would be someone who looked so much like her. Although the girl looked exactly like Tashigi, Smoker didn't think too much about it. He decided to follow her for now and then decide. In a short moment, Lingtian led the Straw Hat Pirates and the naval forces following behind them to Albana, the capital of Alabasta.
Come with me, I will explain to you everything that happened in Alabasta later.
Chapter 89, The Current Situation of Alabasta. The soldiers guarding the city also did not step forward to stop them. After all, these soldiers had seen Lingtian before, and their princess was following closely behind the team.
A country's capital actually allows such a group of pirates to come and go freely.
Smoker couldn't help but complain in a low voice while smoking a cigar. At this time, he did not know that Vivi was actually the princess of Alabasta. If he knew the truth, perhaps he would not be so emotional. Soon, Lingtian led everyone into Albana. He stopped, turned to face Luffy and his group, and said,
Well, let me tell you about the current situation in Alabasta.
Luffy and others gathered together and listened attentively, because this matter concerned Vivi's country and could not be neglected in the slightest. Lingtian took a deep breath, then said with a serious face,
The current situation in Alabasta.
Seeing this, everyone's heartstrings tightened, fearing that they would hear some bad news from him. However, at this moment, Lingtian changed the subject and said with a smile,
In fact, the situation in Alabasta is very good. It can be said to be prosperous.
Before he finished his words, a muffled bang was heard. It turned out that those people who had just been very nervous because of Lingtian's serious expression were now unable to stand steadily and fell to the ground due to the ups and downs of emotions.
Stupid idiot Lingtian, the situation is obviously very good. Why do you still have to put on such a scary look?
Sanji got up from the ground in a mess, cursing nonstop. Zoro, who was standing aside, nodded silently, expressing his agreement with Sanji's words. You know, this is the first time in history that Zoro has agreed with what Sanji said. Not only that, after seeing Lingtian's appearance at the moment, the other people present also showed anger on their faces, gritting their teeth in anger, as if they wanted to eat Lingtian alive immediately.
Sorry.
Lingtian looked at the people who were struggling to get up from the ground with an apologetic look on his face. He really didn't expect such a situation to happen, but he still apologized sincerely in front of everyone. At this time, Smoker stared at Lingtian with sharp eyes and asked with a puzzled tone,
Since you said that the situation in Alabasta is very good, then what about Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea?
Despite knowing that Lingtian is extremely powerful, Smoker does not think he has the ability to defeat Crocodile. However, Lingtian seemed to be prepared. After hearing Smoker's question, he nodded slightly to show his agreement and then said,
This is exactly what I am going to talk about next.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian reached into his arms and then took out a corpse from the system space. Smoker looked closely and was immediately shocked. The corpse in front of him was Crocodile.
You!
Smoker asked in disbelief with his eyes wide open. You know, Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and even among them, he is not the last one. But at this moment, this once invincible strong man has become a cold corpse, being held in Lingtian's hands nonchalantly. The scene is truly shocking. Smoker stared at Crocodile's lifeless body with wide eyes in disbelief, his heart filled with turmoil. He could never have imagined that Lingtian was so powerful that he could even kill Crocodile, who was recognized by the world government. Although Smoker is dissatisfied with the pedantic old men of the world government, it is undeniable that most of the 7 warlords of the sea they selected are extremely powerful. Just as Smoker was lost in thought, Lingtian suddenly said,
Strictly speaking, I didn't kill Crocodile myself.
Smoker was shocked when he heard this, and his face was full of astonishment. It wasn't Lingtian who did it. Then who on earth had the ability to defeat a powerful enemy like Crocodile in Alabasta? However, Lingtian didn't take Smoker's reaction to heart at all, and continued to tell the thrilling battle between him and Crocodile as if nothing had happened.
Wait, you just said that you were knocked down by Crocodile a few days ago and turned into stone.
Smoker suddenly interrupted Lingtian's words, as if he remembered something important. He recalled the strange scene of lightning and thunder a few days ago, and a question arose in his mind. Could all this be related to what happened that day? Indeed, a few days ago, Lingtian encountered Crocodile and was turned into a hard stone by the other party using his ability. At the same time, Crocodile also died unexpectedly. According to Lingtian, the lightning and thunder occurred that day exactly when Lingtian was turned into stone by Crocodile. This series of bizarre events made Smoker begin to wonder whether there was some subtle connection between them.
Yeah, is there any problem?
Lingtian was a little confused by Smoker's question. After all, he had lost consciousness at the time and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Just as Smoker was about to explain, Sanji spoke first.
Not only that.
When Lingtian heard what Sanji said, he was immediately surprised. However, after an intense discussion, Lingtian and his companions did not obtain any valuable clues. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Smoker suddenly broke the silence.
Lingtian, can you hand over Crocodile's body to me?
As a naval admiral, Smoker was well aware of Crocodile's special status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and his body should be disposed of by the Navy. However, at this moment, facing the powerful Straw Hat pirates, Smoker had to express his wishes in this tone. Lingtian did not immediately agree to Smoker's request, but responded calmly.
You should ask our captain about this matter.
After that, he turned his gaze to Luffy beside him. After hearing this, Smoker turned and looked at Luffy, with anticipation in his eyes. Luffy looked at Smoker calmly and said easily,
Okay, then give Crocodile's body to him, Lingtian.
Chapter 90, Meeting Nico Robin Again.
Mr. Lingtian, there is something I want to ask you.
After watching Smoker and Lingtian finish their conversation, Dashiki finally couldn't help but speak.
Huh, what's the matter?
When Lingtian heard Dashiki's question, his left hand unconsciously tightened the 3 knives at his waist. Based on his understanding of Tashigi, she would probably ask for her own sword back. However, to Lingtian's surprise, Dashiki did not speak as he expected. She pointed at Kuina, who was standing beside her, and asked,
I want to ask who this person is first.
Lingtian looked in the direction of Dashiki's finger and immediately understood. Indeed, Tashigi and Kuina look so similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. He secretly marveled at the wonder of fate and was also glad that Dashiki did not ask for the knife directly, otherwise it would be troublesome. After all, once Dashiki, a knife fanatic, was pestering him, there would be no end.
You should ask Zoro about this question.
Lingtian cleverly shifted the topic to Zoro. After all, they had a closer relationship. Zoro was speechless after being suddenly pushed forward by Lingtian, but he still told Tashigi about his past with Kuina. Tashigi listened quietly. After Zoro explained his relationship with Kuina to Tashigi, Tashigi finally understood why Zoro was so excited when he saw her in Rogue Town. In Alabasta, a dimly lit room was filled with suffocating silence. Robin stared at the lifeless Den Den Mushi in front of him, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart.
What on earth happened? Where did Crocodile go?
Ever since losing contact with Crocodile a few days ago, Robin has been in endless anxiety. She called Crocodile's personal Den Den Mushy over and over again, but every time she got a cold, busy tone. This situation made Robin very confused and worried. Just as Robin was wondering why she couldn't contact Crocodile, she suddenly noticed 5 figures in black ninja costumes quietly emerging from her shadow. These dark shadows appeared quickly and silently like ghosts, as if they had been hiding in the darkness waiting for their opportunity. However, faced with this sudden scene, Robin did not show much surprise. Over the years, whenever she was in danger, this group of mysterious black shadow ninjas would always appear in time to protect her. Robin had long been aware of their existence and had complete trust in them. One of the shadow ninjas walked up to Robin silently and handed her a note. Robin took the note and looked at it carefully. He saw the words written on it in scribbled handwriting.
If you want to know the whereabouts of Crocodile, follow us.
Robin's eyes flashed with determination. She knew very well that there might be huge risks hidden behind this note, but it also meant finding clues to Crocodile. Without any hesitation, Robin nodded, indicating his willingness to follow the Black Shadow Ninja. Although she and Crocodile are just using each other, she still needs Crocodile's identity to find the original history of Alabasta. Under the cover of darkness, Robin left the room with the Shadow Ninja. Robin knew very well that these Shadow Ninjas posed no threat to her, so she felt no fear at all. She firmly believed in her own judgment and followed him without hesitation. Not long after, Robin arrived at the capital of Alabasta with the Black Shadow Ninja. As soon as they arrived at the destination, one of the Shadow Ninjas took out a note and handed it to her again. Robin took the note and looked at it carefully. It clearly said,
We will lead you from the shadows into Albana.
Robin knew exactly what was written on the paper. Within the royal family of Alabasta, most people already knew that she was Crocodile's subordinate. What's more, she had previously revealed to the princess of this country what Crocodile had done in this country. If she appeared openly in the capital of Alabasta at this moment, she would surely be besieged and accused by everyone. However, Robin did not back down. The Shadow Ninja saw Robin nodded and surrounded Robin, then took Robin to the Shadow Kingdom. Since ordinary people cannot stay in the Shadow Kingdom for too long, the Shadow Ninjas had to take Robin to Albana first, and then take her into the Shadow Kingdom. Not long after, the Shadow Ninjas successfully brought Robin to the city of Albana.
Who are you?
As soon as Robin left the Shadow Kingdom, he saw a group of people in front of him. Looking closely, isn't this the Straw Hat Pirates that we met before at Whiskey Peak?
We meet again, Nico Robin.
Lingtian looked at Robin and greeted her with a smile.
Are these shadowy men your subordinates?
The extremely intelligent Robin immediately guessed the relationship between the Shadow Ninja and Lingtian.
Yes, about a few decades ago, I sent them to protect you as a survivor of O'Hara.
Lingtian did not hide anything in response to Robin's inquiry, but generously admitted that these Black Shadow troops did belong to him.
Then, where is my mother?
As soon as Robin heard Lingtian's words, he immediately grabbed Lingtian's collar and asked anxiously. At this time, she was not aware of the situation of the Straw Hat Pirates and mistakenly thought that Lingtian had kidnapped her mother, which was why he had not come to look for her.
Oh, don't worry.
Lingtian was startled when Robin suddenly grabbed his collar. He quickly explained.
We didn't catch your mother.
After hearing Lingtian's words, Robin's emotions gradually calmed down. She realized that she had just lost her composure because she was too eager to know her mother's whereabouts. Lingtian took a deep breath and continued.
It was about 10 years ago, when your O'Hara was destroyed by the Navy's demon-slaying order.
His voice was slightly low. Seeing Robin listening attentively, Lingtian continued.
At that time, I wanted to do my best to prevent this disaster from happening to O'Hara, but unfortunately, when I got there, it was already too late. When I arrived at O'Hara, all I saw was a blazing sea of fire. The entire island was destroyed beyond recognition. It was a horrible sight.
Lingtian's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. After a brief pause, Lingtian adjusted his mood and said,
However, I still tried my best to stop the Navy from going ashore to search for survivors. After successfully stopping them, I stayed on O'Hara Island alone, looking for traces of survivors.
Chapter 91, Leaving Alabasta. Lingtian explained the matter of Albia to Robin in detail. Then he straightened up and said to Robin solemnly,
Well, Nico Robin, as the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I formally invite you to join us.
After saying that, Lingtian turned around and glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates members behind him. With a confident smile on his face, he asked,
Is everything okay, everyone?
As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy immediately pressed down the straw hat on his head with his hand and replied with a smile.
Haha, of course, no problem.
Zoro on the side also laughed and agreed.
Since it is the vice captain's decision, there is naturally no doubt about it.
At this time, Kuina walked up to Zoro and said with a smile,
If Zoro has no problem, then I have no problem either.
Hearing Kuina's words, Zoro's cheeks flushed slightly, but he didn't say much. At this time, Usopp saw that everyone agreed, so he puffed out his chest proudly and said loudly to Robin,
Hey, I have more than 80 million subordinates, so one more Robin won't hurt.
As he spoke, he did not forget to put on a majestic posture. However, the others were already accustomed to Usopp's bragging, and only Chopper looked at Usopp in admiration.
No problem at all, Miss Robin.
As soon as Sanji heard that Robin was invited on board, his eyes immediately showed love and he answered without hesitation. Nami on the side also waved her hand to indicate that she had no objection. However, Robin was confused by Lingtian and the Straw Hat Pirates' invitation. She frowned and asked,
Why do you want me to get on your ship?
Robin, who had experienced countless storms, had long learned not to trust others easily. In this vast ocean, the consequences of trusting others are often disastrous, and you may even be betrayed without knowing it. Facing Robin's question, Lingtian calmly held up two fingers and slowly explained.
There are two reasons. First, I promised to take you to find your mother, Albia. Second, our captain is determined to become the Pirate King, and to achieve this goal, he needs the help of an excellent historian.
As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy rushed to Robin like a gust of wind and shouted excitedly.
Historian, really?
Seeing this, Sanji couldn't help but scold.
Stupid Luffy, didn't you hear what Lingtian just said?
He shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself that this single-celled guy is always like this. Just now, when Lingtian was explaining Albia to Robin, he mentioned that O'Hara is one of the places in the world with the most historians.
Okay, I promise to let you get on the ship, but I have to be frank with you. I can't guarantee that I will stay on the ship forever. I might sell you out someday.
Robin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at the Straw Hat Pirates with a half-smile. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes.
But I have a question.
After Robin agreed, he immediately turned to look at Lingtian and asked directly.
Where is Crocodile?
She knew very well that since Lingtian sent the Black Shadow Ninja to find her and used Crocodile as a bargaining chip, he must know where the other party was. Lingtian seemed to have anticipated Robin's question, so he told Robin about Crocodile.
Goodbye, Waiwei.
Luffy stood at the stern of the Mary, waving his arms vigorously and saying goodbye to Vivi on the shore. After a hard battle, the Straw Hat Pirates successfully resolved the crisis in Alabasta, and now they are about to set sail again to continue their journey to pursue their dreams. Vivi stood quietly on the land of Alabasta, watching the Straw Hat Pirates gradually go away. As a princess of a country, she has responsibilities that cannot be shirked and cannot embark on an adventure with the Straw Hat Pirates. However, whether in Vivi's heart or in the hearts of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, they will always be each other's most trustworthy partners. Shortly after leaving Alabasta, a noise suddenly came from the kitchen.
Hey, who are you?
Sanji's unique voice, with a hint of surprise and dissatisfaction, penetrated the wall and reached everyone's ears. Hearing this, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates put down what they were doing and rushed to the kitchen like arrows. However, when they stepped into the kitchen, they were stunned by the scene before them. Sanji was arguing fiercely with a man in a gorgeous swan costume. Lingtian glanced sharply at the man in the swan suit and instantly recognized him as the spy of Baroque works, Feng Clay, codenamed Mr. Two.
So that's why.
Lingtian muttered to himself. Recalling his experience in Alabasta, Smoker had pleaded with him to assist him in capturing the other members of Baroque works. At first, Lingtian decisively refused, but Smoker used some means to make Luffy nod and agree to help capture these villains. However, despite their strenuous search throughout Alabasta, they were unable to find any trace of Xiao Feng. What is unexpected is that this guy is hiding on the Mary. Just as Lingtian was lost in thought, he heard a hearty laugh.
Ha 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 ha, you're so funny.
At this moment, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were already fighting enthusiastically with Xiao Feng, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. I have to say that Xiao Feng is indeed unique. After Luffy and Xiao Feng finished playing, Lingtian turned to Luffy and asked.
So, what are your plans for this person?
Luffy answered without hesitation.
What else can we do? Of course, we can make him our partner.
In his opinion, it would be a great pity if such a humorous person could not join his team. Usopp and Chopper on the side also nodded in agreement.
Do you want Crocodile's subordinates to become one of us?
Lingtian made a prompt decision and revealed Xiao Feng's true identity to Luffy and others.
What? Xiao Feng is actually Crocodile's subordinate.
Chapter 92, The Ship Falling from the Sky. After leaving Alabasta,
This is really strange.
Lingtian looked at the rough sea in front of him and muttered to himself.
Logically speaking, I should be able to run into Ace in Alabasta, but why can't I see any trace of him?
Before in Alabasta, Lingtian had specially dispatched a clone to search for Ace's whereabouts, but even after turning the entire Alabasta upside down, he still couldn't find any clues. In other words, Ace has never set foot in Alabasta. However, Lingtian changed his mind and thought that perhaps it was because the current internal situation of the Whitebeard pirates was different from the original work that they failed to meet here as expected. You know, the Whitebeard pirates today are no longer the same as they used to be. In addition to Whitebeard, a top warrior with extraordinary strength, they also have Kazuki Oden, a powerful general who is the vice-captain of the Emperor. Because of this, Lingtian secretly speculated that perhaps it was this change that caused the person sent by the Whitebeard pirates to hunt down Blackbeard this time to be not Ace. Of course, all of this was just Lingtian's personal conjecture. As for the real situation, he had no idea.
It's raining.
Just as Lingtian was wondering, Sanji and Usopp's voices suddenly came from the side.
This doesn't seem to be raining.
Lingtian raised his head upon hearing the sound and looked into the distance. He was surprised to find that these so-called raindrops were not raindrops, but tiny pieces of sawdust. Not only that, with the help of his Sharingan, Lingtian also noticed that the broken wreckage of the ship was slowly falling from the sky. After realizing this situation, Lingtian thought to himself, this must be the beginning of the Sky Island chapter. However, facing the gradually approaching wreckage of the broken ship, Lingtian did not pay too much attention. After all, in his judgment, these wreckages would not really fall on the Mary. Although it was proved that the broken ships did not hit the Mary, the huge waves stirred up by their fall from high altitude still caused the entire Mary to shake violently. For Lingtian, this level of bumps was no big deal. He only needs to attach a layer of chakra to the soles of his feet to easily maintain his body balance. However, the situation is not so optimistic for other members of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Everyone hold on tight, don't let go.
Zoro shouted at the top of his lungs, holding on to the railing of the boat with one hand and hugging Kuina tightly with the other. Nami, who was standing by, looked at the huge ship that fell from the sky in astonishment, completely unable to understand what was happening before her eyes. Although she had heard of many strange weather phenomena on the Grand Route, she had never heard of a ship falling down in this sea. After 2 years of training, Nami knew that even in the more dangerous New World, such a spectacle was unique.
Dream, yes, this must be a dream.
Usopp widened his eyes, looking at everything happening in front of him in disbelief. muttering to himself, trying to use this reason to explain the absurd scene before him. He frowned tightly, as if trying to force out the doubts in his mind, but he became more and more panicked.
Oh, really?
Lingtian sighed helplessly, his eyes falling on his companions who were in a panic due to the shaking of the waves. He shook his head.
Spiritual artist absolute space.
As he chanted the spell, a mysterious light emerged from his hands, instantly bouncing away the surging waves approaching the Mary.
Bang!
Luffy, who was having fun, was caught off guard and crashed directly into a thick pillar of the Mary because Lingtian suddenly bounced off the waves. There was a dull thud and Luffy's straw hat almost fell off.
Why did the ship fall from the sky?
Luffy asked while holding up his hat, looking up with confusion on his face. Not only Luffy, but the other companions were also confused. They looked at each other, confusion and puzzlement written all over their faces. Of course, among this group of people, there are only Lingtian and Nami who have already reacted.
How strange.
Zoro and Sanji also raised their heads and stared at the empty sky, puzzled. They frowned and fell into deep thought. Kuina on the side was completely different. She was not affected by the confusion of the crowd. Instead, she showed great interest in the wreckage of the broken ship. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she kept saying,
Is this the Grand Line? It's so interesting.
Looking at Kuina's innocent and eager look, Zoro couldn't help feeling speechless.
It's Sky Island.
Nami climbed up with difficulty, staring at the pointer in her hand, and said. Nami, who had received training on Sky Island, was very familiar with this situation.
Sky Island.
Luffy and others asked in unison, with confusion on their faces after hearing Nami's words. They stared up at the sky with eyes wide open, trying to find the legendary Sky Island. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see the Sky Island above their heads.
Yes, it's Sky Island.
Lingtian walked slowly and said in a firm tone. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything through the clouds. About meters in the air, there is a suspended island floating quietly. Lingtian activated his Sharingan. His gaze was as sharp as a torch, piercing straight into the sky. The details on the Sky Island were clearly visible to him, even the flowing water on the island was not missed. However, it is almost impossible to see such a distant scene if you only rely on the ordinary Sharingan. The reason why Lingtian was able to do this was thanks to his observation haki that had been upgraded through the system. This set of observation haki gives Lingtian extraordinary perception abilities. It not only has ultra-long distance perception, but also the power to foresee the future. Whether it is a goal far away or an impending crisis, Lingtian can see through it one by one with this powerful domineering power.
Me!
Usopp widened his eyes and looked at Lingtian in disbelief. Even someone like me who is good at sniping can't see that far. Thinking of this, Usopp's eyes became more curious. He couldn't help but move closer to Lingtian and asked in a low voice.
Hey Lingtian, did you really see the Sky Island 10 meters away just now? Of course.
Lingtian replied with a smile in response to Usopp's question.
Really? Can you teach me?
Chapter 93, Sky Island Chart. Lingtian frowned and stared at Usopp, secretly surprised. According to common sense, after 2 years of getting along with Kaido, they should have mastered the 3 colors of domineering. But why would Usopp ask such a question? However, it didn't take long for Lingtian to realize it. In the original work, the one who is most proficient in observation haki is Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, probably because Kaido himself is not familiar with observation haki.
Okay, I'll teach you when I'm free.
After Lingtian figured it out, he said to Usopp with a smile. Usopp was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately turned around to show off to Chopper. Looking at his excited look, Lingtian couldn't help but shook his head. At this time, Robin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted and said,
So, Miss Navigator, how do we get to Sky Island?
Her voice was calm and firm, and her eyes were fixed on Nami. Lingtian's heart moved, and he thought secretly.
Does she still not trust us?
This thought flashed through his mind, but he could also understand Robin's cautious attitude. After all, Robin had only been in the fleet for a short time and didn't know everyone well enough. Even though he had promised to lead her to find her mother, it was understandable that she had some doubts.
What on earth was that woman going to do by opening that?
Chopper, who was hiding behind a pillar, was trembling slightly as he looked at the coffin opened by Robin with horror on his face, his voice filled with obvious fear. He really couldn't understand why Robin would bother with that spooky coffin.
Have you figured out anything?
Sanji, who was standing nearby, stared at the unknown object that Robin was repairing and asked curiously. Robin, on the other hand, was focused on the work in his hands, and without looking up he answered.
No, not yet. Your interests are really strange.
Zoro crossed his arms, looked at Robin helplessly, and couldn't help but sigh. Kuina also nodded in agreement, indicating that she agreed with Zoro's opinion.
Don't underestimate Robin's interest. If Luffy wants to become the Pirate King, he may have to rely on Robin's interest to help him.
Lingtian looked at the two people complaining about Robin, his mouth corners slightly raised, and said with a smile. You know, becoming the Pirate King is not an easy task. Not only do you need to collect 4 red historical texts, but more importantly, you must have the help of a historian who can interpret the historical texts.
Really, Robin, can you really help me become the Pirate King?
Luffy, who was originally not interested in all this in the distance, suddenly flew over as if struck by lightning, stared at Robin with expectation and asked. Robin looked at Luffy and shook her head slightly, indicating that she was not sure whether she could help Luffy realize his dream. As for the other companions, they all turned their attention to Lingtian because of Luffy's actions and Robin's reaction. Facing everyone's gaze, Lingtian felt helpless. He took a deep breath, then slowly explained.
I'm sure you all know that to become the Pirate King, there is only one condition to fulfill, and that is to complete a voyage around the Grand Line.
At this point he paused for a moment, then added solemnly.
In other words, it means reaching the legendary final island, Raftel.
When everyone heard what Lingtian said, they nodded in agreement. For every person who goes out to sea, whether they aspire to be a pirate or not, everyone knows that the only way to become the Pirate King is to successfully reach Raftel. After all, it was with this feat that Pirate King Roger ascended to the pinnacle of fame and went down in history. Lingtian looked at them and nodded, then continued.
It is not easy to reach the legendary island, Raftel. First of all, you must collect 4 pieces of red historical texts. Each of these historical texts corresponds to a specific island, and the intersection of the 4 islands is where Raftel is located.
Having said that, Lingtian paused for a moment to give everyone time to digest what he said. Then he added,
But finding these 4 historical texts is far from enough, because these ancient texts can only be deciphered by a few historians like Robin.
Lingtian told them how to realize the dream of their ultimate goal, Luffy, the captain of this ship. After listening to Lingtian's explanation, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had a clearer understanding of how to become the Pirate King. Especially Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, they stared at Robin with eyes wide open and admiration on their faces. Luffy shouted excitedly.
Wow, Robin, you're so awesome.
Usopp also echoed.
Yeah, Robin is amazing. With your help, Luffy will definitely be able to become the Pirate King.
Even the cute little Chopper couldn't help but exclaim.
Robin is so awesome.
I see. After listening to Lingtian's explanation, Robin also understood his own importance.
I found something really powerful.
After listening to Lingtian's words, Luffy and Usopp couldn't wait to go to the pirate ship that fell from the sky to explore. Hard work pays off. After some searching, the two finally got something. Luffy found a piece of paper with something unknown written on it. Just as he was looking at the mysterious drawing curiously, Nami came over. As an experienced navigator, Nami is very familiar with various nautical charts. She took the paper from Luffy, looked at it carefully for a moment, and shouted in surprise.
This is the map of Sky Island.
Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the news. If they could find the route to the Sky Island as shown on the map, then maybe they could go to the legendary Sky Island. However, a thorny problem arose at this time. Because Lingtian had just used spiritual magic, the sea was now extremely calm and there was no wind, so the Mary had to stop where it was. Nami glanced at the pointer in her hand and the pointer on the nautical chart and said with a sad face,
If we can salvage the sunken ship just now, maybe we can know how to get to Sky Island.
Before he finished speaking, Luffy rolled up his sleeves without hesitation and said confidently,
Okay, then I'll go down and salvage that ship.
After saying that, Luffy turned around and was about to jump into the sea. Fortunately, Zoro and Kuina were quick-witted and grabbed him.
Idiot, do you want to live?
Chapter 94, The Ape Pirates. At this moment, a voice with a faint smile came into everyone's ears.
Want to salvage that boat? It's very simple.
The person who spoke was Lingtian. He walked leisurely to the fence of the Mary and looked down at the sea below from a high vantage point. Then Lingtian spoke softly.
Spiritual skills, assistance, control water.
As he finished speaking, the originally calm sea surface suddenly became restless, and countless bubbles continuously emerged from the water, as if the entire sea was boiling. However, surprisingly, the sea beneath the Mary was still calm. Not long after, pieces of broken decks and wreckage gradually emerged from the bottom of the sea before everyone's eyes, as if an invisible giant hand was slowly lifting them up.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Luffy widened his eyes and looked at the ship that was held high by the sea with excitement, with dazzling stars flashing in his eyes. Just as Luffy and the others were staring at Lingtian performing spiritual arts to steadily lift up the wreckage, Usopp suddenly pointed in a direction in horror and shouted.
What?
Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and gasped in shock. It turned out that there was a group of huge sea snakes. Their bodies were much larger than the Mary, twisting their hideous bodies and swimming towards this side.
Get lost.
X4. As Usopp and Chopper panicked, 4 deep roars sounded at the same time. Then, 4 invisible energies spread out rapidly in all directions like ripples, with the Mary as the center. Suddenly, a strong energy wave burst out from the bodies of Lingtian, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, like a storm coming with great momentum. However, this powerful energy fluctuation cleverly avoided the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, which was obviously intentional on their part. In the blink of an eye, the group of originally aggressive sea snakes were violently hit by these 4 energies. They became dizzy and finally collapsed to the ground powerlessly.
What happened?
The others were not too surprised to see the scene, because they had undergone 2 years of special training in the virtual space with Luffy and others, and they knew each other's strengths well. However, Chopper was frightened and screamed. Robin stared at what had just happened and wondered in his heart.
Could that momentum just now be the legendary conqueror's haki?
She turned and asked Nami. As someone who had followed Crocodile, Robin knew a little about the New World and naturally knew the rumors about the conqueror's haki.
That's right, that's the domineering color domineering.
Nami responded affirmatively. After hearing Nami's answer, Robin couldn't help but feel astonished. There were actually 4 people with this rare ability on their ship.
What exactly is Conqueror's haki?
Chopper interjected with a confused look on his face, clearly confused by the terminology Nami and Robin were using. Seeing this, Robin patiently explained to Chopper the origins of Conqueror's haki.
1 in a million is qualified, that's amazing.
Chopper looked at Robin in astonishment, his mouth opened so wide that it seemed as if an egg could fit in it. He really couldn't imagine that the moves used by Luffy and others were so rare and precious. Just as everyone was immersed in surprise, a low and noisy voice suddenly came from not far away.
Good salvage, good salvage.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a strangely shaped ship slowly approaching the Mary. The bow of the ship is carved with a lifelike monkey, which is particularly eye-catching. As the boat approached, a furry figure appeared in front of everyone. He stood at the bow, posing in a self-proclaimed cool pose, and shouted,
Prepare for salvage. All the ships in this sea area belong to our ape pirates and to the great salvage king, Ape Sama mine.
The people who came were none other than the ape pirates. Even though they were pirates, what they did had nothing to do with pirates. They were just salvaging the wreckage of ships that fell from Sky Island in this sea area. However, the reason why they were able to approach the Mary smoothly was due to the fact that Lingtian had stopped using spiritual arts at this time. Otherwise, with Lingtian's powerful strength, they would probably not be able to get any closer.
I ask you, what on earth are you doing here? This is my territory.
After posing, the ape straightened his body, stared with his round eyes, and shouted loudly at Lingtian and others. Seeing this, Lingtian shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself.
Is this guy a fool? Doesn't he see that we are busy salvaging the sunken ship?
He looked up at the ape, his eyes revealing a hint of speechlessness and impatience. You know, in the original plot, they didn't see Luffy and the others getting off the ship to salvage, but now that they saw them salvaging the ship with their own eyes, the other party could actually ask such an extremely stupid question. Robin looked at the figure from a distance and said thoughtfully,
It seems that the man is also interested in the sunken ship.
Nami nodded, agreeing with Robin. She replied softly,
Yes, let's observe the situation first, before making a decision.
Just then, the ape noticed the whispering of the Straw Hat members, but received no response. His expression suddenly darkened, and he asked with a hint of annoyance,
Hey, what on earth are you guys mumbling about? Answer my question now.
Facing the ape's question, Lingtian did not show any weakness and directly retorted,
Are you blind? Can't you see that we are salvaging this ship? Okay, Nami, let's go.
Lingtian turned and said to Nami. Then he added,
I just checked, there is nothing on the ship.
Chapter 95, Huge Black Shadow.
Then let's go there.
Nami took out a nautical chart and pointed her finger at an island marked on the map. This sea chart was bought by Lingtian when he was in Alabasta. After all, in the original work, the reason why the Straw Hat Pirates went to Goel Island was because Robin stole the eternal pointer of the ape pirates. In order to be prepared for the possibility that they might not encounter the ape pirates, Lingtian bought this nautical chart in Alabasta. As for why they didn't buy the eternal hand from Goel Island, it was of course because there was no eternal hand from Goel Island in Alabasta at that time. At this moment, the pointer is pointing firmly at the legendary Sky Island, but no one knows how to reach that Sky Island. Therefore, everyone decided to follow this nautical chart and go to a nearby island to see if anyone there knew how to get to the Sky Island. Of course, Lingtian actually knew how to get to Sky Island. They could get to Sky Island by riding the upwelling current, but Lingtian did not tell the Straw Hat Pirates about this method. As for the reason, it was because Lingtian wanted to go to Goel Island to see if Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach would appear on Goel Island.
Well, everyone from the ape pirates will see you later.
Lingtian waved goodbye to the members of the ape pirates with a smile, then turned around and walked towards the stern of the Mary. Suddenly, Lingtian whispered softly,
Spiritual art assisting wind.
As soon as the words fell, an invisible force suddenly emerged. Then, a light breeze quietly lifted the huge sails of the Mary, pushing this legendary sailboat to continue breaking through the waves.
What is that?
Usopp suddenly screamed in horror as he saw the Mary was about to leave. Not only him, everyone else had a pale face and stared straight ahead. As far as everyone's sight could reach, 5 extremely huge black shadows suddenly appeared, as if standing tall as the sky. Compared to this, the Mary was as tiny as an insignificant ant.
Run!
Chopper, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rowed desperately, trying to escape from this place as soon as possible. With the help of Lingtian's powerful spiritual arts, the Mary rushed away like an arrow. The speed was so fast that Lingtian himself had not yet come to his senses and almost fell into the sea. Not long after, the Mary successfully sailed out of that strange sea area.
It's unimaginable how huge that object is.
The Straw Hat Pirates who had just escaped from that sea area were still amazed with lingering fear.
The Grand Line is a place full of wonders. The weird events that happen one after another are really overwhelming.
Sanji said with emotion as he lit a cigarette. Suddenly 3 dull collision sounds, bang bang bang, were heard.
Strange, what's strange? You three guys almost made me fall into the sea.
It turned out that Lingtian, who had struggled to grab the fence of the Mary and avoid falling into the sea, now rushed over angrily and gave Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji each of them an
Iron fist of love.
without any hesitation. As for why he didn't beat Chopper, the reason was actually very simple. Chopper was too cute, and Lingtian simply couldn't bring himself to hit him.
But you all saw it with your own eyes just now, that huge black shadow.
Luffy said with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. The other companions nodded in agreement. Whenever they thought of the 5 huge and terrifying black shadows, they felt fear in their hearts.
Okay, don't be so timid.
Lingtian shook his head helplessly, and then patiently explained to everyone.
In fact, it's just a shadow cast by Sky Island. There's nothing to be afraid of. Is this true? No way.
After hearing Lingtian's words, everyone was dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They never expected that those huge and seemingly terrifying black shadows were actually just the shadows of the residents of Sky Island reflected on the sea. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They didn't expect that it was just 5 shadows that made them escape. Although they were frightened by the 5 shadows, they still planned to go to the nearby island according to the original plan.
Yo, guys, let's head towards the meat island.
After careful consideration, Luffy made an important decision: first go to Goel Island, and then find a way to Sky Island. As for where the magnetic record pointer will point to after arriving at Goel Island, we will have to wait and see later.
Don't be so wishful thinking. There is no such place as Meat Island.
Nami immediately refuted Luffy when she heard what he said. Chopper asked curiously while chewing a delicious octopus ball. Obviously, he was full of expectations and imagination for this unknown destination.
They say it's the land of meat, so it is the land of meat.
Luffy looked calm, as if he thought this was a completely natural thing. At this moment, he was obviously still immersed in his beautiful fantasy about the kingdom of flesh, unable to extricate himself.
That's just your personal wish.
Usopp couldn't help but complain when he heard Luffy's words. Even he, who was known for lying, had never made up the story of the kingdom of meat.
Bang!
A dull crash was heard, followed by a question full of frustration and unwillingness.
Is it still not working?
The people who were chatting looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment, only to see Lingtian suddenly appear on the deck of the Mary like a ghost. What is heart-wrenching is that he was covered with wounds and his tattered clothes were stained with blood, but fortunately these injuries were not life-threatening.
Oh yeah, Lingtian, what's wrong with you? Doctor, where is the doctor?
Chopper was the first to come to his senses. He screamed in horror and looked around for the doctor on the ship. However, the next moment, he realized that he was the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. So, Chopper acted quickly, took out his medical equipment without hesitation, and began to bandage Lingtian's wound nervously and attentively. Time passed minute by minute. Chopper was fully focused and skillful, and every movement he made was professional and meticulous. Looking at the busy little Chopper in front of him, Lingtian was touched and praised sincerely.
You are amazing, Chopper. If I had bandaged it myself before, I would have to lie in bed for at least half a day before I could move. I didn't expect that after you bandaged it, I could move immediately.
When Chopper heard this, a barely perceptible blush appeared on his face. He covered his face shyly, twisted his body, and said coquettishly,
You're so annoying. Even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy, Tilda.
Chapter 96, Goel Island. Just now Lingtian used the virtual space to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Now Lingtian can open the 5th gate, Dumen. However, the condition for unlocking the 6th gate, Jingmen, is to defeat Might Guy who opened the Dumen. And it is not the Might Guy who enters the Dumen normally, but the Might Guy who enters the Sage mode. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is originally designed to remove the restrictions on one's own chakra to the greatest extent. Coupled with the Sage mode's drastic strengthening of chakra and body, The Might Guy who has opened the Do Gate in the virtual space is probably able to compete with Might Guy who has opened the Jing Gate.
Haven't we arrived yet, Usopp?
Luffy asked anxiously, supporting himself on the bow with both hands and looking eagerly into the distance.
Not yet.
Usopp held a telescope, observing the front intently, then turned around and responded. Zoro frowned, staring at the sea in the distance, thinking to himself.
The island shouldn't be far away from us.
According to common sense, they should be approaching the island by now.
Yes, the climate has been very stable since just now.
Kuina also looked ahead and said thoughtfully.
We should have entered the island climate sea area here.
Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but look at Kuina with some curiosity and asked.
How do you know this?
Kuina smiled and explained.
These are all taught to me by Nami. When I was still Bloodthirster, I often stayed with Nami, so I learned a lot about sailing from her.
So that's how it is, Zoro nodded in sudden realization.
That's right, we have entered the island climate sea area.
Nami looked up at the sky and said in an affirmative tone.
So that means that the island is Spring Island.
Luffy, lying leisurely on the sheep's head of the Mary, took over the conversation. Even though he seems a little unreliable on weekdays, he still knows a thing or two about the basic common sense of these islands.
The weather is so warm and comfortable, Tilda.
Chopper leaned comfortably on the fence of the Mary and exclaimed sincerely.
Spring is such a wonderful season. Even the seagulls seem to enjoy it particularly.
After that, Chopper raised his head and followed the seagulls flying freely in the sky. At this moment, Usopp, standing on the observation deck, suddenly shouted alertly.
It seems like there is a gunshot.
As an experienced and professionally trained sniper, Usopp is extremely sensitive to the sound of bullets. Especially after 2 years of training, he has become even more sharp. Sure enough, as soon as Usopp finished speaking, 3 crisp noises were heard.
Bang!
Bang and bang. Then, 3 seagulls that were originally flying happily in the sky fell onto the Mary one after another.
Ugh!
Chopper screamed in shock and watched 3 seagulls falling from the sky. He was just admiring the seagulls flying freely, but he never imagined that they would suffer misfortune in the blink of an eye.
Oh, I can make grilled bird.
As soon as Luffy saw the seagull, the delicious grilled bird dish immediately emerged in his mind, and his mouth couldn't help but drool. Usopp stared at the 3 seagulls that landed on the Mary and said thoughtfully.
Judging from the sound, the bullet seemed to be fired from the bow. You mean someone was shooting from a distance that we can't see, and was able to accurately hit these 3 seagulls right above the Mary. This is unbelievable.
Nami couldn't help but feel confused and complained after hearing what Usopp said. After all, when they looked forward, there was nothing in sight. Even if there was an island ahead, it was at least several thousand meters away from the Mary. At such a long distance, it is simply a fantasy to want to shoot the seagull above the Mary.
No, Usopp is right. Look, this is a bullet.
Chopper said as he carefully took a bullet from the seagull and handed it to Nami. Before Nami could express her opinion, Lingtian had already walked to Chopper's side, took the bullet and examined it carefully.
Lingtian!
Chopper stared at the bullet in Lingtian's hand with a serious look.
It was indeed that guy's doing. It seems that guy must be on Gaia Island.
After Lingtian carefully examined the bullet in his hand for a while, he spoke with a gloomy expression. According to the plot setting in the original work, these 3 seagulls were shot down by Van Oka, the sniper in the Blackbeard Pirates. Since Van Oka is on Gaia Island, according to the original plot, Blackbeard himself must be hiding on Gaia Island.
That person, Lingtian, what are you talking about?
Nami, who was standing aside, heard Lingtian's words and asked with a puzzled look on her face. However, Lingtian did not directly respond to Nami's question, but just said lightly.
It's okay, don't worry.
He knew very well that it would be useless even if he told Nami the truth at this time. Moreover, even though he had recognized that the bullet came from the Blackbeard Pirates' sniper Van Oka, he could not act rashly at this moment because the injuries he had sustained in his previous training in the virtual space had not yet healed. You know, Blackbeard is not a character you can easily mess with. Blackbeard is one of only two people in this ocean. The other one is the king of the near sea who can inflict irreparable wounds on red-haired shanks. His strength is unfathomable.
Wow, that's great. The town ahead looks great.
The Mary continued to sail forward and soon arrived at Goel Island. From a distance, the island is picturesque and beautiful.
Do you feel like this is a resort?
Usopp said to Chopper excitedly, and the two of them looked ahead with anticipation at the island that was getting closer and closer.
What a nice resort.
Chopper also became excited after hearing Usopp's words.
Wait a minute, I think I see several pirate ships parked at the port.
Usopp, who was standing nearby, suddenly discovered that some of the ships parked at the port of Goel Island looked like pirate ships, and they all had pirate flags flying on them. Looking in the direction of Usopp's finger, just as he said, there were indeed several ships flying pirate flags anchored at the port of Goel Island.
Oh my, what's going on? Why is a pirate ship parked in the port so openly?
Chapter 97, Poison Q. Not long after, the Mary docked steadily at the port of Goel Island. Looking at the unfamiliar scene in front of her, Nami had completely forgotten that it was impossible for a pirate ship to stop at the port of a small island. Wow, it seems like there are all kinds of people gathered here.
Luffy looked around excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation.
For him, such a place is simply a perfect place to find partners. After all, he is most keen on inviting interesting people to board his pirate ship. Speaking of Zio Feng, whom they met before, since he always insisted that he was Crocodile's subordinate and would never betray Mr. Zero, that is, Crocodile, he could only ask Luffy and others to send him to a nearby island and let him off the ship.
I promise to behave myself this time when I go ashore, and I won't cause any trouble.
Luffy swore solemnly, while Nami pinched his cheeks hard. The members who disembarked this time included Nami, Kuina, Luffy, Zoro, and Lingtian. As for Usopp, Chopper, and Sanji, they stayed on the ship to watch over the ship. Sanji wanted to accompany Nami off the boat, but was held back tightly by Chopper and Usopp. As for Robin, she secretly got off the ship by herself. Luffy, Zoro, and Kuina simply wanted to explore this mysterious island. Nami's task was to keep a close eye on Luffy and make sure he didn't cause any trouble. As for Lingtian, he naturally wanted to confirm whether Blackbeard was on Goel Island. If Blackbeard was really on Goel Island, then he would definitely not mind helping Whitebeard solve this trouble. After all, Blackbeard is not a kind-hearted person. He will use any means to achieve his goal.
Bump!
Just as Luffy finished his oath, a dull sound was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man falling off a horse.
He fell off the horse.
Luffy widened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him, and muttered to himself.
Ah, it fell down.
Zoro on the side also echoed.
Coming down.
Lingtian heard the conversation between the two. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped up in his mind, so he also said it. Luffy frowned and said worriedly.
He looks like he's in pain.
Zoro nodded in agreement.
Ah, it's painful.
Lingtian thought about it and felt that he should say something, so he said.
It's painful.
The old man heard what Luffy and others said and endured the pain in his body and asked them. Seeing this, Zoro curled his lips and complained.
You are just too lazy to get up.
Lingtian immediately agreed, questioning the old man's behavior. But Lingtian reacted quickly, and he couldn't help but start to reflect on his previous behavior. What on earth was he doing? Why did he suddenly become as impulsive as Luffy and the others? Lingtian glanced at the naive looks of Luffy and Zoro, then lowered his head and examined himself. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this what they mean by
birds of a feather flock together?
Just as Lingtian was thinking, Luffy and Zoro had successfully lifted the old man onto the horse's back.
No, you are.
At this moment, Lingtian suddenly caught a glimpse of the old man's face. This face couldn't be more familiar to Lingtian. He clearly remembered that this person was the Blackbeard pirate's ship doctor, Poison Q.
It's Tsukashin Sword Cage.
After realizing that the situation was not good, Lingtian subconsciously drew his sword quickly, and used the powerful sword energy cage skill to tightly surround Q.
Hey Lingtian, what are you doing?
Luffy was frightened by Lingtian's sudden action. Not only that, Zoro and Nami on the side were also shocked. Lingtian immediately agreed, questioning the old man's behavior. But Lingtian reacted quickly, and he couldn't help but start to reflect on his previous behavior. What on earth was he doing? Why did he suddenly become as impulsive as Luffy and the others? Lingtian glanced at the naive looks of Luffy and Zoro, then lowered his head and examined himself. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? Just as Lingtian was thinking, Luffy and Zoro had successfully lifted the old man onto the horse's back. No, you are.
Maybe there really is some misunderstanding.
However, Lingtian was not moved at all. He responded coldly.
Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding at all. The person I'm looking for is you. The Blackbeard Pirate's doctor, Poison Q.
Lingtian said as he put away the sword in his hand and used spiritual magic to tie up Poison Q tightly in an instant. Obviously, he intended to force the whereabouts of Blackbeard out of Poison Q.
He is actually a pirate.
Nami was shocked when she heard this. She never expected that this seemingly frail old man would be a pirate.
Well,
Kuina stared at Poison Q and said softly. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. They couldn't help but think that Lingtian was being too harsh in his treatment of this frail old man who had no power to fight back. At this moment, Lingtian explained to Nami and Kuina casually.
he is actually a person who has eaten the sickness fruit.
Sure enough, when they learned that the other party was actually a devil fruit user, Nami and Kuina stopped persuading Lingtian. Then Lingtian looked at the silent Nami and Kuina and asked Q directly.
Tell me, where is Blackbeard?
Facing Lingtian's question, Poison Q did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Lingtian and said,
You seem to be quite familiar with us.
he was full of doubts. After all, this was their first meeting, but the other party seemed to know him very well. Not only did he know that he possessed the ability of the disease fruit, but he could even call their captain by his name. Could it be that these people are from the Whitebeard pirates? Thinking of this, Q's eyes became more vigilant.
Of course I know. You are members of the Blackbeard pirates who are wanted by Whitebeard. Your captain, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, has killed people from the Whitebeard pirates, right?
Lingtian stared at Poison Q in front of him with a sharp gaze, his tone calm and firm. When Q heard this, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. Just as Lingtian was speaking, she suddenly remembered who the man in front of her was.
You.
Chapter 98, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. As a member of the Blackbeard pirates, Q is well aware of Whitebeard's terrifying strength, so he is even more aware of the true ability of Lingtian, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard. On the vast ocean, perhaps no one understands Lingtian's unfathomable power better than the members of the Blackbeard pirates.
Oh, I didn't expect you to know me.
Lingtian was secretly surprised. He had not appeared in the New World for a long time. Logically speaking, except for the few people who had experienced the Rock's era with him, the number of people who knew his identity should be rare. However, at this moment, it was surprising that the guy in front of him named Poison Q was so familiar to him.
Ha 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 ha, it's not nice to bully my crew like this. Lingtian.
Just as Lingtian was questioning Q, a low and hoarse laugh suddenly came from the rooftop next to him. Then, a man in a large coat suddenly appeared there. Lingtian looked at it intently and couldn't help but blurt out.
Teach.
This person is Marshal D. Teach, whom Lingtian has been searching for a long time. Seeing Teach appear, Lingtian's eyes instantly became sharp.
Edohatha.
Teach jumped down from the roof and walked towards Lingtian with wild laughter. As he opened his arms, a thick dark aura gushed out and spread like billowing smoke. Countless strange objects fell from the darkness, like a strange rainfall. These things were exactly what Blackbeard had swallowed, using the power of his devil fruit. At this moment, before Lingtian made any move, Kuina beside him quickly drew out the Wado Ikamanji sword hanging from her waist and swung it with an extremely sharp sword style at an astonishing speed.
Idoru Sherminkang.
In an instant, one could see the flashing of knives and the crisscrossing of sword energy. The many buildings that were originally as solid as rocks were easily cut into countless tiny pieces like tofu. Each fragment seemed to have lost its weight and scattered lightly, forming a dazzling and shocking scene.
A sneak attack is not a good habit, although there is nothing wrong with a pirate's sneak attack.
Just when Kuina was about to cut down all of Teach's buildings, a black shadow rushed out from beside them like a ghost. In a flash, Lingtian had already seen through all of this with his keen observation haki. He kicked out without hesitation, hitting the black shadow accurately and kicking it away.
Damn it, this damn observation haki.
The black shadow that was knocked away got up from the ground in a mess, still complaining indignantly. Upon closer inspection, I found that the person was actually a burly, muscular man wearing a mask. The helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates Giza's bugles. Badger's eyes widened with anger, staring at Lingtian fiercely and said,
Today is the day you die.
Before Badger's finished his words, Blackbeard used his special skill.
Dark acupoints.
Blackbeard suddenly waved his hands towards the ground, and suddenly countless inky black substances rushed towards Lingtian like an overwhelming force. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Lingtian remained calm and quickly drew out the flowing blade from his waist.
Ikisho style, blazing flame.
He swung the long sword in his hand, and blazing flames gushed out from the blade, like a fire dragon soaring into the sky, rushing straight towards Blackbeard's dark acupoint. However, something unexpected happened. When the flame slashed out by Lingtian collided with the dark acupoint, it dissipated silently, as if it was swallowed up by an invisible force.
This is indeed a very tricky ability.
Lingtian couldn't help but mutter to himself upon seeing this. Seeing that Lingtian was unable to cause any substantial harm to Blackbeard, Luffy on the side couldn't contain his excitement and strode forward. Not only that, even Zoro followed closely and drew out the 3 swords from his waist. Looking at the 2 companions in front of him who were full of fighting spirit and eager to try, Lingtian shook his head helplessly, but still reminded.
Well, but Luffy, you have to remember that his fruit ability is more restrained against ability users. So when fighting him, you should use as many physical skills as possible.
At this moment, the biggest threat Blackbeard faces undoubtedly comes from the ability of his devil fruit. But of course, we cannot completely rule out the possibility that he has excellent physical skills. After hearing what Lingtian said, Luffy nodded thoughtfully to show that he understood. Kuina led Nami to the side to watch the battle. After all, after 2 years of training, although Nami's fighting power has been significantly improved, it is still slightly inferior to Luffy and the others. During the 2 years in the virtual space, Nami devoted more energy to learning about navigation.
Santo Ryujai tiger hunting. Rubber pistol. Double sword style, sky-flying dragon.
Accompanied by 3 roars, 3 moves were simultaneously launched towards Blackbeard and Badgers. All I saw was the flashing of swords and the crisscrossing of sword energy, as if they were going to tear the void apart. Facing the fierce attack from Lingtian and others, Blackbeard's eyes fixed, and he used his unique skill.
Dark water.
Without hesitation. In an instant, an invisible dark force gushed out from his hands and quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. At the same time, his body was covered with a thick layer of armed color domineering, exuding a heart-pounding aura. And Bages did not dare to delay either. He quickly covered himself with a thick layer of armed color domineering, preparing to meet the upcoming impact.
Bang bang bang.
Puff! A violent collision sounded through the sky and sparks flew everywhere. Luffy's originally powerful attack was abruptly interrupted by Blackbeard's dark water, making his fist as weak as hitting cotton. As for the attacks of Zoro and Lingtian, they were all blocked by Badges, who was ready for battle. However, despite Badgers's full-scale defense, a few beams of Lingtian's sword skills still penetrated his armament color domineering, leaving a few shallow scars on his body. Blood flowed down the wound, staining his clothes red, but he seemed unaware and stared at Lingtian and the others.
HMPH, I couldn't even hit that bastard Teach.
Chapter 99, Mysterious Man.
As expected, you are very powerful.
After successfully resisting the attacks of Lingtian and others, Tiki said with lingering fear.
Ha 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 ha, then see you next time, Lingtian.
Just as Lingtian was about to respond, Tiki seemed to have suddenly seen something and shouted at Lingtian with laughter.
When?
Hearing Tiki's words, Lingtian became confused and turned around quickly, but was surprised to find that Du had disappeared without a trace at some point. Even Lingtian's keen observation Haki was unable to detect when Du was taken away.
Let's go, Teach. We have done what we need to do here. There is no need to continue to tangle with them.
At this moment, a mysterious man in white clothes and a mask on his face quietly appeared beside Teach. In this person's hand, he was holding a drug-destroying Q that was tied up tightly.
You are.
When Lingtian saw the face of the person who came clearly, the scene that happened in the Valley of Gods that year suddenly emerged in his mind. The person in front of him was the culprit who took away Rock's body at that time.
Hey Lingtian, do you know him?
Luffy, who was standing aside, heard Lingtian's words and asked curiously. Lingtian nodded silently, indicating that he did know this mysterious man in white.
HMPH, you lowly person, I didn't expect you to know about the Valley of Gods.
The man in white heard what Lingtian said, a look of contempt appeared on his face and he spoke coldly. When Lingtian heard this, he suddenly felt disgusted.
You are really disgusting when you talk like this.
In this world, anyone who treats others in this tone can be concluded without deep thought that this person is undoubtedly a celestial being. Although the celestial dragons were portrayed as quite incompetent in the original work, it should be noted that only some of the celestial dragons were presented to the public. If they were able to rule this world for 800 years, how could all the celestial dragons be so stupid?
Forget it, Teach, let's go.
The man in white ignored Lingtian and turned around to leave with Teach. Seeing the two trying to escape, Lingtian became extremely anxious and instantly used the spiritual technique of auxiliary sword realm in an attempt to trap them. While casting the spell, Lingtian also used the power of the system to enable the viewing function, in an attempt to find out who the man in white was. Name Baiyan. Identity Celestial Dragon. Rating 4.1. Introduction Bai Yin. He is not only the highest authority of CP0, but also an equal to the mysterious Five Elders. He has devoted his life to loyalty to Master Yimu, and together with 4 other colleagues, he shoulders the sacred mission of protecting the world government. Over 500 years ago, Bai Yin underwent a shocking surgery. This was no ordinary medical procedure, but a miracle performed by a person with the ability of the Operation Fruit. This surgery allowed him to transcend the boundaries of life and death and become an immortal being. Today, time flies. Baiyan has gone through a long 589 years. However, time has not left too many traces on him, and he still maintains the heroic spirit of his youth. Standing side by side with 4 other outstanding guardians, they are known as the
5 swords guarding world government.
In this era of great pirates, Bai Yin will continue to lead CP0 and defend the dignity and authority of the world government. Lingtian couldn't help but gasp after seeing Bai Yin's message and was secretly shocked.
It turns out,
He originally thought that he knew the strength of the world government very well, but now it seems that it is still far from enough. The true strength of this guy named Baiyan far exceeded his expectations. What surprised Lingtian even more was that according to Baiyan's introduction, there was not just one such powerful character, but 4 others.
Humph!
At this moment, Baiyan snorted coldly. In an instant, an indescribable huge energy erupted from his body like a volcano. Only a crisp
Click!
sound was heard, and the barrier that Lingtian had carefully arranged collapsed in an instant.
Cough cough!
After the barrier was destroyed, Lingtian coughed violently and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. This was because the injuries he had suffered in the virtual space had not yet healed, and the barrier just now was closely connected to his own abilities, which was why he suffered such severe damage.
Lingtian!
Upon seeing this, the others rushed over to support the staggering Lingtian. But the man in white ignored them and led Blackbeard and his gang away. On another small island, the man in white clothes who had just led Blackbeard and his gang to escape from Gaia Island was standing there, muttering.
These two guys are so annoying.
His eyes fell on the two people in front of him who were tightly tied up by seastone, and he couldn't help complaining. If you look closely, you can see that one of the two men is wearing a hat with a crying face and a smiling face painted on it, while the other is wearing a samurai suit with two long swords hanging around his waist. There is no doubt that these two are none other than the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kazuki Odin, and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates.
Fire Fist!
Ace.
Teach
Teach laughed wildly, staring at the two people lying on the ground unable to move.
Dad is so naive to think that he can catch me as long as he sends Vice Captain Odin and Ace. That's simply a foolish dream. You didn't expect that I have the support of those guys in the world government.
Teach became more and more proud as he spoke, as if he had forgotten how he had been fleeing in a panic because of Gecko Odin. However, Bai Yin, who was standing aside, was not as excited as Tiki. He calmly looked at Kazuki Odin and Ace on the ground. After a moment of silence, he finally said,
Don't forget what you promised us.
It turns out that the reason why Shiren chose to help Teach out of trouble and defeat Kazuki Odin and Fire Fist Ace was entirely because Teach promised in advance to tell them the true identity of the son of Pirate King Roger.
Of course there's no problem, so just listen to me. The son of Pirate King Goel D Roger is Fire Fist Ace.
Accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, Teach opened his palms, which were as thick as bare paws, and spoke loudly to Baiyin in front of him. Before he finished speaking, Baiyin appeared beside Teach in an instant, stretched out his hand and grabbed Teach's collar tightly, and asked suspiciously,
Are you lying to me?
Chapter 100, The Identity of Ace the Fire Fist. You know, as a loyal Navy, Garp always abides by the Navy's rules and regulations, not to mention that Garp is a Navy hero. Therefore, Baiyin deeply doubts that Fire Fist Ace is actually Roger's son. Of course, Baiyin heard these things from others. As the supreme ruler of CP0, he would not go to the Navy headquarters to see what Garp's personality was like.
This is absolutely true. I was in the Whitebeard Pirates at the time, and I heard with my own ears the conversation between Whitebeard and Ace, and that was exactly what happened.
Teach, who was grabbed by Baiyin, hurriedly explained. After hearing what Tiki said, Baiyin threw him aside.
You'd better not lie to me.
Baiyin warned Teach and turned away with Ace.
Damn it!
Teach, who was abandoned aside, cursed angrily. It's a shame that he, the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, has to be treated like this. When he gets the Tremor fruit, he will definitely teach these people a lesson.
Captain, what should we do with this man?
Poison Q looked at Odin lying on the ground and asked Teach.
HMPH, he is useless now, just let him take his fate here.
Teach glanced at Odin lying on the ground and responded coldly. At this moment, the most critical thing is to use the Tremor fruit against Whitebeard. After all, Kazuki Odin's swordsmanship cannot be used by him. Gaia Island. After Baiyin led Blackbeard and his gang away, Lingtian and others decided to continue wandering around the town. Lingtian's injuries were not serious, so he did not return to the Mary to seek treatment from Chopper. As they walked, they came to a place that seemed like a paradise, a place like a resort. Compared to what I had seen before, this place was like heaven.
There are villas on the sea.
Zoro widened his eyes, staring at the wooden houses in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed. However, Lingtian couldn't help but complain when he heard this.
Is this considered a villa? It's obviously just an ordinary wooden house.
Despite this, the beautiful scenery here still makes everyone intoxicated. Just as everyone was admiring the surroundings, Luffy suddenly sniffed the air and shouted excitedly.
But I don't see any people. even though I smell delicious food.
His sharp eyes searched around, trying to find the source of the fragrance. Indeed, the surroundings were silent, and there seemed to be no one around. Sometimes Lingtian couldn't help but admire Luffy's obsession with food. You know, in the original plot, Luffy was able to recover in a very short time with the help of food, even after being poisoned by Magellan. Although Ivankov's help was indeed indispensable, Ivankov also made it clear that even with his help, it would take Luffy at least 3 full days to recover. However, what is amazing is that Luffy miraculously recovered in just a few hours just by eating huge amounts of food. Just as Lingtian and his companions were complaining, someone suddenly jumped out and shouted,
Guests, guests, you are making it so difficult for me. You guys barging in here without permission will give me a headache.
Just as Lingtian and the others were complaining, a waiter came over and explained.
This tropical hotel has long been taken over by Bellamy and his gang. Ordinary guests are not allowed to set foot in.
Because of this, compared to the chaos outside, this place seems quite peaceful.
Oh, so this is a hotel.
Zoro didn't hear the waiter's words at all, but started muttering to himself.
Since we're at a hotel, let's go for a drink, Zoro.
Kuina said to Zoro with a smile. When Zoro heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and an excited expression appeared on his face. After all, for Zoro, sword practice and drinking are his 2 favorite things. However, just as they were about to go to the bar, a waiter came up and anxiously dissuaded Lingtian, saying,
If Bellamy finds out, it will be very troublesome. Please leave here before you are discovered.
Obviously, the waiter knew Bellamy's temper very well and was afraid that Lingtian and others would get into fatal trouble. Lingtian didn't take the waiter's warning seriously. He responded calmly.
It doesn't matter. As long as we can get rid of that guy, this hotel will belong to us.
Lingtian already had a plan in mind at this moment. No matter what Nami and the others felt, he decided to take a rest here. What's more, Zoro and Kuina also had the same idea and wanted to have a drink here.
Who is it? How dare you say such arrogant words and want to drive us out of here?
Before he finished speaking, a man and a woman walked in from the door, walked towards this side aggressively, and asked loudly.
Oh hey, isn't this Mr. Satchise? You're finally back. Please come in, please come in.
When the sharp-eyed waiter saw the man and the woman, his face was instantly filled with smiles, and he came forward and said flatteringly. However, the couple ignored the waiter and walked straight towards Lingtian and the others, and asked fiercely.
Humph, are you guys who don't know your place trying to drive us out of here?
Faced with the questioning, Lingtian didn't even bother to look at them and walked into the hotel on his own, responding coldly.
That's right, if you know what's good for you, just get out of here with your tail between your legs.
After that, he continued to walk inside without looking back. Seeing this, Zoro, Kuina, and Luffy followed closely behind.
Really? Why are you guys like this?
Nami shook her head helplessly but ultimately decided to follow the main group. After all, she also wanted to take a short rest here. Seeing Lingtian and his group being so arrogant, Satchise was furious. He stared at their retreating backs with wide eyes and roared.
What an arrogant boy! How dare you ignore me like this?
At this moment, Lingtian just snapped his fingers lightly, and suddenly a strong wind blew up, sweeping over like a fierce torrent. The sudden strong wind blew Satchise and the other man away.
Goel